Welcome back, legends. This is Harry Fix. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what if stories and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully created in the line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Harry Potter was abandoned and raised by Charlie in Hazbin Hotel cell? If you enjoy epic magical twists, subscribe to Harry Fix. Now let's story begin.
Chapter 1. The Abandonment. The night was not silent. In a hidden chamber beneath the Hogwarts library, where the torches burned with blue flame and the stones wept centuries of damp, 7 figures stood in a circle. Their robes were not the black of students nor the ceremonial garb of the order, these were deep crimson, embroidered with symbols that predated the founders themselves. Symbols that the ministry had declared illegal for 3 centuries. The air tasted of copper and old secrets. The child cannot be allowed to fulfill the prophecy, the figure at the northern point spoke. Her voice carried the weight of generations, though her face remained hidden behind a silver mask. We have seen the signs. The Dark Lord rises again, yes, but the boy becomes something worse. He is an infant, the figure to her right said. A man's voice, strained with something that might have been guilt. Surely there are other ways. Sealing his magic, hiding him with muggles. You think muggles can contain what he carries? The woman's laugh held no humor. The old texts are clear. The one who vanquishes the Dark Lord absorbs his essence. Not his soul, his essence. The magic itself. And when that magic mixes with the boy's blood, she withdrew a scroll from her robes. The parchment was not paper but something else, thin, translucent, like dried skin. The symbols upon it writhed as if alive. I found this in the restricted vaults of Alexandria before they burned. A prophecy within a prophecy, hidden within the original. The one who conquers death becomes death's heir. The one who destroys the monster becomes the vessel for all monsters that follow. Silence filled the chamber. Even the torches seemed to dim. There must be, the man started. There is no alternative. The woman cut him off with a gesture. The Department of Mysteries has already detected fluctuations. The veil between worlds grows thin wherever the child sleeps. His CCI dental magic isn't accidental, it's reaching. Reaching for something, and if it finds what it seeks before we act. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. The 7th figure, who had not spoken until now, stepped forward. Unlike the others, his mask was black, and when he moved, the shadows seemed to cling to him like living things. The portal is prepared, he said. His voice carried no emotion whatsoever. The coordinates lead to a dimension of pure chaos. No structure, no order. The child's magic will dissipate there, absorbed by the void. He will simply stop existing. Painlessly, instantly. Then why do you hesitate? The woman demanded. The black masked figure turned to her slowly. Because the texts also say that chaos is not empty. It is merely unformed. And unformed things can be shaped. Another silence. Longer this time. The ritual must be performed before dawn, the woman said finally. Bring the child. In a cottage in Godric's Hollow, a baby slept. He was small for his age, with a tuft of black hair that stuck up at odd angles and a faint scar on his forehead that his mother kissed every night before laying him in his crib. The scar was new, only a few months old, but already it had begun to fade, or so she told herself. Lily Potter woke with a start. The room was dark, too dark. The street lamps outside had gone out, and the moon had vanished. Behind clouds she hadn't noticed gathering. Beside her, James slept soundly, one arm thrown over the pillow, his glasses askew on the nightstand. Something was wrong. She couldn't name it, couldn't point to a sound or a smell or a feeling that explained the sudden racing of her heart. But she had survived the First War. She had learned to trust instincts that had no logical source. Harry, she was out of bed before the thought finished forming, her feet cold against the wooden floor, her wand already in her hand. When had she grabbed it? She didn't remember, didn't care. The nursery door was ajar. She never left it ajar. Lily pushed it open with a force that sent it crashing against the wall, and for one terrible, heart-stopping second, she saw nothing. The crib was empty. The blankets were thrown aside. The mobile of dancing stars hung motionless above. And then she saw him. A figure stood by the window. Tall, hooded, and in its arms, wrapped in a blanket with green embroidery that Lily had spent 3 months stitching. Was her son? No. The spell left her wand before she consciously cast it, a wordless, formless blast of pure magic that should have shattered the figure into pieces. It passed through him like smoke. The figure turned. Where his face should have been, there was only darkness. Deeper than shadow, deeper than night. And in that darkness, 2 points of light flickered, not eyes, but something older. Something that had watched stars die. He will not suffer, the figure said. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. He will simply cease. Give him back. Lily's voice cracked. Tears streamed down her face, but her wand hand remained steady. Give me my son. The figure tilted its head. You do not understand what he carries, Lily Potter. What he will become. We do this to save you. To save everyone. He's my baby. Her scream woke James. She heard him crash out of bed, heard his voice shouting her name, heard his footsteps pounding down the hall. But she also heard something else. The figure was whispering. Words in a language that predated humanity. Words that made the air in the nursery twist and bend and tear. A rip opened in the space beside the window. Not a hole, a wound. And through that wound, Lily saw nothing. And everything. Colors that didn't exist. Shapes that made her brain hurt. A vast, howling emptiness that stretched forever in all directions. No. James appeared in the doorway, wand raised, but the figure was already moving. Already stepping toward the rip with Harry clutched against its chest. Lily ran. She didn't think about the magic tearing reality apart. Didn't think about the figure that had somehow bypassed every protection they'd placed. She only thought about her son. About his small hands. About the way he smiled in his sleep. She reached for him. Her fingers brushed the blanket. And then the figure stepped through the rip, and Lily's hand passed through empty air, and the wound in reality began to close. James caught her as she collapsed. Held her as she screamed. But even as he held her, even as the rip shrank to a pinprick of impossible light, they both heard it. A baby's cry, coming from somewhere that wasn't anywhere. And then silence. The space between worlds is not empty. It is filled with things that have no names. Thoughts that have no thinkers. Possibilities that will never become real. And in that space, the figure that had taken Harry Potter began to understand its mistake. The portal was not stable. The ancient texts had warned of this. Chaos cannot be entered without becoming part of it. The figure felt its form begin to dissolve, felt the boundaries that defined its existence start to blur, felt the child in its arms begin to glow. Harry's eyes were open. They shouldn't have been. Infants his age could barely focus on objects inches from their faces. But Harry was looking at the chaos around them, and the chaos was looking back. His scar pulsed with green light. The figure tried to let go. Tried to release the child into the void as planned. But its hands were no longer hands. They were becoming something else. Something that couldn't hold or release or do anything at all. Forgive me, the figure thought, if it could still think. I only meant. The thought dissolved into the chaos. And Harry fell. He fell for a long time. Or perhaps he didn't fall at all. Perhaps time itself had no meaning in the space between. Perhaps he simply was, and then he wasn't, and then he was again, and each time he was somewhere different. His blanket unraveled first. The green embroidery dissolved into threads of light that spiraled away into the darkness. His clothes followed, piece by piece, until he was naked and tiny and terribly alone. But he didn't cry. He watched. Watched the colors that weren't colors. Watched the shapes that weren't shapes. Watched as something vast and ancient and hungry turned its attention toward him. It had no eyes. It had no face. But Harry knew it was looking at him, and he knew, with the strange certainty that babies sometimes possess, that it was deciding whether to eat him. His scar pulsed again. The vast thing paused, and then it did something that surprised them both. It spoke. Little spark, it said, in a voice that was made of collapsing stars. Little burning thing, you do not belong here. Harry blinked. The gate is closed behind you. The gate ahead is not for such as you. What shall I do with you, little spark? Harry reached out with one tiny hand. The vast thing recoiled, not in fear, but in something that might have been wonder. Because Harry's hand was not empty. It held a thread of light. A thread of the vast thing's own essence, pulled free without permission, without effort, without understanding. You are not merely a spark. The vast thing said. You are a fire that does not yet know it burns. Harry gurgled. The vast thing considered. In the space between worlds, consideration could take eternities or instants. It chose an instant. I will send you where fires grow, it decided. Where the burning is understood. Perhaps you will thrive there. Perhaps you will be consumed. Either way, you will no longer be my problem. And it pushed. Harry fell again, but this time the falling had direction. This time there was an end in sight, a glow below him that grew brighter and brighter until it was not a glow but a sky. And not a sky but a ceiling of smoke and fire, and he hit something soft. Or rather, something soft hit him. Pentagram City did not receive visitors gently. The air was thick with sulfur and desperation. The streets were paved with bones, some human, some not. The buildings stretched upward in impossible angles, defying physics in ways that would have made architects weep and demons cheer. And everywhere, there was noise. Screaming, laughing, crying, singing. The sounds of sin given voice, of damnation given form, of souls spending eternity doing exactly what they'd always wanted to do and discovering, too late, that wanting wasn't the same as enjoying. In an alley between a casino that never stopped spinning and a brothel that never stopped, well, a pile of garbage shifted. Something small and pink and utterly out of place lay among the refuse. Harry opened his eyes. The first thing he noticed was the smell. It was unlike anything he'd encountered in his brief life, not the clean scent of his mother's skin or the warm smell of his father's robes or even the sharp tang of the potion's ingredients that occasionally wafted from the cottage's small workspace. This smell was old and rotten and somehow alive. He cried. It was a small sound, lost immediately in the cacophony of the city. A demon passed the alley's entrance without glancing inside. Another flew overhead on leathery wings, too absorbed in its own pursuits to notice the tiny creature below. Harry cried again. This time, something heard. It wasn't a demon, not exactly. It was a woman, or at least, it looked like a woman, if you didn't look too closely. Pale skin, blonde hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, eyes that held more warmth than anything in Pentagram City had any right to possess. She was walking home. It had been a long day. A very long day. The kind of day that made her question everything she believed in, everything she fought for, everything she hoped to achieve. The kind of day that made her think, just for a moment, that maybe her father was right. Maybe redemption was impossible. Maybe sinners were sinners forever, and all her dreams of rehabilitation were just that, dreams. And then she heard the crying. She stopped. The crying continued, small, desperate, coming from the alley to her left. She knew better than to investigate alleys in Pentagram City. Everyone knew better. Alleys were where deals went wrong, where souls were collected, where the desperate went to die and the foolish went to learn. But this crying, sounded like nothing she'd ever heard in hell. She stepped into the alley. The garbage pile shifted again. Something moved within it, something small and pink and, oh my God, Charlie Morningstar dropped to her knees in the filth without thinking, without caring, without a single thought for what her father would say or what the other demons would think or what the stains on her clothes would cost to remove. A baby lay in the garbage. A human baby. In hell. Charlie reached for him with trembling hands, half expecting him to disappear, half expecting this to be some kind of trick or trap or. The baby grabbed her finger. His grip was astonishingly strong. His eyes, green, impossibly green, green like things that grew and lived and thrived, locked onto hers. And on his forehead, half hidden by a smear of something that Charlie decided not to examine too closely, was a scar. A scar shaped like lightning. Who are you? Charlie whispered. How did you get here? The baby didn't answer. He couldn't answer. But he did something that broke Charlie's heart and remade it in the same moment. He smiled. Not the gasping, accidental smile of infants who don't yet understand smiling. A real smile. A smile that said, without words, you found me. You're here. I'm not alone. Charlie gathered him against her chest, holding him close, feeling the frantic beat of his heart against her own. I've got you, she said. I don't know how you got here or why you're here or what I'm going to do with you, but I've got you. Okay, I've got you. The baby's crying quieted to hiccups. His small hand remained wrapped around her finger, gripping with a determination that seemed far too large for such a tiny creature. Charlie stood up. She looked around the alley, half expecting someone to jump out and claim this was all some elaborate prank. But the alley remained empty. The city continued its eternal chaos. And the baby in her arms continued to hold her finger like she was the only solid thing in a world that had turned to liquid. You're coming home with me, she told him. I don't know what I'm going to tell Vaggie. I don't know what I'm going to tell anyone. But you're coming home with me. She walked out of the alley. Behind her, unnoticed by anyone, the garbage where the baby had lain began to smolder. A small flame flickered to life, green at first, then red, then both colors together, dancing and twisting and searching. The fire burned for exactly 3 seconds. Then it went out, leaving nothing behind but ash. And on the wind that never stopped blowing through Pentagram City, a whisper carried. The spark has fallen. The fire has come. Hell will never be the same. In the Hazbin Hotel, in a room that had once been a storage closet and was now something like a nursery, Charlie Morningstar sat in a rocking chair that she'd found in a dumpster and restored with her own hands. The baby slept in her arms. She'd cleaned him up as best she could with the supplies she had, which weren't many. Because Hell didn't exactly stock baby supplies. His black hair was still damp from the washcloth she'd used. His skin, now free of grime, was pale but healthy. And that scar, she couldn't stop looking at it. It wasn't a wound, she'd checked. It was old, weeks old at least, maybe months. Fully healed, but it pulsed with something. Something that she could feel when she held him close. Something that made the hair on her arms stand up. He's magical, she realized. He's human, but he's magical. In the world above, that probably meant something. Probably meant he was special, important, destined for great things. In hell, it meant he was in danger. Magic in hell was different. Darker, hungrier. If the wrong demons sensed what this baby carried, they wouldn't see a child, they'd see a resource. A power source, a weapon. Charlie tightened her arms around him. I'll protect you, she whispered. I don't know how, but I'll protect you. The baby stirred in his sleep. His small face scrunched up, then relaxed. And for just a moment, Charlie could have sworn she saw something flicker in the air around him. A shimmer, a heat haze, like reality itself was bending to accommodate his presence. A knock on the door made her jump. Charlie, Vagie's voice came through the wood. You in there? It's almost midnight. You said you'd help me with the schedule for tomorrow's orientation. Charlie looked down at the baby. Looked at the door. Looked back at the baby. I'll be right there, she called. But she didn't move, because in that moment, as the clock tower of Pentagram City began to strike 12, the baby's eyes opened. They weren't green anymore. They were burning. Burning with a fire that came from somewhere deeper than his tiny body. Burning with a light that had no business existing in hell. Burning with something ancient and terrible in a wake. And then, just as quickly, they were green again. Human again. Normal again. The baby yawned and went back to sleep. Charlie sat frozen in the rocking chair. Her heart pounding, her mind racing, her arms still wrapped protectively around the child who had fallen from nowhere into her life. Outside the window, Pentagram City burned eternal. But for the first time in her existence, Charlie Morningstar wondered if maybe, just maybe, something new was about to be born in hell. Something that would change everything. Chapter 2. Fall into Hell. The space between worlds did not want to let go. Harry tumbled through dimensions that had never been meant to intersect, his small body twisting and turning in currents of raw essence that would have reduced an adult to madness. But Harry was not an adult. Harry was 3 months old, and 3-month-olds do not understand madness. They understand warmth and cold, hunger and fullness, comfort and fear. And Harry was very, very afraid. The vast thing that had spoken to him, the ancient presence in the void, had pushed him toward a light. But the light was not a destination. It was a wound, a tear in the fabric of reality that bled crimson and gold and colors that had no names in any human language. Harry passed through it. For one eternal instant, he existed in 2 places at once. He was still in the void, still tumbling, still falling. And he was also somewhere else, somewhere hot, somewhere loud, somewhere that smelled of things burning that should never have been set on fire. The sensation tore a scream from his tiny lungs. But the scream had nowhere to go. The void swallowed it, the wound absorbed it, and then the wound closed behind him, and Harry was fallen. Through a sky the color of dried blood. Pentagram City spread beneath him like a wound upon the earth. From this height, it looked almost beautiful, a geometric nightmare of spires and towers and ruptures that defied the laws of physics, all connected by bridges of bone and roads of ash. Rivers of lava traced glowing paths through the streets, and the air itself shimmered with heat and desperation. Harry could not see this. His eyes were squeezed shut against the wind that tore at his skin, against the smoke that filled his lungs, against the sheer overwhelming wrongness of this place. He was falling faster now, gravity claiming him with a hunger that spoke of countless souls pulled downward before him. He should have died, a 3-month-old baby, falling from what might as well have been the stratosphere. Should have ended as nothing more than a small, sad stain upon the infernal pavement. But Harry Potter was not a normal baby. His scar began to glow. Not the soft green of the void, but something new. Something that drank in the hellish light around him and transformed it into something else. The glow spread from his forehead, crawling across his face, down his neck, along his arms and legs and fingers and toes. And Harry stopped falling. He hung in the air, suspended 500 feet above Pentagram City, wrapped in a cocoon of light that flickered between green and red. His eyes opened. They were no longer green. They were burning gold. Down there, something whispered. Not in his ears, in his blood, in his bones, in the part of him that was not yet fully formed, not yet fully human. Not yet fully anything. Down there is where you must go. The cocoon began to descend. Slowly at first, then faster still. Harry watched the city rise to meet him with EYs that saw everything and understood nothing. He saw demons locked in combat on street corners. He saw souls chained to buildings, forced to hold up structures that would have crushed them 1,000 times over. He saw a casino where the lights never stopped flashing and the screams never stopped coming. He saw it all, and then the cocoon touched the ground. The alley was narrow and dark and led with things that moved in the shadows. Harry's cocoon dissolved as soon as he landed, leaving him naked and alone on a pile of garbage that had been accumulating for centuries. The smell was Indies, crybabel, a mixture of rotten sulfur and something sweet that might have been decayed flesh or might have been something worse. He lay there for a long moment, staring up at the smoke-filled sky. His body hurt. Every part of him ached with a pain he had no words for. His lungs burned with every breath. His skin felt too tight, too hot, too wrong. And deep inside him, in a place that had no name, something was changing. The scar on his forehead pulsed once, twice, 3 times. Then it went still. Harry began to cry. It was not the cry of a baby who wanted food or comfort or warmth. It was the cry of a creature who had been torn from everything it knew and dropped into a nightmare. It was the cry of someone who did not know why this was happening, did not know if it would ever stop, did not know if anyone would ever come. The cry echoed off the alley walls. Something in the shadows moved. In a penthouse overlooking the wealthiest district of Pentagram City, an overlord named Carmilla used in the middle of a business negotiation. Her guest, a lesser demon who had come to beg for an extension on his soul debt, noticed the pause immediately. When an overlord pauses, lesser demons learn to be very, very still. What is it? The demon asked. His voice trembled. Have I offended you? I didn't mean. I can pay. I'll find a way. Carmilla held up one perfectly manicured hand. The demon fell silent. She walked to the window, her heels clicking against the polished bone floor, and stared out at the city below. Something was different. Something had changed. The eternal chaos of Pentagram City continued as always. But beneath it, beneath the screams and the laughter and the endless grinding of souls against souls, there was a new note. A frequency that had never existed before. A child's cry, but not just any child's cry. This cry carried magic, ancient magic, magic that made Carmilla's teeth ache and her skin prickle with something she had not felt in millennia. Fear. Leave, she said. The demon didn't need to be told twice. He fled the penthouse so fast that he left scorch marks on the floor. Carmilla continued to stare out the window, her reflection ghosting across the glass. In the distance, in the direction of the alley where the cry had originated, she saw a flicker of light. Green and red, dancing together. What are you? She whispered. And who was foolish enough to send you here? The shadows in the alley were not empty. They were filled with creatures that had once been human, or at least, creatures that wore human shapes like ill-fitting clothes. They had the crying baby with eyes that had forgotten how to blink, forgotten how to feel, forgotten everything except hunger. One of them moved closer. It had been a man once. A banker, perhaps, or a lie. Someone who had spent his life taking from others without remorse. Now it was something else. Something that crawled on hands and knees because it had forgotten how to stand. Something that opened its mouth to reveal too many teeth, arranged in too many rows. The baby's crying stopped. The creature froze. Harry was looking at it. His eyes were green again, but there was something in them that hadn't been there before. Something that made the creature, which had not felt fear in centuries, hesitate. Move, it told itself. It's just a baby. Just meat. Just. The baby's scar flickered. The creature's head exploded, not with violence, with silence. One moment it was there, reaching for Harry with 2 long fingers, and the next moment it simply wasn't. Its body crumbled to ash that scattered on the hellish wind. The other shadows retreated. Harry watched them go with eyes that saw more than they should. Then he closed his eyes and went to sleep, because he was 3 months old and 3-month-olds need a lot of sleep. Even when they've just arrived in hell. Charlie Morningstar was having the worst day of her existence. This was saying something, because Charlie's existence included the day she'd told her father she wanted to rehabilitate sinners, the day she'd been laughed out of the royal court, and the day she'd discovered that the hotel she'd spent months building had been infested with soul-eating beetles. But today was worse. Today, she'd spent 8 hours trying to convince a group of newly arrived souls that redemption was possible. They'd laughed at her, thrown things at her, set one of her information pamphlets on fire and used it to light their cigarettes. Then she'd spent 4 hours arguing with the city council about the hotel's zoning permit, a permit that K.P.T. getting lost every time she submitted it, usually by the same demon who kept finding it in her desk drawer and charging her a retrieval fee. Then she'd spent 2 hours helping Vaggie clean up, after a demon had thrown a party in the lobby without permission, leaving behind a mess that included 3 shattered chandeliers, 14 passed-out sinners, and something in the punch bowl that was still moving. And now, as she walked home through streets that never slept and never cleaned and never cared, she heard something that made her stop. A baby's cry. She knew it was a baby's cry because she'd heard them before, on visits to the living world, on research trips to study human behavior, on the rare occasions when souls arrived who still remembered what it meant to be innocent. Babies cried differently than adults. There was no calculation in it, no manipulation, no hidden agenda. Just pure, honest distress. And this cry was coming from an alley. Charlie knew she shouldn't investigate. Everyone knew that. Alleys in Pentagram City were where deals went wrong, where souls were collected, where the desperate went to die and the foolish went to learn. But the crying continued, and Charlie Morningstar, Princess of Hell, daughter of Lucifer himself, had never been very good at doing what she should. She stepped into the alley. The garbage pile shifted. Something moved within it, something small and pink and, oh my God, Charlie dropped to her knees in the filth. Harry woke to warmth, not the heat of hell, that was still there, pressing against his skin like a fever that would never break. This was different. This was the warmth of arms holding him close. The warmth of a heartbeat against his cheek. The warmth of someone who had found him and picked him up and not let go. He opened his eyes. A face looked down at him. Pale skin, blonde hair, eyes that held more kindness than anything in this burning, screaming place had any right to possess. The face was saying something. Words that Harry couldn't understand, but tones that he could. The tones said safe. The tones said found. The tones said not alone anymore. Harry reached up with one tiny hand. The face's owner, a woman, he somehow knew, even though she looked nothing like his mother, caught his hand in hers. Her fingers were cold. Everything here was cold, even the heat. But her grip was gentle. "I've got you," she said. The words meant nothing to Harry, but the feeling behind them meant everything. "I don't know how you got here or why you're here or what I'm going to do with you, but I've got you." "Okay, I've got you." Harry's crying stopped. He looked at this woman, this stranger, this demon, this creature of fire and kindness, and he made a decision that no 3-month-old should have been capable of making. He trusted her. The walk to the hotel was short, but it felt like forever. Charlie carried the baby against her chest, one hand supporting his head, the other pressed against his back to feel the reassuring rise and fall of his breathing. He was so small, so fragile, so utterly, impossibly out of place. Demons stared as she passed. They always stared. Charlie was used to that. The Princess of Hell walking through the streets of Pentagram City was always going to attract attention. But tonight, the stares were different. Tonight, they weren't looking at her. They were looking at the baby. Whispers followed her like smoke. "Is that a human child? Where did it come from? Did you see its forehead? That scar? The princess has gone mad. Completely mad." Charlie ignored them all. She had learned long ago that listening to whispers in hell was a fast path to despair. She focused on the baby in her arms, on the small weight of him, on the way his eyes kept drifting closed and then snapping open again. As if he was afraid she might disappear if he stopped watching. "I'm not going anywhere," she told him. "I'm taking you home." The hotel appeared ahead of her, a massive structure of mismatched architecture. Built from the remains of buildings that had been destroyed and rebuilt so many times that no one remembered what they'd originally looked like. It was ugly. It was ridiculous. It was hers. She pushed through the front doors. "Vaggie," she called. Vaggie, you need to see this. Vaggie appeared at the top of the stairs, spear in hand, ready for anything. Anything except this. Charlie, what, is that a baby? She descended the stairs so fast she nearly tripped, her single eye fixed on the small creature in her girlfriend's arms. By the time she reached the bottom, her expression had cycled through shock, confusion, concern, and was now settling somewhere near outright panic. Where did you get a baby? Why do you have a baby? Is that a human baby? Charlie, that's a human baby. In hell, how is that possible? Why is that possible? What? I found him in an alley. Vaggie's mouth opened, closed, opened again. You found him in an alley. Charlie, you can't just find things in alleys and bring them home. Last time you found something in an alley, it was a three-headed dog that ate the entire first floor. This is different. This is a baby. A human baby. In hell. Don't you understand what that means? Vaggie took a deep breath. Then another. Then she walked over and looked at the baby properly for the first time. He was small. Smaller than any human she'd ever seen. And she'd seen quite a few. Sinners arrived in hell looking exactly as they had at the moment of death, which meant she'd seen humans of all ages and sizes. But this one was different. This one was new. This one had never sinned, never chosen, never done anything except exist. And on his forehead, stark against pale skin, was a scar. What's that from? Vaggie asked. Charlie shook her head. I don't know. I don't know anything. I just heard him crying and I found him and, Vaggie, what do? I can't leave him there. But I can't. I don't know how to take care of a baby. I don't know anything about babies. What do babies eat? Do they eat? How do they eat? Do they? Charlie, breathe. Vaggie put her hands on Charlie's shoulders and held her steady. It was something she'd done 100 times before, whenever Charlie's enthusiasm threatened to overwhelm her common sense. But this time, Charlie's panic was different. This time, it wasn't about the hotel or redemption or proving herself to her father. This time, it was about a tiny creature who had no one else. We'll figure it out, Vaggie said. Together. Okay, we'll figure it out. Charlie's eyes, bright with unshed tears, met hers. Together. The baby slept. Charlie had made a bed for him out of pillows and blankets, arranged in a corner of her room where the light from the window wouldn't fall directly on his face. It wasn't a crib. It wasn't safe, by any human standard. But it was the best she could do at midnight in hell with no warning and no preparation. She sat beside him, watching him breathe. Vaggie had gone to find supplies, or rather, to find someone who could tell her where to find supplies, since neither of them had ever needed baby supplies before. The hotel's other residents were asleep, or at least pretending to be asleep, which was probably for the best. Charlie wasn't ready to explain this to anyone else yet. The baby stirred in his sleep. His small face scrunched up, then relaxed. And for just a moment, Charlie could have sworn she saw something flicker in the air around him. A shimmer, a heat haze, like reality itself was bending to accommodate his presence. She reached out to touch his cheek. The moment her fingers made contact, the baby's eyes opened. They weren't green anymore. They were burning. Burning with a fire that came from somewhere deeper than his tiny body. Burning with a light that had no business existing in hell. Burning with something ancient and terrible and awake. Charlie froze. The baby looked at her, really looked at her, in a eye that no infant should have been capable of. And in that look, Charlie saw things she couldn't name. Saw power beyond anything she'd ever encountered. Saw a destiny that stretched across worlds and dimensions and the spaces between. And then, just as quickly, the fire was gone. The baby's eyes were green again. Human again. Normal again. He yawned and went back to sleep. Charlie sat frozen beside him, her hand still raised. Her heart pounding, her mind racing. She should be afraid. She knew she should be afraid. Whatever this child was, whatever power slept inside him, it was dangerous. It was unpredictable. It could destroy her, destroy the hotel, destroy everything she'd worked for. But as she watched him sleep, so small, so helpless, so utterly alone, Charlie felt something else. She felt hope. Not the hope of redemption. Not the hope of proving her father wrong. Not the hope of changing hell. Something simpler. Something purer. The hope that she could keep this child safe. The hope that she could give him a home. The hope that, in a place where hope went to die, one small life could be different. I don't know who you are, she whispered. I don't know where you came from or why you're here. But I promise you this, as long as I'm here, you're not alone. As long as I'm here, you have someone. The baby's breathing deepened, steadied, peaceful. Charlie sat with him until dawn. The dawn in Pentagram City was not like dawn in the living world. There was no sun, for one thing, just a gradual brightening of the smoke-filled sky as hell's eternal fires dimmed slightly, preparing for another day of torment and chaos. The light that filtered through the hotel's windows was red and angry, casting long shadows that seemed to move when you weren't looking at them. Charlie hadn't slept. She'd spent the night watching the baby, cataloging every breath, every movement, every tiny sound. He'd woken twice, once hungry, once wet, and she'd managed to figure out both problems with Vagie's help. The hunger she'd solved with some milk she'd found in the hotel's kitchen, donated by a cow demon who'd been a farmer in life and still produced milk out of habit. The wetness she'd solve, Ed with some cloths she'd cut up and fashioned into something resembling a diaper. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't even good, but it was enough. Now, as the hellish dawn crept across the city, Charlie looked down at the baby in her arms and made a decision. You need a name, she said. I can't keep calling you, the baby. That's not right. You're a person, you deserve a name. The baby blinked up at her. I don't know your real name, Charlie continued. I don't know if you had one, where you came from. But you're here now, you're with me, so I'm going to give you a name. A new name, for a new life. She thought about it, considered names she'd heard in the living world, names from history books and novels and the rare moments of peace she'd experienced topside. None of them felt right. Then she looked at his forehead, at the scar that pulsed with power she couldn't understand. Harry, she said suddenly. I don't know why, but you look like a Harry. Is that okay? Can I call you Harry? The baby's eyes widened, and then he smiled, not the gasping, accidental smile of infants who don't yet understand smiling. A real smile, a smile that said, without words, yes, that's me, that's who I am. Charlie's heart clenched. Harry, she repeated, welcome to hell, Harry. I'm Charlie, and I'm going to take care of you. Outside the window, Pentagram City roared to life. And somewhere in the depths of the hotel, in a room that had been sealed for centuries, something ancient stirred in its sleep. It had felt the baby's arrival. It had felt the power that slept within him. And it was hungry. The morning light in Pentagram City was not kind to anything. It spilled through the hotel's cracked windows in shades of amber and crimson, painting long shadows across the floor that seemed to breathe with their own rhythm. Dust motes danced in the beams, except they weren't dust motes, they were the ashes of minor demons who had expired during the night and were now slowly settling onto every available surface. Charlie Morningstar had not moved from her position beside the makeshift bed. She sat cross-legged on the floor, her back against the wall, her eyes fixed on the sleep-in. Infant who had fallen into her life like a meteor. Her back ached, her eyes burned with exhaustion. Her mind raced with questions that had no answers. But she couldn't look away. The baby, Harry, she'd named him Harry. Though she had no idea why that name had surfaced from her subconscious, slept peacefully, his small chest rising and falling in a rhythm that seemed almost too steady for an infant. His black hair stuck up in absurd directions, defying the weight of sleep and gravity. And that scar fascinated her. It wasn't like any wound she'd ever seen. It was old, fully healed, but it pulsed with something. Not visibly, she couldn't see it with her eyes. But she could feel it. A vibration in the air around him. A frequency that made her teeth ache slightly when she got too close. What are you? She thought for the 100th time. Where did you come from? The door creaked open. Charlie didn't jump. She'd heard Vagie's footsteps approaching from 3 floors down, had tracked her progress through the hotel with the hyper-awareness that came from years of living in a place where danger could appear at any moment. But she did tense slightly, her hand moving unconsciously closer to Harry. Still watching him, Vagie asked softly. She carried a tray loaded with items, a bowl of something steaming, a stack of clean cloths, a small bottle filled with more of the cow demon's milk. Her single eye swept over the scene with the practiced assessment of someone who had spent centuries learning to read situations for threats. Still watching, Charlie confirmed. Vagie set the tray down and lowered herself beside Charlie, her movements careful and quiet. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. They simply watched the baby sleep, 2 demons who had never expected to find themselves in this particular situation. He's so small, Vagie finally said. He's a baby. They're supposed to be small. I know that, Vagie shook her head. I've seen human souls arrive here. Thousands of them, millions. Maybe. They always look like themselves, you know. Like they did when they died. Some of them are young. Some of them are children. But they're not new. They've lived. They've chosen. They've done things that brought them here. She gestured at Harry. He hasn't done anything. He hasn't had time to do anything. He's just here, innocent, in hell. Charlie heard the question beneath Vagie's words. The same question that had been circling in her own mind since she'd found him. How is this possible? I don't know, she said. I don't know how he got here, or why, or what we're supposed to do with him. But I know one thing. What's that? Charlie reached out and brushed a strand of hair from Harry's forehead. Her fingers tingled where they touched his skin. He's here. That's not his fault, and I'm not going to abandon him because I don't understand. Harry dreamed. In his dream, he was floating in darkness. Not the terrifying darkness of the void between worlds, but a gentle darkness, a warm darkness, a darkness that held him like his mother used to hold him, before everything went wrong. Little spark. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. It was the same voice that had spoken to him in the void, the vast thing, the ancient presence, but softer now. Kinder. You have landed in a strange place. A place of fire and pain and endless wanting. But you have also landed in good hands. The hands of one who believes in things that should not be possible. Harry tried to turn toward the voice, but in the dream he had no body. He was just awareness, floating in warmth. She will try to protect you. She will try to raise you. She will try to give you a childhood in a place that devours childhoods. And you will grow, little spark. You will grow in ways that no one expects. A pause. But growth requires fuel. And fuel, in this place, is never free. Be careful what you consume, little spark. Be careful what consumes you. The warmth began to fade. Wake up. Harry's eyes snapped open. Charlie saw it happen. One moment Harry was sleeping peacefully, his face relaxed, his breathing steady. The next moment, his eyes flew open and his entire body went rigid. The air around him shimmered, that same heat haze she'd seen before, and for one terrifying second, the temperature in the room dropped. Then it was over. Harry blinked up at her, his green eyes wide and confused. His lower lip trembled, and then he began to cry, the normal, healthy cry of a baby who had been startled awake and didn't understand why. Shush, shush, it's okay. Charlie scooped him up immediately, cradling him against her chest. It's okay, Harry, I'm here, you're safe. She rocked him gently, the way she'd seen human mothers do in her research. Vagie watched, Ed with an expression that mixed concern with something else, something that might have been wonder. Did you feel that? Vagie asked quietly. The temperature drop. Yes, not just the temperature. Something else. Something old. Charlie nodded slowly. She'd felt it too. For just a moment, the room had been filled with a presence that wasn't Harry, wasn't them, wasn't anything from hell. A presence from somewhere else. Somewhere vast. His magic, she whispered. It's connected to something. Something big. Harry's crying subsided to hiccups. His small hand found Charlie's finger and gripped it with that surprising strength. His eyes, still wet with tears, looked up at her with an expression that seemed far too aware for an infant. It's okay, Charlie told him again. Whatever you are, wherever you came from, it's okay. You're here now. You're with me. Harry's grip relaxed slightly. His eyes began to droop. And Charlie, holding him close, felt something shift in her chest. Someth. Ing that had been frozen for a long time, perhaps since the day she'd first proposed her dream of redemption and watched it get laughed out of existence. Hope. Not the abstract hope of changing hell. Not the theoretical hope of proving her father wrong. Something more immediate, more personal. Hope that she could do this. Hope that she could keep this child safe. Hope that, in a place where everything good withered and died, one small life could be different. The morning passed in a blur of small tasks. Vagie had somehow located a book, an actual physical book, which were rare in hell, titled Human Infant Care, a Guide for the Perplexed. Its previous owner had apparently been a pediatrician who'd arrived in hell after a particularly creative insurance fraud scheme, and had brought the book with him as a souvenir. Vagie had borrowed it at Spearpoint. Charlie devoured it. She learned about feeding schedules and diaper changes, about sleep patterns and developmental milestones, about the importance of stimulation and the dangers of leaving infants unattended near open flames, a particular concern in a hotel where the walls occasionally caught fire for no reason. She learned that man babies needed to eat every few hours, that they couldn't regulate their own body temperature, that they needed to be held and touched and spoken to in order to develop properly. She learned that he knew almost nothing about any of this. But she was determined to learn. By midday, she'd established a routine. Feed Harry, change Harry, let Harry sleep while she watched him. Repeat. Vaggie handled the hotel's other residents, keeping them away from the room with a combination of threats and bribes that Charlie didn't want to examine too closely. The other residents were curious, of course. A human baby appearing in hell was not an everyday occurrence. But Vaggie was terrifying when she wanted to be, and even the most curious demons decided that their questions could wait. By evening, Charlie had almost convinced herself that she knew what she was doing. Almost. The knock came at midnight. Charlie was feeding Harry, or rather, attempting to feed him. The bottle of cow demon milk was proving less popular than she'd hoped. Harry kept turning his head away, making small sounds of protest that broke Charlie's heart even as they frustrated her. "You have to eat," she told him. "I know it's not what you're used to, but it's all we have. Please, Harry, just a little." The knock came again, harder this time. Charlie looked up, frowning. Vaggie always knocked with a specific pattern: 3 quick raps, a pause, 2 more. This was just pounding. Repeated, insistent pounding. "Charlie," a voice called through the door. "Charlie, I know you're in there. Open up." It was Husk. Charlie sighed. Husk was the hotel's bartender. A grumpy old demon who had seen everything and been impressed by none of it. He'd been running the bar since before Charlie was born, and he had a way of knowing things that he shouldn't, things that happened in the hotel, things that happened in the city, things that happened in the spaces between. He was also, despite his perpetual irritation, one of the few demons Charlie trusted completely. "Come in," she called. The door burst open. Husk stood in the doorway, his wings half spread, his fur ruffled in a way that suggested he'd been running. His yellow eyes swept the room, found Charlie, found the baby in her arms, and narrowed. "So it's true," he said. "You really did find a human infant in an alley. Word travels fast. In hell, always." He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. "The question is, why haven't you brought it to the others? Why are you hiding up here?" "I'm not hiding. You're hiding." Husk cut her off with a wave of his paw. "And I don't blame you. If I'd found something this unusual, I'd hide it too. But you need to know something, Charlie. People are talking." Charlie's grip on Harry tightened. "What kind of talking?" "The kind that starts with, 'Did you hear?' and ends with, 'We should find out what it is.'" Husk moved closer, his expression unusually serious. "There are demons in this city who collect rare things, Charlie. Who collect powerful things. And that baby," he pointed at Harry, "that baby radiates something I haven't felt in millennia. Whatever he is, wherever he came from, he's special. Special things get noticed in Pentagram City." Charlie looked down at Harry. The baby had finally stopped resisting the bottle and was drinking hungrily, his green eyes fixed on her face with an intensity that still made her breath catch. "I know," she said quietly. "I felt it too. His magic, it's not like anything I've ever encountered. It's ancient, and it's growing. Every time he sleeps, I feel it. Like something's feeding him, teaching him, preparing him for something." She shook her head. "I don't understand it. I don't understand any of this. All I know is that he's alone, and he's scared, and he needs someone, and I'm the someone who found him." Husk was quiet for a long moment. Then he did something Charlie had never seen him do before. He reached out and gently touched Harry's forehead, avoiding the scar, his clawed finger tracing the curve of the baby's skull with surprising gentleness. "Be careful, Charlie," he said. "Be very careful. Things from outside things that come here without dying first, they always bring something with them. A purpose, a destiny, and destinies in hell have a way of turning bloody. I know. Do you really?" Husk's eyes met hers. "Because I've been here a long time. I've seen things you wouldn't believe. And one thing I've learned is that nothing in hell is accidental. If that baby is here, it's because something, or someone, wanted him here. And whatever that something is, it's not done with him yet." Charlie held Harry closer. "Then I'll be ready," she said. "Whatever's coming, I'll be ready." Husk shook his head slowly. But he didn't argue. The next 3 days passed in a haze of sleepless nights and exhausting days. Charlie learned to function on 2 hours of sleep. She learned to change a diaper with her eyes half closed. She learned to feed Harry while simultaneously reading Vaggie's pilfered book, memorizing the sections on infant development and common illnesses and warning signs. She learned that Harry was not a normal baby. He rarely cried, for one thing. Oh, he cried when he was hungry or wet or uncomfortable, that was normal. But he never cried for no reason. Never cried just to cry. It was as if he understood, on some level, that crying was a signal, a communication, and he only used it when he actually needed something. He also watched everything. Most babies Harry's age could rely focus on objects more than a foot away. Harry tracked movement across the entire room. He studied faces with an intensity that bordered on unsettling. And whenever Charlie spoke, his eyes locked onto her mouth, watching the shapes she made, as if he was trying to understand the connection between sounds and meanings. He was learning. Somewhere, deep inside that tiny skull, Harry was processing everything. Filing it away, building a map of this strange new world he'd fallen into. And then there was the magic. It manifested in small ways at first. A toy that moved slightly when Harry reached for it, before his hand actually touched it. A flame that flickered green for just a moment before returning to its normal red. A shadow that stretched the wrong way when Harry slept. Charlie noticed all of it. She also noticed that the magic was getting stronger. By the fourth day, objects in the room would sometimes float when Harry was particularly focused on something. By the fifth day, the temperature around his crib was consistently several degrees warmer than the rest of the room. By the sixth day, Charlie could feel his presence from across the hotel, a faint pulse, like a second heartbeat. That resonated somewhere deep in her chest. She didn't tell anyone about this. Not Vaggie, not Husk, not the other residents who had finally convinced her to bring Harry downstairs for short periods, satisfying their curiosity and proving that the baby was real. She kept it to herself, this secret knowledge that the child she was raising was becoming something more than human. Because she was afraid, not of Harry, never of Harry, but of what would happen when others found out. When the demons who collected rare things, as Husk had warned, came to investigate. When the ancient presences had lurked in hell's deepest places turned their attention toward the small, sleeping infant in her care. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to protect him. And she was determined to try anyway. On the seventh night, everything changed. Charlie had just finished feeding Harry and was settling him into his makeshift crib when she felt it. A presence. Not the gentle presence from his dreams, but something else. Something vast and old and hungry. It was outside the hotel. She knew it the way she knew her own heartbeat, because this presence was resonating with something in her, something demonic. Something that recognized power when it encountered power. Harry felt it too. His eyes flew open, his body went rigid, and for the first time since she'd found him, Charlie saw fear in those green depths. Real fear, the fear of prey that senses a predator approaching. "Shh," she whispered, though her own heart was racing. "Shh, it's okay, I'm here." The presence pressed closer. Charlie stood up, placing herself between Harry and the window. Outside, the eternal night of Pentagram City had taken on a deeper quality, the shadows longer, the fires dimmer, the screams quieter. As if the city itself was holding its breath. A voice spoke in her mind. "Give it to me." It wasn't a request. It wasn't even a demand. It was a statement of fact, delivered with the certainty of something that had never been refused. Charlie's teeth clenched. "No." Silence. Then, "You do not understand what you hold, little princess. That child is not of your world. Not of any world. It is a breach in reality, a wound that has not yet closed. Give it to me, and I will seal that wound. Keep it, and you doom us all." I said no. The presence pressed harder. Charlie felt it pushing against her mind, against her will, against the very fabric of her being. She felt herself weakening, felt her resolve crumbling, felt her arms beginning to lower. And then Harry screamed. Not a baby's cry, a scream, a sound that carried power, that carried magic, that carried something ancient and terrible and awake. Green light exploded from his body. It blasted through the room, through the walls, through the hotel itself. It struck the presence outside with the force of a collapsing star. And for one eternal moment, Charlie saw something that made her demon blood run cold. She saw the presence. It was enormous, a shape, of shadow and hunger that stretched across the sky like a living wound. It had no face, no form, nothing she could comprehend. But it had intent, and that intent was focused entirely on the screaming infant in her arms. The green light hit it. The presence screamed, not in pain, in surprise, in recognition, in something that might have been fear. "You," it thundered. You are. The light swallowed its words. And then both the light and the presence were gone, and Charlie was standing in a room that looked like a bomb had gone off, holding a baby who had finally stopped screaming and was now looking up at her with exhausted, confused eyes. The door burst open. Vaggie stood in the doorway, spear raised, her face pale with terror. Behind her, Charlie could see other residents gathering, Husk, Angel Dust. Even some of the newer arrivals who had been sleeping in the lower floors. Charlie. Vaggie rushed forward. Charlie, what happened? What was that light? I felt something huge. It's okay. Charlie's voice came out steadier than she felt. It's okay. We're okay. She looked down at Harry. The baby was watching her with those two aware eyes. And on his forehead, the lightning shot. Ped's scar was pulsing with a faint green glow that slowly faded to nothing. What was that? Vaggie whispered. Charlie didn't answer, because she didn't know, but as she held Harry close, feeling his tiny heartbeat against her chest, she made a promise to herself and to him. Whatever he was, whatever power slept inside him, whatever ancient presences wanted him, she would protect him, no matter what. The next morning, Charlie began researching in earnest. She sent Husk to find every book on ancient magic, dimensional breaches, and prophecies that he could locate. She sent Angel Dust to listen for rumors in the city, to find out if anyone else had felt the presence from the night before. She sent Vaggie to secure the hotel's defenses, to make sure nothing could get in without her knowing. And she sat with Harry, watching him sleep, and thought about what the presence had said. A breach in reality, a wound that has not yet closed. She thought about the way his magic had responded to the threat, not with fear, but with aggression, with power, with something that had made an ancient demonic presence recoil. She thought about the scar on his forehead, and the way it pulsed with light whenever his magic manifested. And she thought about the vast thing in his dreams, the one that had spoken to him in the void, the one that had sent him here. Was it the same as the presence from last night, or was it something else entirely? Something that was watching over him, something that was using him. She didn't have answers, but she had time, and she had Harry, and for now, that was enough. Chapter 4, A Demon's Kindness. The hotel smelled of smoke and ashes and something else, something that hadn't been there before the night of the attack. Hope. Charlie noticed it as she walked through the lobby that morning. Harry cradled against her chest in a sling she'd fashioned from an old curtain. The other residents were gathered in small groups, talking in hushed voices that fell silent when she passed. Their eyes followed her, followed Harry. They knew something had happened. They didn't know what. I want everyone in the common room in 10 minutes, Charlie announced, her voice carrying through the space with the easy authority she'd learned from years of dealing with demonic tantrums and supernatural crises. We need to talk about what happened last night. The residents exchanged glances. Then, slowly, they began to move. Vaggie appeared at Charlie's side, her expression tight with worry. Are you sure that's a good idea? Telling them everything? I'm not going to tell them everything. Charlie shifted Harry to a more comfortable position. But they felt that presence. They saw the light. If I don't address it, they'll make up their own stories. And stories in hell have a way of becoming dangerous. Vaggie nodded slowly. And Harry. Charlie looked down at the baby in her arms. He was awake, his green eyes fixed on her face with that unsettling intensity. But there was something else in his expression now. Something that hadn't been there before the attack. Trust. What about him? Charlie asked. Are you going to introduce him? Properly, I mean, tell them he's staying. The question hung in the air between them. Charlie had been asking herself the same thing all night, in the quiet hours after the attack, when Harry had finally fallen asleep and she'd been left alone with her thoughts. She'd found him in an alley. She'd brought him home. She'd fed him and changed him and held him through the night. But she hadn't actually said it. Hadn't actually made the decision official. Until now. Yes, she said. He's staying. He's part of this hotel now. Part of us. And anyone who has a problem with that can leave. Vaggie's eye widened. Then, slowly, she smiled. That's my girl. The common room filled quickly. Husk took his usual place behind the bar, polishing a glass with a rag that had never been clean. Angel Dust sprawled across a couch in a pose that suggested disinterest but couldn't hide the curiosity in his eyes. Other residents gathered in clusters, some Charlie knew well, others she'd only seen in passing. All of them watching her. Watching Harry. Charlie waited until the room was quiet. Then she stepped forward. Last night, something attacked this hotel. She didn't soften the words, didn't try to make them easier. Something old, something powerful. It came for one reason, to take this child. She looked down at Harry. The baby was watching the crowd with an expression that seemed far too calm for an infant surrounded by demons. I found him in an alley 6 days ago. A human baby. In hell. I don't know how he got here. I don't know why he's here. But I know one thing. He's alone. He's scared, and he needs someone to protect him. She lifted her head, meeting the eyes of every demon in the room. I'm going to be that someone. I'm going to raise him. Here, in this hotel, as part of this family. And anyone who tries to hurt him, anyone who tries to take him, will have to go through me first. Silence. Then, from the back of the room, a voice, "You're insane." Charlie's eyes found the speaker, a newer resident, a demon who had arrived only weeks ago. His skin still bearing the fresh marks of whatever sins had brought him here. Maybe, Charlie agreed, but I'm also the princess of hell. And I'm offering this child something that no one else in this city would even consider giving him. And what's that? A home. The word hung in the air. In hell, homes weren't things you had. They were things you lost, things you remembered, things you mourned. The concept of choosing to give someone a home, freely, without payment, without expectation, was almost incomprehensible. Husk set down his glass. "I'll help," he said quietly. Charlie blinked. "What? You heard me. I'll help. Someone needs to teach the kid how to survive in this place. Might as well be me." He shrugged, but there was something in his yellow eyes that hadn't been there before. Something soft. "Can't have the princess doing all the work, can we?" Angel Dust sat up straight, his usual flippant demeanor replaced by something almost serious. "I mean, I don't know anything about babies. But I can, I don't know, entertain him or something. Teach him some moves." He winked, but the wink was gentle. "Seriously, Charlie, count me in." Other voices joined them, one by one. The residents of the Hazbin Hotel offered their help, their time, their skills, their protection. Some did it because they believed in Charlie's dream of redemption. Some did it because they were curious about the strange child. Some did it for reasons they probably couldn't name themselves. But they did it, and Charlie, holding Harry against her chest, felt tears prick at her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you all." Harry, as if understanding something important had just happened, let out a small coo. The room laughed, actually laughed, real laughter, not the mocking kind that usually echoed through hell's corridors. And in that moment, the Hazbin Hotel felt less like a refuge for the damned and more like something Charlie had only ever dreamed it could be. A home. The first week of Harry's new life settled into a rhythm. Mornings began with feeding, a process that remained challenging despite Charlie's improving technique. Harry was particular about his milk, refusing to drink if it was too warm or too cold, if the bottle was held at the wrong angle, if the light in the room wasn't exactly right. Charlie learned to adjust. After feedings came baths. They were Harry's favorite time. He would lie in the small basin they'd fashioned, kicking his legs and splashing water everywhere while Charlie tried to clean him. His scar would pulse faintly during baths, a soft glow that Charlie had learned not to fear. "He likes the water," Vaggie observed one morning, watching from the doorway. "He likes being warm," Charlie corrected. "He's always cold otherwise. Did you notice that? His hands and feet are always cold." Vaggie moved closer, studying Harry with the analytical eye of a former exorcist. "Maybe it's a human thing. Babies can't regulate their temperature well, right? According to the book, yes. But this feels different. It's like," Charlie hesitated, searching for the right words. "It's like he's conserving warmth. Like his body is saving energy for something else. His magic." "Yes." They both looked at Harry. The baby splashed happily, oblivious to their conversation. But even as they watched, the water in his basin rippled slightly, not from his movements, but from something else, something that made the surface shimmer with faint green light. "He's doing it again," Vaggie whispered. Charlie nodded. "He does it all the time now. Small things, little manifestations. It's like he can't help it, like his magic is part of him the way breathing is." "Is that dangerous?" "I don't know." Charlie reached into the water and lifted Harry out, wrapping him in a soft cloth. The baby immediately snuggled against her, his small body relaxing. "I don't think so. Not yet, anyway. But as he gets older, as it gets stronger." She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Vaggie moved closer and put an arm around Charlie's shoulders. "We'll figure it out, together. That's what we do, right?" Charlie leaned into the embrace. "Right." Afternoons were for exploration. Charlie carried Harry through the hotel, showing him every room, every corridor, every hidden corner. She introduced him to the other residents, letting the hold him for short periods while she watched carefully for any signs of danger. Husk was surprisingly gentle. He would sit with Harry at the bar, telling him stories about the old days, stories that Charlie suspected were heavily edited for infant consumption. Harry would listen with those two aware eyes, his small hand occasionally reaching out to touch Husk's fur. Angel Dust was less gentle but no less caring. He would make faces at Harry, trying to get him to laugh. When Harry finally did laugh, a small, bubbling sound that seemed to surprise even him, Angel Dust's face lit up with an express scion that Charlie had never seen there before. He laughed, Angel said, his voice odd. The little dude actually laughed. Babies do that, Husk said from the bar. Yeah, but, Angel shook his head. It's different, you know. When it's not a sinner. When it's someone who hasn't done anything wrong yet. It's like hearing something pure. The word hung in the air. Pure. In hell, purity was as rare as hope. As rare as redemption. As rare as a human baby who had fallen from the sky. Evenings were quiet. Charlie would sit in her room with Harry, watching the hellish sunset paint the sky in shades of blood and fire. She would talk to him, about her dreams for the hotel, about her complicated relationship with her father, about the strange, impossible hope that had driven her sink. She was old enough to understand what hope meant. Harry listened. He couldn't understand the words, of course. But he understood the tone. The warmth. The way Charlie's voice softened when she spoke of things she loved. And sometimes, when she talked about redemption, about the belief that even the worst sinners could change, could grow, could become something better, Harry's scar would pulse gently. As if something inside him agreed. You're special, Charlie told him one night. I don't know how I know that, but I do. You're special in a way that nothing in hell has ever been special before. And I'm going to make sure that specialness doesn't get you killed. Harry blinked up at her. I'm going to teach you everything I know. About hell, about demons, about surviving in a place that wants to destroy you. And when you're old enough, I'm going to teach you about redemption. About the power of choosing to be better. Because that's what saved me, Harry. That's what keeps me going every day. She paused, considering her next words carefully. There are people in hell who will want to use you. Who will want to control you. Who will want to take your power for themselves. I can't stop them all, not forever. But I can give you the tools to stop yourself. I can give you a reason to fight. Harry reached up and touched her face. His small hand was warm against her cheek. Warmer than it should have been. And for just a moment, Charlie felt something pass between them, a connection that went deeper than words, deeper than understanding. A bond that transcended species and worlds and impossible circumstances that had brought them together. I've got you, she whispered. I've always got you, Harry smiled. And Charlie, princess of hell, daughter of Lucifer, believer in impossible things, felt her heart crack open in a way it never had before. The second week brought challenges. Harry's magic was growing stronger, and more unpredictable. Objects in his presence would sometimes float without warning. Flames would flicker green. Shadows would stretch the wrong way. The other residents learned to be careful around him, to watch for the signs that his power was about to manifest. But the signs weren't always reliable. One afternoon, a visiting demon, a low-level functionary from the royal court who had come to deliver a message from Charlie's father, made the mistake of reaching for Harry without permission. The moment his fingers touched the baby's arm, green light exploded from Harry's body. The demon was thrown across the room, slamming into the wall with enough force to crack the stone. He slid to the floor, unconscious, his skin smoking slightly. Harry started crying. Charlie rushed to him, gathering him up, checking him for injuries even though she knew he wasn't hurt. It's okay, she soothed. It's okay, Harry, you're safe, I'm here. But Harry's crying didn't stop. It wasn't fear, Charlie realized, it was confusion. He didn't understand what had happened. Didn't understand why his body had reacted that way. Didn't understand why the demon who had touched him was now lying on the floor. That's going to be a problem, Vaggie said, appearing in the doorway. He's getting stronger, and he can't control it. I know, if he keeps lashing out like that, someone's going to get hurt. Someone might decide he's too dangerous to keep around. I know, we need to find a way to help him. To teach him control, before someone else does. Charlie looked down at Harry. The baby's crying had subsided to hiccups, and he was looking up at her with those green eyes, eyes that held so much awareness. So much intelligence, so much need. I know, she said again. But how? He's 2 months old, Vaggie. You can't teach control to a 2-month-old. Vaggie was silent for a long moment. Then, maybe not control. But you can teach safety. You can teach him that he's protected. That he doesn't need to lash out because we'll handle things for him. Maybe if he feels secure enough, his magic will settle. It was a theory, a hope, a guess, but it was all they had. That night, Charlie changed her approach. Instead of just talking to Harry, she started singing soft lullabies from the living world. Songs she'd heard on her research trips topside. She wasn't a good singer. Her voice cracked on the high notes and wandered on the low ones, but Harry didn't seem to mind. He would watch her with those two aware eyes, his small body relaxing as the music washed over him. And as he relaxed, his magic seemed to relax too. The floating objects would settle. The flickering flames would steady. The shadows would return to normal. It's working, Vaggie whispered from the doorway. Charlie didn't stop singing. She kept her voice low and gentle, weaving melodies that spoke of safety and love and home. And as she sang, she felt something shift in the room, a settling, a calming, a peace that had no business existing in hell. Harry's eyes grew heavy, his grip on her finger loosened. And finally, peacefully, he slept. Charlie kept singing for a few more minutes, just to be sure. Then she carefully laid him in his crib and covered him with the soft blanket she'd made from old curtains. He's going to be okay, she said quietly. I don't know how, but he's going to be okay. Vaggie moved to her side and took her hand. Because you're going to make sure of it. Because we're going to make sure of it. They stood together in the dim light, watching the sleeping infant who had fallen from nowhere into their lives. And in that moment, neither of them noticed the small detail that would have chilled them to the bone if they had. Harry's scar was pulsing, not with the gentle glow they'd grown accustomed to. Not with the green of his magic or the red of hell's energy. It was pulsing with gold. And in the space between worlds, something ancient and vast and terribly patient opened its eyes. Soon, it whispered. Soon, little spark, soon you will be ready. The third week brought a visitor. Charlie was in the lobby, feeding Harry his midday bottle, when the front door burst open and a figure strode in like they owned the place. Tall, imposing, dressed in white that seemed to glow against hell's perpetual red. Carmilla. Charlie's grip on Harry tightened instinctively. Carmilla was an overlord, one of the most powerful demons in Pentagram City. She'd Alton souls the way mortals dealt in currency, and she had a reputation for getting what she wanted. Princess. Carmilla's voice was smooth as silk and sharp as broken glass. I've come to see the child. He's not a spectacle. No, he's not. Carmilla moved closer, her eyes fixed on Harry. He's something far more interesting. May I? It wasn't really a question. But Charlie found herself nodding anyway. Because something about Carmilla's presence made refusal feel impossible. The overlord approached slowly, her movements careful and deliberate. When she was close enough to touch Harry, she stopped. Her eyes, ancient eyes that had seen civilizations rise and fall, studied the infant with an intensity that made Charlie's skin crawl. Remarkable, Carmilla breathed. Absolutely remarkable. What do you want? Carmilla's gaze lifted to meet Charlie's. I want to help you. I don't need your help. Yes, you do. Carmilla's voice was gentle but firm. That child carries power. T hasn't been seen in hell since before your father fell. Power that will attract attention, dangerous attention. The kind of attention that gets people killed. I can protect him. Can you? Carmilla raised an eyebrow. Can you protect him from the other overlords? From the ancient ones who sleep beneath the city? From the things that live in the spaces between, that have already taken an interest in him? She paused. I felt that presence last week. The one that attacked. That was no ordinary demon, princess. That was something far older. Far hungrier. And it will be back. Charlie's blood ran cold. How do you know about that? Because I've been watching. Because I've been waiting. Carmilla reached out and, very gently, touched Harry's forehead, avoiding the scar, just as Husk had done. I've been in hell longer than most, princess. Long enough to remember the last time something like this happened. Long enough to know what it means. And what does it mean? Carmilla's eyes met hers. It means change is coming. The kind of change that reshapes worlds. The kind of change that some will fight and some will embrace and some will die trying to control. That child, she indicated Harry, that child is a catalyst. A focal point. Whatever he touches, whatever he becomes, will ripple through hell like a stone dropped in still water. Charlie held Harry closer. Then I'll make sure those ripples are good ones. Will you? Carmilla's smile was sad. Good intentions have paved more roads to damnation than any sin, princess. Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you teach him. And be very, very careful who you trust. She turned to leave. Wait, Charlie called. You said you wanted to help. What kind of help? Carmilla paused at the door. Information, protection, resources, whatever you need, whenever you need it, in exchange for one thing. What? When the time comes, when that child faces his first true test, I want to be there. I want to see what he becomes. Charlie considered this. It was a small request, really. A simple observation, but something in Carmilla's eyes suggested there was more to it. Something hidden, something waiting, and if I refuse, Carmilla shrugged, then I walk out that door and leave you to your fate. No hard feelings, no consequences, but think carefully, princess. The forces gathering around that child are beyond anything you've faced before. You'll need allies, powerful allies, and I'm offering myself as one. Charlie looked down at Harry. The baby was watching Carmilla with those two aware eyes, his small face thoughtful. And for just a moment, Charlie could have sworn she saw him nod. A tiny movement, almost imperceptible, but there. Okay, Charlie said, okay, you can help. Carmilla smiled. It was not a war. Smile. Carmilla probably didn't do warm, but it was genuine. Excellent, I'll be in touch. She left, and Charlie, holding Harry against her chest, wondered if she'd just made a deal with the devil. Which was ironic, really. Because in hell, the devil was her father. That night, Charlie couldn't sleep. She sat by Harry's crib, watching him breathe, thinking about everything Carmilla had said. About change, about catalysts, about forces gathering. She thought about the presence that had attacked. About the ancient thing in the void that had spoken to Harry in his dreams. About the power that slept inside him, growing stronger every day. She thought about her father, Lucifer, the Morningstar, the fallen angel who had built hell from nothing and ruled it for millennia. What would he say if he knew about Harry? Would he see the child as a threat, a tool, an opportunity? She thought about redemption, about her dream of saving souls, about the hotel that was supposed to be a refuge for the damned. Was Harry part of that dream, or was he something else entirely? Something that would change everything she thought she knew. She didn't have answers, but as she watched Harry sleep, so small, so peaceful, so utterly dependent on her, she knew one thing for certain. She loved him, not because he was special, not because of his power or his destiny or his mysterious origin. She loved him because he was hers, because she had found him in an alley and picked him up and never let go. Because in a world of chaos and damnation and endless suffering, he was something pure. Something innocent, something worth protecting, and she would protect him. No matter what came, no matter what it cost, no matter what she had to become. In the crib, Harry stirred. His eyes opened, green, human, beautiful, and found hers. And for just a moment, Charlie could have sworn she saw understanding there. Gratitude, love. Then his eyes closed again, and he was just a baby, sleeping peacefully in the heart of hell. Charlie stayed with him until dawn. Chapter 5. Hell's Curiosity. The news spread through Pentagram City like fire through dry grass. Not through official channels. Hell had few of those, and the ones it had were unreliable at best. It spread through whispers in shadowed alleys, through glances exchanged in crowded casinos, through the subtle shifts in power dynamics that every demon felt but few could articulate. There was something new in the city. Something young, something powerful, something that didn't belong. In the heart of the cannibal colony, where demons with too many teeth and no enough humanity gathered to feast on flesh both living and dead, a figure sat alone at a table stained with decades of gore. Rosie. She was the ruler of this district, the undisputed queen of those who ate what others would not. Her smile was wide and warm and utterly terrifying, and her eyes missed nothing. My dear, she said to the demon who had brought her the news, are you absolutely certain? The demon, a trembling thing with too many eyes and not enough skin, nodded frantically. Yes, Lady Rosie. The princess found it, a human infant, in an alley, and it radiates power. Ancient power, the kind that makes my teeth ache. Rosie's smile widened. How delightful. She rose from her table, her movements graceful despite the layers of flesh that adorned her frame. The other diners fell silent as she passed. their jaws frozen mid-chew, their eyes tracking her with the fearful respect she had earned over centuries of rule. "Prepare my carriage," she said to no one in particular. "I believe it's time I paid a visit to the Hazbin Hotel, in the entertainment district, where neon lights flickered in colors that didn't exist in nature and pleasure could be purchased in forms both familiar and unimaginable." A different kind of interest stirred. The V's, Vox, Valentino, and Velvet, ruled this domain with an iron grip disguised as velvet gloves. They controlled the flow of information, the distribution of vice, the very fabric of demonic society in their corner of the city. And their network of spies and informants was second to none. "So it's true," Vox said, his screen face flickering with static as he processed the information. "The princess really did find a human baby. Not just human." Velvet examined her nails, but her eyes were sharp. "My sources say it's magical. Powerful. The kind of powerful that makes overlords nervous. Overlords get nervous about everything." Valentino lounged on a velvet couch, smoke curling from his multiple cigarettes. "What makes this different? The ancient ones are stirring." That got their attention. All three of them turned to look at the small demon who had spoken, a messenger, trembling in the corner of their penthouse. "What do you mean, stirring?" Vox demanded. "I mean, they're waking up. The old ones. The ones who sleep beneath the city. They felt something. Something that made them hungry." The V's exchanged glances. "Well," Vox said finally, his smile sharp as broken glass, "this just got interesting. In the depths beneath Pentagram City, where even demons feared to tread, things were indeed stirring. They had no names, not anymore. Names were for creatures who existed in the world, who interacted with others, who had identities. These things had existed so long that identity had worn away like stone beneath water, leaving only essence, only hunger, only the ancient, patient waiting for something worthy of their attention. They had felt the child's arrival. They had felt the power that slept within him. And now, for the first time in millennia, they were curious. Charlie knew none of this. She was in the hotel kitchen, attempting to prepare a bottle for Harry while simultaneously fending off Angel Dust's attempts to help by adding various colorful substances to the milk. "No, Angel, no glitter, but it would be so cute. The little dude would sparkle." "Babies shouldn't sparkle. It's a choking hazard." "Since when is glitter a choking hazard? It's tiny. It's practically food." "That's exactly the problem." Harry, propped in a baby seat that Husk had somehow acquired from an unknown source, watched the exchange with obvious enjoyment. His small legs kicked, and every few seconds, a small laugh escaped him, a sound that made everyone in the room stop whatever they were doing just to hear it. "He's laughing at us," Vaggie observed from the doorway. "He absolutely is." Charlie finally managed to finish preparing the bottle without any glitter contamination. "He thinks we're hilarious." "We are hilarious," Angel said. "We're the funniest demons in hell. It's our defining characteristic." "Your defining characteristic is that you never shut up," Husk called from the bar. "My shutting up is not the point here." Harry laughed again, louder this time. And for just a moment, the kitchen was filled with something that felt almost like normalcy. Like family. Like the kind of life that shouldn't have been possible in a place like this. Then the front doorbell rang. The Hazbin Hotel did not get many visitors. Oh, it got demons passing through, sinners looking for a place to stay. The occasional lost soul who had heard rumors of the princess's strange project and come to see for themselves. But actual visitors, demons who came specifically to see someone or something, were rare. Charlie felt her stomach tighten as she walked toward the front door, Harry secured in his sling against her chest. Vaggie flanked her, spear in hand. Angel and Husk followed at a distance, ready to intervene if things went wrong. She opened the door. Rosie stood on the threshold, her smile wide and warm and utterly terrifying. "Princess," she said, "how lovely to see you again." "Rosie." Charlie's voice was carefully neutral. "What brings you to the hotel?" "Curiosity, my dear. Pure, simple curiosity." Rosie's eyes dropped to Harry, and something flickered in their depths, something T had made Charlie's protective instincts scream. "I heard you'd found something interesting. I had to see for myself." "He's not a something, he's a someone, of course. Forgive me." Rosie's smile didn't waver. "May I come in?" It was a test. Charlie knew it was a test. If she refused, she would be showing weakness, fear of what Rosie might do. If she allowed entry, she would be exposing Harry to potential danger. She looked down at the baby in her arms. Harry was watching Rosie with those two aware eyes. But there was no fear in them. No recognition of threat, just curiosity. The same curiosity that had brought the Overlord to their door. Okay, Charlie said, you can come in, but you stay in the lobby. And you don't touch him. Rosie inclined her head gracefully. Agreed. The lobby of the Hazbin Hotel had never felt smaller. Rosie sat in the largest chair, her presence filling the space in ways that had nothing to do with physical size. Her eyes never left Harry, tracking his smallest movements with the intensity of a predator studying prey. But she kept her word. She didn't reach for him. Didn't try to touch. She simply watched. Remarkable, she said after a long silence. Absolutely remarkable. I've been in hell longer than most, princess. I've seen things that would make your hair curl. But I've never seen anything like this. Like what? A human infant. In hell. Alive. Rosie's smile softened slightly. Do you understand how impossible that is? Humans come here when they die. When they've sinned. When they've earned their place in the eternal torment. They don't come here as blank slates. They don't come here innocent. I know. And yet here he is. Innocent. Pure. Radiating power that shouldn't exist in someone so young. Rosie leaned forward slightly. Where did he come from? I don't know. Quote, lies don't become you, princess. It's not a lie. I found him in an alley. I don't know how he got there. I don't know why he's here. I just know that he needed someone, and I was that someone. Rosie studied her for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, she nodded. I believe you, which makes this even more interesting. She sat back in her chair. There are forces gathering, princess. Forces that have taken an interest in your foundling. The ancient ones beneath the city are stirring. The overlords are talking. Even my own people, the ones who usually see, are about nothing but their next meal, have started asking questions. Charlie's arms tightened around Harry. What kind of questions? The kind that start with, what is it, and end with, can we eat it? Rosie's smile returned, but there was something almost gentle in it now. I'm not here to threaten you, princess. If I wanted the child, I would have brought more than just myself. I'm here to warn you. Warn me about what? The curiosity won't stop with me. It won't stop with the V's or the Ancient Ones or any of the other powers in this city. That child, she pointed at Harry, that Kai. LD is the most interesting thing to happen to hell in millennia. Everyone will want a piece of him. Everyone will want to control him. Everyone will want to use him. And you don't. Rosie laughed, a sound like bells wrapped in velvet. Oh, I do. Make no mistake, I would very much like to study that child, to understand his power, to discover what makes him tick. But I'm also old enough to know that some things are more valuable when they're left to grow on their own. She stood, smoothing her dress. Take care of him, princess. Protect him, teach him, and when the time comes, when the others stop being curious and start being aggressive, remember that you have allies who aren't just interested in what he can do for them. She walked toward the door, then paused. One more thing. The ancient ones, the ones beneath the city, they're not like us. They don't want power or control or understanding. They want consumption. They want to absorb. If they decide that child is worth their attention. She shook her head. Well, let's hope they don't. She left. Charlie stood in the lobby for a long time after the door closed, holding Harry close, feeling his small heartbeat against her chest. What do we do? Vaggie asked quietly. Charlie didn't answer, because she didn't know. That night, Harry dreamed again. He was floating in darkness, not the terrifying darkness of the void, but something softer. Something that felt almost like home. Little spark. The voice was familiar now. The ancient presence from the void, the one that had spoken to him before. But it felt different now. Closer. More urgent. They are gathering. Little spark. The ones who would consume you. The ones who would use you. The ones who would destroy you to keep you from becoming what you are meant to be. Harry tried to turn toward the voice. But in the dream he had no body. He was just awareness, floating in warmth. You must grow quickly. You must learn quickly. You must become strong enough to protect yourself. Because even the princess cannot protect you forever. Not from what is coming. A pause. But you are not alone. There are those who watch. Those who wait. Those who have been waiting for you since before hell existed. When the time comes, you will know us, and you will understand. The warmth began to fade. Grow, little spark. Grow fast. Grow strong. Time is shorter than you know. Harry woke with a gasp. Charlie was there instantly. She'd been sleeping beside his crib, had been sleeping there every night since the attack, and the moment Harry stirred, she was awake. Her hand found his, her voice soft and soothing. "It's okay. I'm here. You're safe." Harry's eyes found hers. They were glowing faintly, green mixed with something else, something red and gold that hadn't been there before. "The dream?" Charlie asked. The voice, Harry couldn't answer, but his expression, that too aware expression that shouldn't exist in an infant, said everything. "It's okay," Charlie repeated. "Whatever it said, whatever it told you, it's okay. You're not alone. You have me. You have Vaggie. You have all of us." Harry's grip on her finger tightened. And for a long moment, they just looked at each other, demon and human, princess and foundling. Mother and son in every way that mattered. Then Harry's eyes fluttered closed, and he was asleep again. Peaceful, safe. Charlie stayed beside him until dawn. The next morning brought more visitors. Not overlords this time, smaller demons, lesser powers, creatures who had heard rumors and come to see for themselves. Charlie couldn't keep them all out without starting a war, so she let them in. One by one, under strict conditions. They came to the hotel and sat in the lobby and stared at the baby with eyes that held every shade of desire. Some wanted to touch him. Some wanted to study him. Some wanted to bargain for him, offering power and wealth and influence in exchange for the strange child who radiated ancient magic. Charlie refused them all. "He's not for sale," she said, over and over. "He's not a curiosity. He's not a specimen. He's a child, my child, and anyone who tries to take him will have to go through me." Some of the visitors left peacefully. Some left angry. Some left with promises to return. By evening, Charlie was exhausted. But Harry was safe, in a penthouse overlooking the wealthiest district of Pentagram City, Carmilla Watch. Had the sun set in shades of blood and fire. She had been watching all day, tracking the visitors, cataloging their reactions, noting which ones left angry and which ones left patient. The information flowed through her network like blood through veins, and she absorbed it all. "He's attracting attention," a voice said from behind her. Carmilla didn't turn. "I know. More than we anticipated. More than is safe. I know. The ancient ones are stirring. The V's are interested. Even Rosie made a personal visit." The voice moved closer. "If we're going to act, we need to act soon." Carmilla was silent for a long moment. Then, "No, no, we wait, we watch, we let the others show their hands first." She turned, finally, to face her visitor, a small demon with too many eyes and not enough mouth. "That child is more than he appears. More than anyone realizes. And if I'm right about what he carries, then the ones who move too quickly will be the ones who suffer most." "You sound certain." "I sound old." Carmilla smiled. "There's a difference. Age teaches patience. Age teaches observation. Age teaches that the most dangerous things in any world are the ones that haven't finished growing yet." She turned back to the window. "Let them come. Let them try. Let them learn, as I have learned, that some fires cannot be controlled. They can only be survived." That night, Charlie gathered the hotel's residents in the common room. Harry was with her, as always, secured in his sling against her chest. The other residents sat in a rough circle: Vaggie, Husk, Angel Dust, and a dozen others. Ho had chosen to make the Hazbin Hotel their home. "I need to be honest with you," Charlie said. "About what's happening. About what's coming." The room was silent. "That child," she touched Harry's head gently, "that child is special. You've all felt it. You've all seen it. His magic, his power, the way he affects things around him. It's real. And it's growing." "We know," Husk said quietly. "We've known since the first night. Then you also know that others have noticed. Overlords, ancient ones, powers that we can't even imagine. They're all curious about Harry. And curiosity in hell," she trailed off, "tends to get people killed." Angel finished. "Yes." Charlie looked around the room, meeting each demon's eyes in turn. "I'm not going to ask you to stay. I'm not going to ask you to risk yourselves for a child who isn't yours. If you want to leave, you can leave. No hard feelings, no consequences. This hotel has always been about choice, and I won't take that away from you now." Silence. Then, slowly, Husk stood up. "I've been in hell longer than most of you have been alive," he said. "I've seen things come and go. Overlords rise and fall. Ancient powers wake and sleep. And in all that time, I've never seen anything like this kid." He gestured at Harry. "He's special, not because of his powers common in hell. He's special because of what he represents. Something new, something that shouldn't exist, something that changes the rules." He moved to stand beside Charlie. I'm staying. Angel Dust stood next. Me too. Someone's got to teach the little dude how to accessorize. You people have no fashion sense. One by one, the others stood. Some spoke, some simply moved, but by the end, every resident of the Hazbin Hotel had chosen to stay. Charlie felt tears prick at her eyes. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you all. Harry, as if understanding the moment, let out a small coo. The room laughed, and for the first time since Rosie's visit, Charlie felt something she hadn't dared to feel. Hope. But outside the hotel, in the depths beneath Pentagram City, something ancient opened its eyes. It had been watching, waiting, feeling the power of the child grow day by day, hour by hour, moment by moment, and now, finally, it had made a decision. Soon, it whispered to itself. Soon I will have you, little one. Soon you will be mine. Its hunger spread through the city like a shadow, touching everything, tasting everything, searching for the one thing it wanted most. The child, the power, the future, and beneath the hunger, beneath the ancient, patient waiting, there was something else. Recognition. I know what you are, the ancient thing whispered. I know what sleeps inside you. And I will have it. One way or another, I will have it all. In the hotel, in Charlie's arms, Harry stirred in his sleep. His scar pulsed once, green and red and gold, and then was still. But his eyes, hidden beneath closed lids, were not empty. They were watching, waiting, growing. Chapter 6. The Boy with Burning Eyes. The first sign that something had changed came at midnight. Charlie was in her usual position, sitting beside Harry's crib, one hand resting on the rail, her yes heavy with exhaustion but her mind still alert. The hotel was quiet, the other residents asleep or otherwise occupied. Even the eternal chaos of Pentagram City seemed muted, as if the night itself was holding its breath. Harry stirred. Charlie was on her feet instantly, her hand reaching for him. But before she could touch him, she felt it, a wave of heat that radiated from his small body, so intense that it made the air shimmer. Harry, his eyes opened. They weren't green anymore. They were burning. Not glowing, not flickering, burning. Actual flames danced in his irises, red and gold and something else. Something that looked like pure white heat. The fire didn't consume him, didn't hurt him, didn't even seem to affect the delicate skin around his eyes. It simply existed. A testament to something that had awoken inside him. Charlie's breath caught. Vaggie, she called, her voice steady despite the pounding of her heart. Vaggie, get in here. Vaggie arrived in seconds, spear in hand, ready for battle. What she found stopped her cold. His eyes, she whispered. Charlie, his eyes. I know. Is he okay? Is he in pain? Charlie didn't know. She couldn't tell. Harry's expression was calm, calmer than it should have been, given that his eyes were literally on fire. He was looking at her with those burning irises, and in their depths, she saw something that made her heart clench. Confusion. He didn't understand what was happening to him. Didn't know why his body was changing. Didn't know if this was normal or terrifying or somewhere in between. I'm here, Charlie said, reaching into the crib. The heat intensified as her hand approached, but she didn't pull back. I'm here, Harry. Whatever this is, I'm here. Her fingers touched his cheek. The flames in his eyes flared once, bright enough to cast shadows across the room, and then subsided. Not disappeared, but settled. Became embers instead of inferno. Harry reached up and grabbed her finger. His grip was warmer than usual. Much warmer. But it was still Harry. Still her boy. Still the child she had found in an alley and promised to protect. It's okay, Charlie told him. Whatever's happening, we'll figure it out. Together. The next morning, Charlie called a meeting. Husk arrived first, his yellow eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. Harry was in Charlie's arms, his eyes closed in sleep. But even in sleep, a faint glow emanated from his eyelids, a red-gold light that pulsed with his heartbeat. What happened? Husk asked quietly. Charlie told him. By the time she finished, the others had arrived, Vaggie, Angel Dust, and a handful of the hotel's more trusted residents. They listened in silence, their expressions ranging from concern to fascination to something that might have been fear. So his magic is fusing with Hell's energy, Husk said when Charlie finished. That's not supposed to be possible. Nothing about Harry is supposed to be possible, Vaggie pointed out. He's a human baby in Hell. Normal rules don't apply. But fusion, Husk shook his head. Do you understand what that means? Hell's energy isn't like magic from the living world. It's corruptive, transformative. It changes things. If his magic is truly fusing with it, then what? Husk met Charlie's eyes. Then he won't stay human. Not completely. The hellfire will change him. Make him something new. Something that's never existed before. The room was silent. Charlie looked down at Harry. At his sleeping face. At the faint glow behind his eyelids. At the scar on his forehead that pulsed with light she couldn't name. Will it hurt him? She asked. I don't know. Will it change who he is? I don't know that either. Charlie was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Then we'll deal with it as it comes. We'll watch him. We'll protect him. And when he's old enough to understand, we'll help him understand too. She looked around the room. He's still Harry. Still my son. Nothing changes that. The others nodded slowly, but in their eyes, Charlie saw the question that none of them would voice. What happens when Harry isn't Harry anymore? The changes came faster after that night. Harry's eyes remained human most of the time, green and aware and beautiful. But when he was upset, or excited, or simply concentrating too hard, the flames would return. Not full infernos like that first night, but flickers. Hints. Warnings of what slept beneath the surface. His temperature fluctuated constantly. Some days he was cool to the touch, almost cold. Other days he radiated heat like a small furnace. Charlie learned to dress him in layers, to keep the hotel's common room at varying temperatures, to read the signs of his internal fire the way sailors read the sky. His magic grew stronger too. Objects now floated regularly when Harry was nearby. Not just small things, toys, blankets, the occasional cup, but larger items. Furniture. Once, an entire section of the wall shimmered and became briefly transparent before solidifying again. The other residents adapted. They learned to secure their belongings, to watch for the signs of Harry's power manifesting, to move briefly when the temperature in a room suddenly shifted. Some found it fascinating. Some found it terrifying. All of them found it impossible to ignore. But through it all, one thing remained constant. Harry was happy. He laughed easily now, a bubbling sound that made everyone around him smile. He reached for Charlie constantly, his small arms stretching toward her whenever she entered a room. He explored his environment with the relentless curiosity of any infant, touching everything, tasting everything, learning everything. He was a baby, a normal baby, in all the ways that mattered. Except for the fire in his eyes. Except for the power in his blood. Except for the destiny that none of them could name. 3 weeks after the first burning, Carmilla returned. She appeared at the hotel's door without warning, as she always did. Her presence filling the lobby before anyone could decide whether to let her in. Charlie met her in the common room, Harry in her arms, her expression carefully neutral. Princess. Carmilla's eyes went immediately to Harry. I see the changes have begun. You know about that. I know many things. Carmilla moved closer, her movements slow and deliberate. May I? Charlie hesitated. Then, slowly, she nodded. Carmilla approached. She didn't reach for Harry, not yet. She simply studied him, her ancient eyes tracing every detail of his small form. The hellfire is integrating with his magic, she said, faster than I anticipated, stronger than I anticipated. He will be powerful, this child. More powerful than anything hell has seen in millennia. Is that good or bad? Both. Neither. It simply is. Carmilla's eyes met Charlie's. Power is neutral, princess. It is what one does with power that matters. And that child, she indicated Harry, child will have more power than almost anyone in existence. The question is what he will choose to do with it. He'll choose good. I'll make sure of it. Carmilla's smile was sad. You can't make anyone choose anything. You can only teach, only guide, only love. The choices will be his, when the time comes. She reached out and, very gently, touched Harry's forehead. Her fingers brushed the edge of his scar, and for just a moment. The scar pulsed with light, green and red and gold, all three together. He carries something ancient, Carmilla said softly. Something that predates hell, predates the living world, predates almost everything. It sleeps within him now, but it will wake. And when it does, she trailed off. When it does, what? Carmilla withdrew her hand. When it does, you will need to be ready. Not to control him, that would be impossible. But to support him, to guide him, to remind him who he is when the power tries to make him forget. She turned to leave. Wait, Charlie called. You came here to tell me that. Just that. Carmilla paused at the door. I came here to see for myself. To confirm what I suspected. And to warn you, Princess, the changes you're seeing now are only the beginning. The hellfire will continue to transform him. His magic will continue to grow. And the ancient ones beneath the city will continue to watch. And when they stop watching, Carmilla's expression was unreadable. When they stop watching, Princess, they will act. And when they act, you will need more than love to protect that child. You will need power, allies, strength that you haven't yet discovered. She left. Charlie stood in the lobby, holding Harry close, and wondered if she was strong enough for what was coming. That night, Harry's dreams changed. He was no longer floating in darkness. He was standing, actually standing, on two legs, like a child much older than his months. Around him was a landscape of fire and shadow, of burning buildings and screaming souls. Of everything terrible that hell had to offer. But he wasn't afraid, because in the center of it all, surrounded by flames that should have consumed anything living, stood a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall. Its form shifted and flowed like liquid fire, never settling into one shape for more than a moment. But its eyes were fixed on Harry, and in them, he saw something that made his infant heart beat faster. Recognition. Little spark, the figure said. Its voice was the crackle of flames, the roar of infernos, the whisper of embers dying in the dark. You have grown since last we spoke. You're the one from the void, Harry said. In the dream, he could speak, could form words that he shouldn't have known, in a voice that wasn't his own. The one who sent me here. I am, and you are becoming what I knew you would become. What's that? The figure smiled. Its smile was fire-given form, beautiful and terrible and utterly inhuman. A bridge, a connection, a being who exists between worlds, belonging fully to none of them. The hellfire is the first step. Your magic is the second. Together, they will make you something that has never existed before. I don't understand. You will, in time. For now, know this, the ones beneath the city grow impatient. They will come for you soon. When they do, you must be ready. How? The figure's form flickered, becoming less solid, more ephemeral. You have protectors. Trust them, love them, let them teach you, but know that in the end, the choice will be yours. The power will be yours. The destiny will be yours. No one can walk your path for you, little spark. Wait, but the figure was already fading, dissolving into the fire that surrounded them. Grow strong, Harry Potter. Grow fast. The ancient ones are coming. Harry woke screaming. Charlie reached him in seconds. He was in her arms before he could draw another breath, held against her chest, surrounded by her warmth and her presence and her love. His screams subsided to sobs, then to hiccups, then to quiet breathing. The dream again, Charlie asked softly. Harry couldn't answer, but his eyes, green now, human now, normal now, held the memory of what he'd seen. Whatever it was, whatever it said, it's okay. Charlie rocked him gently. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. You're safe. Harry's small hand gripped her finger. And in that grip, Charlie felt something she hadn't felt before. Strength. Not the physical strength of a growing infant, but something else. Something deeper. Something that resonated with the power she could feel building inside him. He was changing, growing, becoming, and she was determined to be there for every step. The next morning brought a new development. Harry was in his usual spot, the common room, surrounded by residents who had grown accustomed to his presence, when a small flame flickered to life in the palm of his hand. Not a manifestation of his power, not a floating object or a shimmer in the air. An actual flame, red and gold, dancing on his skin like it belonged there. Everyone saw it, everyone froze. Harry looked at the flame with an expression of pure curiosity. He turned his hand this way and that, watching the fire move with him, never burning him, never causing pain. Then, slowly, he smiled. Did he just? Angel started. I think he did, Vaggie whispered. Charlie moved closer, her heart pounding. Harry, can you hear me? Harry looked up at her. The flame in his hand flickered, then grew slightly brighter. Can you make it go away? Harry tilted his head, considering. Then he closed his fist. The flame vanished. The room erupted in chaos. He conjured fire. Actual fire. Without a spell. Without anything. That's not possible. Human babies can't do that. He's not just human anymore, remember? Charlie held up her hands. Everyone calm down. Everyone. But before she could finish, Harry opened his fist again. The flame was back, and this time, it was bigger. Brighter. And in its depths, Charlie could have sworn she saw something looking back at her. By evening, the news had spread. Harry Potter, the human baby in the Hazbin Hotel, had manifested hellfire. Actual hellfire, kind that demons used and controlled and feared. In the palm of his hand. Like it was the most natural thing in the world. The city buzzed with the information. Overlords who had been curious became interested. Demons who had been watching became eager. And in the depths beneath Pentagram City, the Ancient Ones stirred more restlessly than before. Soon, they whispered to each other. Soon he will be ready. Soon we will feast. Charlie spent that night holding Harry close, unable to sleep, unable to stop thinking about what the flame meant. He was changing, growing into something that wasn't human, wasn't demon, wasn't anything that had existed before. And with each change, the danger around him increased. But as she looked down at his sleeping face, so peaceful, so innocent, so utterly unaware of the storm gathering around him, Charlie made a decision. She would protect him, not just from the Ancient Ones, not just from the overlords, not just from the demons who wanted to use him. She would protect him from the power itself, from the destiny that sought to claim him, from the fate that waited in the darkness. She would teach him that power wasn't everything, that love mattered, that choice mattered, that who he was mattered more than what he could become. It was a daunting task, perhaps an impossible one, but Charlie Morningstar had never let impossibility stop her before. She kissed Harry's forehead, carefully, avoiding the scar, and settled into the chair beside his crib. "I've got you," she whispered. "No matter what comes, I've got you." In his sleep, Harry smiled. And in the palm of his hand, hidden beneath the blanket, a small flame flickered to life and then died, as if testing its own existence. The boy with burning eyes was waking up. And hell would never be the same. Chapter 7. A New Name in Hell. The morning after Harry conjured hellfire, the Hazbin Hotel woke to find itself surrounded. Not by an army, nothing so dramatic. But by demons. Dozens of them, clustered at the edges of the property. Their eyes fixed on the building with an intensity that made even the bravest residents hesitate to step outside. Charlie watched from an upper window, Harry in her arms. "They're just watching," Vaggie said at her shoulder. "No one's tried to approach. No one's tried to enter. They're waiting." "For what?" Charlie shook her head slowly. "I don't know. For something to happen. For someone to make a move. A flicker of movement in the crowd caught her eye. A demon had stepped forward, small, nondescript, the kind that usually went unnoticed in Pentagram City's chaos. But as Charlie watched, it raised its arm and pointed directly at her window. At Harry. "There," the demon called, its voice carrying despite the distance. "There it is, the Hellborn Wizard." The crowd stirred. Whispers spread through them like ripples in dark water. Hellborn Wizard, Hellborn Wizard, the child of fire and magic. The one who shouldn't exist. Charlie's arms tightened around Harry. "Hellborn Wizard." Vaggie's voice was sharp. "Where did they get that from? Does it matter?" Charlie turned from the window, her expression troubled. "They've given him a name. A name means they've claimed him. In their minds, at least. Is that bad? It means they're not just curious anymore. They're invested. They're watching to see what he becomes." She looked down at Harry. The baby was staring at the window, at the crowd beyond, with those two aware eyes. And when you're invested in something in hell, you eventually try to control it. The name spread faster than the rumors had. By midday, every demon in Pentagram City had heard it. The Hellborn Wizard, a human infant, raised in hell, wielding magic that shouldn't exist and hellfire that answered his call. A child of two worlds, belonging to neither. Feared by both. In the casinos, gamblers placed bets on how long he would survive. In the brothels, demons whispered about what his power could mean for the balance of power in hell. In the alleys where the desperate went to die, the name was spoken like a prayer or a curse, no one was quite sure which. And in the depths beneath the city, the Ancient Ones stirred. With something that might have been anticipation. The Hellborn Wizard, they whispered to each other. A name, an identity, a claim. He is becoming real to them. Becoming tangible. Soon he will be ready. At the Hazbin Hotel, Charlie called another meeting. "We need to control the narrative," she told the gathered residents. "If we let the rumors run wild, they'll turn Harry into something he's not. Something terrifying. Something that needs to be destroyed or controlled." "Can we control the narrative?" Angel asked. "I mean, have you met hell? Rumors are basically the only currency that actually works here." "He's right," Husk agreed. "You can't stop demons from talking. You can't stop them from making up stories. The best you can do is give them a story that's less interesting than the truth." Charlie considered this. So we tell them the truth. Hell no. Husk shook his head. The truth is that you found a mysterious baby with impossible powers and no explanation. That's the most interesting story possible. We need to make them bored. Make them lose interest. How do we make a baby with hellfire boring? You don't. But you can make his daily life boring. You can make his routine boring. You can make him seem like a normal kid who happens to have some unusual abilities. Husk's yellow eyes were thoughtful. Demons have short attention spans. If nothing exciting happens for a while, they'll find something else to obsess over. Charlie looked around the room. Can we do that? Can we make Harry's life boring? Vaggie smiled grimly. We can try. They did try. For the next 2 weeks, the residents of the Hazbin Hotel made a concerted effort to establish a routine so dull, so predictable, so utterly mundane that even the most dedicated observer would lose interest. Mornings. Feeding and bathing. Harry splashed in his basin, Charlie sang her lullabies, and nothing magical happened. Well, almost nothing. There were still small manifestations, floating toys and flickering flames. But they were brief, unremarkable, easy to ignore. Afternoons. Exploration and socialization. Harry was carried through the hotel, introduced to residents, shown the same rooms day after day. He laughed and cooed and reached for things like any normal infant. His eyes stayed green, his temperature stayed steady, his scar remained quiet. Evenings. Quiet time in Charlie's room. Stories and songs and gentle rocking. Harry slept peacefully, without dreams, or at least without dreams that manifested visibly. The crowd outside the hotel dwindled. First from dozens to a handful, then from a handful to a few determined observers. Then, finally, to no one at all. It's working, Vaggie said one evening, watching the empty street from the window. They're losing interest. Charlie nodded, but her expression was troubled. It feels too easy. Maybe we just got lucky. Maybe. Charlie looked down at Harry, sleeping in his crib. Or maybe they're just waiting for something else. Something bigger. She was right. 3 weeks after the crowd dispersed, a demon appeared at the hotel's door. Not an overlord, something lesser. A messenger, carrying a scroll sealed with wax that bore no mark Charlie recognized. What is this? She asked. The messenger, a small, twitchy creature with too many eyes and not enough teeth, shrugged nervously. I just deliver, princess. I don't read. Charlie took the scroll. The moment her fingers touched it, she felt a pulse of ancient energy, old magic, older than hell, older than almost anything she'd encountered. Who sent this? But the messenger was already gone, scurrying away into the shadows of Pentagram City. Charlie broke the seal. The scroll unfurled in her hands, revealing words that seemed to writhe on the parchment. They weren't written in any language she knew, not demon, not angelic, not human. But somehow, she understood them. To the keepers of the hellborn wizard. We have watched. We have waited. We have seen the child grow and change and become. Now we wish to see him in person. You will bring him to the place where the fires burn deepest. You will bring him when the moon is dark and the city sleeps. You will bring him alone. If you refuse, we will come to you. And when we come, we will not ask politely. The ancient ones. Charlie's blood ran cold. She showed the scroll to no one. Not Vaggie. Not Husk. Not even Angel. O's flippant manner often hid surprising wisdom. She kept it hidden in her room, beneath a loose floorboard, and she tried to forget the words she had read. But she couldn't forget. The ancient ones. The things beneath the city. The creatures that Rosie had warned her about, that Carmilla had mentioned, that lurked in the deepest shadows of Hell's mythology. They had sent a message. A demand. A threat. They wanted Harry, and they would not wait forever. That night, Charlie didn't sleep. She sat by Harry's crib, watching him breathe, trying to memorize every detail of his small face. The way his black hair stuck up at odd angles. The way his lips moved slightly in his sleep, as if he was dreaming of speaking. The way his scar pulsed faintly, a reminder of the power that slept within him. What do I do? She whispered. How do I protect you from things I can't even see? Harry stirred. His eyes opened. Green, human, beautiful. He looked at her with that too aware expression, and for a moment, Charlie could have sworn he understood. Then he smiled. It was a baby's smile, toothless, gummy, utterly innocent. But in it, Charlie saw something that gave her hope. He trusted her. Whatever was coming, whatever horrors lurked beneath the city, whatever ancient powers wanted to claim him, Harry trusted her to protect him. To keep him safe. To be there when he needed her. And she would. even if it killed her. The next morning, Charlie made a decision. She gathered the hotel's residents in the common room, all of them, even the ones who usually avoided meetings. Harry was in his usual place, secured in his sling against her chest, his eyes wide and curious. "I need to tell you something," she said. "Something I should have told you days ago." She pulled out the scroll. "I received this 3 nights ago. From the Ancient Ones, the things beneath the city that everyone whispers about but no one talks about openly." The room went silent. Vaggie stepped forward, her expression sharp. "Charlie, why didn't you tell us?" "Because I didn't know what to do. Because I was scared. Because," Charlie took a deep breath, "because I didn't want to believe it was real." She read the scroll aloud. When she finished, the silence was absolute. Finally, Husk spoke. "They want the kid. Of course they want the kid. They've probably wanted him since the moment he arrived." "What do we do?" Angel asked. His usual flippancy was gone, replaced by something harder, something that looked almost like determination. Charlie looked around the room. At Vaggie, her partner, her love, her strongest supporter. At Husk, who had seen centuries come and go and had chosen to stay. At Angel, who hid his depth beneath layers of humor and lust. At all the others, the residents who had made the Hazbin Hotel their home. "I don't know," she admitted. "But I know one thing, I'm not giving him to them. I'm not letting them take him. Whatever it takes, however hard it gets, I'm going to protect this child." "And if they come anyway?" someone asked. Charlie's eyes hardened. "Then they'll learn what happens when you threaten the princess of Hell's family." The days that followed were strange. The Hotel Conti knew its routine, meals and baths and exploration and sleep. Harry continued to grow and change and manifest small flashes of power. But beneath the surface, everyone was waiting, watching, preparing. Charlie increased the hotel's defenses. Vaggie trained the residents in basic combat. Husk reached out to his contacts in the city, gathering information about the Ancient Ones, their movements, their weaknesses. What they learned was not encouraging. The Ancient Ones were not demons. Not in any normal sense. They had existed before Hell, before the fall of Lucifer, before the creation of the living world. They were remnants of something older, primordial forces that had shaped reality itself. No one knew how many there were. No one knew exactly what they wanted. No one knew how to fight them. All anyone knew was that when the Ancient Ones moved, things died. And now they wanted Harry. 3 weeks after the scroll arrived, another messenger appeared. This one didn't knock, didn't announce itself. It simply materialized in Charlie's room at midnight, appearing from the shadows like a nightmare-given form. Charlie woke with a start, her hand reaching for the spear she kept beside her bed. But the messenger, if it could be called that, made no move to attack. It simply stood there, a shape of darkness and hunger, watching her with eyes that weren't eyes. "The time has come," it said. Its voice was not sound, it was thought, pressed directly into Charlie's mind. "Bring the child to the appointed place. Bring him alone. Bring him now, or what, or we will take him. And everyone in this building will cease to exist." Charlie's grip on her spear tightened. "You think I'm afraid of you. We think you are intelligent. We think you understand that resistance is futile. We think you love each child enough to do what is best for him. What's best for him is staying with me." "No." The shape moved closer, and Charlie felt its hunger like a physical weight. "What is best for him is coming with us. He carries something that belongs to us. Something that was stolen long ago. We mean to reclaim it." Charlie's blood ran cold. "What are you talking about?" But the shape was already fading, dissolving back into the shadows from which it had come. "You have 1 hour, princess. Use it wisely." It was gone. Charlie sat in the darkness, her heart pounding, her mind racing. Harry slept peacefully in his crib, unaware of the threat that had just visited, unaware of the choice that now faced the only mother he had ever known. 1 hour. 1 hour to decide. She didn't wake Vaggie, didn't gather the others, didn't ask for help. This was her choice to make, her burden to bear. The Ancient Ones had made that clear. Come alone, or everyone dies. Charlie dressed slowly, carefully. She put on her best clothes, not for the Ancient Ones, but for herself, for the dignity she would need to face whatever came. Then she went to Harry's crib. He was awake. His eyes were open, watching her with that familiar intensity. And in their depths, Charlie saw something she hadn't seen before. Fear. He knew. Somehow, impossibly, he knew what was happening. Knew that something was wrong. Knew that the woman who had raised him, protected him, loved him, was about to make a choice that would change everything. "Shish," Charlie whispered, lifting him from the crib. "It's okay. I'm here. I'm not going to let anything happen to you." Harry's small hand gripped her finger. Charlie held him close and walked to the door. Vaggie was waiting in the hallway. "I heard," she said simply. The whole hotel heard. That thing's voice, it was in everyone's mind. Quote. Charlie nodded. "Then you know what I have to do." "No." Vaggie stepped forward, blocking the path. "I know what you think you have to do. But you don't have to do it alone. We can fight. We can die." Charlie's voice was gentle but firm. "That thing wasn't bluffing, Vaggie. If I don't go, it will kill everyone in this building. Everyone. And I can't." Her voice cracked. "I can't let that happen. Not to you. Not to any of you. Then let me come with you. At least let me." "No." Charlie reached out and touched Vaggie's face. "If I don't come back," she swallowed hard. "If I don't come back, take care of them. Take care of everyone. Keep the hotel going. Keep believing in redemption." Vaggie's eye was bright with unshed tears. "Charlie, I love you. Whatever happens, remember that, I love you." She stepped around Vaggie and walked down the stairs. Behind her, she heard the hotel come alive, residents emerging from their rooms, voices calling her name, footsteps following. She didn't stop, didn't turn, didn't let herself look back. If she looked back, she would never leave. And she had to leave. For Harry, for all of them, for the impossible hope that maybe, just maybe, she could face the Ancient Ones and survive. The streets of Pentagram City were empty. Not unusual for midnight. Demons weren't exactly early risers, but there was something different about this emptiness. Something waited. Something waiting. Charlie walked toward the place where the fires burned deepest. She knew where it was, every demon did. The heart of hell, the core of Pentagram City. The place where the city's eternal flames had first ignited. No one went there. No one dared. Except tonight. Except her. Harry was quiet in her arms. His eyes were closed, but Charlie knew he wasn't sleeping. She could feel his awareness, his attention, his fear. He was watching through closed lids, preparing for whatever came. "I've got you," Charlie whispered. "No matter what, I've got you." The entrance to the depths appeared before her, a crack in the earth that bled light and heat and something else. Something ancient, something hungry. Charlie stepped inside. The descent was endless. Down and down and down, through tunnels that twisted in ways that made no sense, past chambers filled with things that Charlie refused to look at directly. The heat intensified with every step, until she was drenched in sweat, until her demon skin began to redden and crack. Harry's temperature rose to match it. He was glowing now, a soft red gold light that emanated from his entire body. His eyes were open, burning with the hellfire that had become part of him. And on his forehead, the scar pulsed with ancient power. "The child comes," a voice said from the darkness ahead. Not one voice, many. A chorus of hungers, speaking as one. "The stolen one returns." Charlie stopped. "He's not stolen. He's mine. Nothing is yours in hell, princess. Everything belongs to something. Everything serves something. Everything eventually feeds something." The darkness ahead of her shifted, took shape, became something that Charlie's mind struggled to comprehend, a mass of eyes and mouths and reaching hands. All connected, all moving, all focused on the child in her arms. "Give him to us." "No, you cannot stop us." "Maybe not, but I can try." Charlie's voice was steady, though her heart was racing. "I can fight. I can scream. I can make enough noise that the whole city hears. And when they come to investigate, when they see what's here, what's been hiding beneath them all this time, they will die, maybe, but you'll be exposed, seen, known. And in hell, being known means being vulnerable." The Ancient Ones were silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, the mass of eyes and mouths began to laugh. "Clever, princess. Clever and brave. You are more like your father than you know. I'll take that as a compliment. You should." Lucifer was the last being to stand before us and refused to bow. We respected him for it. We respected him enough to let him rule above while we waited below. And now we wait still. But not forever. The child, the eyes fixed on Harry, he child carries something that belongs to us. Something that was taken from us long ago. We will have it back. If not tonight, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then next year. If not next year, then in a century. Time means nothing to us. Charlie held Harry closer. "Then you can wait a little longer. Because he's not ready. He's just a baby. He doesn't even know what he carries. He knows more than you think. Harry's eyes opened fully. The hellfire in them blazed bright enough to illuminate the entire chamber, casting long shadows that danced across the Ancient One's forms. And for just a moment, Charlie felt something pass between her son and the creatures before her. A recognition, an understanding, a connection that went deeper than words. Then Harry closed his eyes, and the fire subsided, and he was just a baby again. The Ancient Ones stirred. Interesting, they murmured. Very interesting. He knows us. He remembers. Remembers what? But they didn't answer. Instead, the mass of eyes and mouths began to withdraw, sinking back into the darkness from which they had come. Take him, princess. Raise him. Teach him. But know this, when he is ready, he will come to us. Not because we force him. Because he chooses to. Because what he carries calls to what we are. Because in the end, the hellborn wizard belongs to hell. Charlie stood alone in the chamber, holding Harry, watching the darkness swallow the Ancient Ones. She had won. For now, the climb back to the surface was easier than the descent. Charlie moved quickly, urgently, desperate to put as much distance as possible between herself and the things beneath the city. Harry slept in her arms, peaceful now, the hellfire in his eyes reduced to embers. By the time she reached the surface, dawn was breaking, such as dawn broke in Pentagram City. The sky was lightening from black to red, and the streets were beginning to fill with demons going about their eternal business. Charlie walked through them without seeing them, without hearing them, without noticing anything except the weight of Harry in her arms and the beat of her own heart. The hotel appeared ahead of her. Vaggie was waiting at the door. She didn't speak, didn't ask questions. She simply opened her arms, and Charlie walked into them, and they stood together in the doorway, holding each other and the child who had changed everything. You came back, Vaggie whispered. I came back. The Ancient Ones. They let us go. For now. Charlie pulled back slightly, looking into Vaggie's eye. They said Harry carries something that belongs to them. Something that was taken long ago. And when he's ready, he'll choose to go to them. Vaggie's expression hardened. Then we make sure he's never ready. I don't think it works that way. They stood in silence for a long moment, watching Harry sleep. Finally, Vaggie spoke. What do we do now? Charlie looked down at her son. At his peaceful face. At the scar that pulsed with ancient power. At the child who had been given a new name in hell, the Hellborn Wizard. We do what we've always done, she said. We love him. We protect him. We teach him to choose his own path. She looked up at the red sky. And we hope that when the time comes, his choice is the right one. Inside the hotel, life continued. Residents gathered. Breakfast was prepared. The eternal work of redemption went on. And Harry Potter, the Hellborn Wizard, slept on. But in his dreams, he walked through tunnels of fire and shadow, and ancient voices whispered his name. And somewhere deep beneath Pentagram City, ancient eyes watched and waited. The Hellborn Wizard had a name now. And in hell, names had power. Chapter 8. First Signs of Power. 3 years had passed since Charlie Morningstar found a baby in an alley. 3 years of feedings and baths and sleepless nights. 3 years of watching Harry grow from an infant into a toddler, from a mystery into a miracle, from a foundling into a son. 3 years of waiting for the other shoe to drop. It hadn't. Not yet. The Ancient Ones had kept their distance, though Charlie sometimes felt them watching, a weight in the air, a chill in the warmth, a whisper at the edge of hearing. The overlords had lost interest, distracted by their own eternal games. The curious demons had found other curiosities. Life at the Hazbin Hotel had settled into something almost normal. Almost. Harry woke before dawn, as he always did. The room was dim, lit only by the faint glow of Pentagram City's eternal fires reflecting off the smoke-stained windows. Charlie slept in the bed across from his small cot. Her blonde hair spread across the pillow, her face peaceful in a way it never was when she was awake. Harry watched her for a long moment. He was 3 years old now, or at least, 3 years old by hell's calendar. Which was the only calendar that mattered. His body had grown the way human bodies grew, though perhaps a bit faster than the books said they should. His black hair still stuck up at odd angles, defying every attempt to tame it. His green eyes still held that too-aware expression that made even ancient demons uncomfortable. And on his forehead, the lightning-shaped scar, pulsed with a faint light that never fully faded. He slipped out of bed quietly, his small feet padding across the cold floor. He'd learned to be quiet years ago, learned that noise attracted attention, that attention attracted danger. That danger attracted the Ancient Ones who still whispered in his dreams. The door opened without a sound. Harry had learned to do that too. The hotel was quiet at this hour. Most residents slept late, recovering from the previous night's excesses or preparing for the next night's indulgences. But Harry had never needed much sleep, another thing that set him apart from normal human children. He walked through the corridors, his hand trailing along the wall, feeling the subtle vibrations of the building. The hotel was alive in its own way, he'd realized. Not conscious, not thinking, but aware. It knew its residents. It knew its enemies. It knew him. "You're up early," a voice said in his mind. Harry didn't startle. He'd grown used to the voice over the years, the ancient presence from the void. The one who had spoken to him in his dreams since before he could remember. It came to him less often now, but it was always there. Waiting, watching. "I couldn't sleep," he whispered. Not because he needed to speak aloud, the voice heard thoughts, but because speaking made him feel human. The dreams again, yes. What did you see? Harry paused at a window overlooking the city. Below, Pentagram City stretched out in all its chaotic glory, burning buildings and screaming souls and demons going about their eternal business. It was ugly and terrible, and somehow, to Harry, it was home. "I saw fire," he said, "lots of fire, and shadows that moved like they were alive, and something in the darkness, something that wanted me. The Ancient Ones, I know, they grow impatient, little spark. Their hunger increases with each passing year. Soon, they will act. I know, and when they do, you will need to be ready." Harry was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, "Will you help me? When the time comes?" Quote. The voice didn't answer immediately. When it did, there was something different in its tone, something that might have been affection. "I have helped you since before you were born, little spark. I will help you until the end of all things. But the choices must be yours. The power must be yours. The destiny must be yours. I don't want a destiny. I just want to be normal." A sound that might have been laughter echoed in his mind. "Nothing about you is normal, Harry Potter. Nothing has ever been normal. And nothing ever will be." The voice faded, leaving Harry alone with the window and the city and the weight of 3 years of impossible existence. By the time Charlie woke, Harry was back in his cot, pretending to sleep. It was a game they played, Harry pretending to be a normal child. Charlie pretending to believe it. Both of them knew the truth, but neither of them spoke it aloud. The pretense was a comfort, a small normalcy in a world that offered none. "Rise and shine, little star." Charlie's voice was warm with sleep. Breakfast time. Harry opened his eyes and smiled. It was a real smile, one of the few genuine things in his life. He loved Charlie, loved her with the simple, absolute love that only children can feel. She had found him in an alley and given him a home. She had protected him from things he couldn't name. She was his mother in every way that mattered. "Hungry," he announced. Charlie laughed. "You're always hungry. Come on, let's see what Husk has for us today." Breakfast in the Hazbin Hotel was chaos. Residents came and went at all hours. But mornings, such as mornings existed in hell, were when the largest group gathered. Husk presided over the bar, serving food that ranged from edible to questionable depending on his mood. Angel Dust lounged across multiple chairs, telling jokes that Harry wasn't supposed to understand and mostly didn't. Other residents filled the space with noise and movement and the peculiar energy of beings who had chosen to believe in redemption. Harry loved it. He sat in his usual spot, a small chair that Charlie had found somewhere and modified to fit him, and ate the food that Husk placed before him. It was simple fare, by hell's standards. Bread that didn't move, meat that didn't talk, vegetables that had never been human. Harry didn't care about the food. He cared about the people. "Look at the little dude go," Angel said, watching Harry eat with enthusiasm. "Where does he put it all?" "Growing boy," Husk grunted. "Growing something, anyway. Hey, Harry, you want to learn a new joke today?" Harry looked up, his eyes bright. "Yes." Angel grinned. "Okay, so there's this sinner, right? And he goes up to an overlord and says." "Angel." Charlie's voice was warning. "Remember what we talked about. Age-appropriate content. The joke is age-appropriate. The last joke you told him was about a succubus in A. It was educational." Harry tuned them out, focusing on his food. He'd learned that adult arguments were best ignored. They always resolved themselves eventually, and getting in the middle just made things worse. But as he ate, he felt something. A pressure in the air. A shift in the room's energy. A presence that hadn't been there a moment before. He looked up. A demon stood in the doorway. It was tall, taller than any demon Harry had seen, taller than Charlie, taller than Husk. Taller than almost anyone. Its skin was the color of old blood, and its eyes burned with a light that made Harry's scar pulse in recognition. Power. This demon had power. The kind of power that made overlords nervous and ancient ones interested. The room had gone silent. Everyone had seen it, everyone felt it. The casual morning chaos had frozen into something else, something that felt like prey-sensing predator. Princess Morningstar, the demon said. Its voice was deep and smooth, like stones rolling in an underground river. I apologize for the unannounced visit. I trust you'll forgive the intrusion. Charlie had moved without Harry noticing. She was between him and the demon now, her body a shield, her expression carefully neutral. Zestial. Her voice was steady. But Harry could hear the tension beneath it. This is unexpected, is it? The demon, Zestial, smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. I would have thought you'd been expecting visitors for some time now. The whole city has been talking about your foundling. His eyes shifted, looking past Charlie, finding Harry. Harry felt the weight of that gaze like a physical thing. It pressed against him, pushed into him, tried to see inside him. His scar flared with pain, not the usual faint pulse, but a sharp sting that made him gasp. Zestial. Charlie's voice was harder now. You're frightening my son. Am I? Zestial's smile widened. How interesting. Most children don't notice when they're being frightened. Most children don't have the awareness to be frightened at all. Harry isn't most children. No, he isn't. Zestial took a step forward. Charlie didn't move, but Harry saw her hand drift toward the weapon she kept hidden in her clothes. I've heard many things about this child, Princess. That he came from nowhere. That he carries power that shouldn't exist. That he's been claimed by forces even I don't fully understand. Then you've heard correctly. And I've also heard, Zestial took another step, that he's untrained, uncontrolled, a vessel of immense power with no idea how to use it. He's 3 years old. Age is irrelevant when power is involved. Zestial's eyes never left Harry. The ancient ones beneath the city have taken an interest in him. The overlords speak his name in their councils. Even the V's, who care about nothing but themselves, have placed bets on how long he'll survive. Charlie's hand closed around her weapon. What's your point? Zestial's smile finally reached his eyes. It made them burn brighter. My point, Princess, is that I've come to see for myself. To test. To determine whether the rumors are true or merely the fantasies of bored demons with nothing better to do. Test how? By seeing what he does when pressed. Before anyone could react, Zestial moved. He was fast, faster than anything Harry had ever seen. One moment he was across the room, the next, he was directly in front of Harry, his ancient hand reaching for the boy's face. Charlie screamed. Vaggie lunged. Husk threw himself forward, but they were too slow. Too far. Too human, even the demons among them. Zestial's fingers were inches from Harry's skin, inches. From the scar that pulsed with ancient light, inches from. Everything stopped. Not time. Something else. Something that made the air thick and the light dim and the very fabric of reality seemed to hold its breath. Harry's eyes weren't green anymore. They were burning. Hellfire blazed in his irises, red and gold and something else, something that looked like the void between worlds. The temperature in the room skyrocketed. Heat so intense that the walls began to smolder. And around Harry, surrounding him like a second skin, a shield of pure energy flickered into existence. It was green. The green of his magic. The green of his mother's eyes, the green of the killing curse that had marked him in a world he couldn't remember. But it was shot through with red, the red of hell, the red of the fires that burned eternal. The red of the power that had been growing inside him since the moment he fell. Zestial's hand hit the shield. He screamed, not in pain, in surprise, in recognition, in something that might have been fear. The shield didn't just block him. It pushed. It pressed against his power, against his essence, against the very core of his ancient being. And for the first time in millennia, Zestial felt something he had forgotten he could feel. Vulnerability. He withdrew his hand. The skin was blistered, smoking, damaged in ways that shouldn't have been possible. He stared at it, then at Harry. Then at the shield that still surrounded the boy. Well, he said quietly. That answers that. The shield flickered, dimmed, and then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished. Harry collapsed. Charlie caught him before he hit the floor. He was limp in her arms, his eyes closed, his breathing shallow. The hellfire had faded from his irises, leaving only the faint green glow of his scar. He looked small, fragile, like any other child who had overexerted himself. But Charlie knew better. She had felt the shield, had felt the power that had created it, and she knew, with the certainty of a mother's instinct, that what Harry had just done was impossible for a 3-year-old. Impossible for anyone. Get out, she said. Zestial looked at her. His expression was unreadable, but his damaged hand hung at his side. A testament to what had just occurred. Princess, I said get out. Her voice carried power, the power of her lineage, the power of Hell's royalty, the power of a mother protecting her child. Zestial felt it, heard it, understood it. He inclined his head, a gesture of respect that would have shocked anyone who knew him, and left. The door closed behind him. The room remained frozen. Charlie gathered Harry against her chest and carried him upstairs. He slept for 3 days. Charlie didn't leave his side. She sat by his cot, holding his hand, watching his chest rise and fall. Vaggie brought food that went uneaten. Husk brought reports that went unread. Angel brought jokes that went unheard. None of it mattered. Nothing mattered except Harry. On the 3rd day, his eyes opened. They were green, normal, human. Mom, Charlie burst into tears. She gathered him up, held him close, felt the beat of his heart against her chest. He was alive. He was awake. He was okay. What happened? He asked. His voice was small, confused. I don't remember. You protected us, Charlie whispered. You protected everyone. You made a shield, a powerful shield, and you stopped a very bad demon from hurting anyone. Quote, Harry's brow furrowed. I did. You did. Did I? Did I do something bad? Charlie pulled back, cupping his face in her hands. No, Harry, you didn't do anything bad. You did something amazing. Something that most demons couldn't do in 1,000 years. But I don't remember. That's okay. You were scared. Your body did what it needed to do to protect itself. That's natural. Harry considered this. Then, quietly, will it happen again? Charlie didn't know how to answer that. Because the truth was, she didn't know. Didn't know what Harry was capable of. Didn't know what triggers his power. Didn't know how to help him control it. But she knew one thing. I'll be here, she said. Whatever happens, whenever it happens, I'll be here. You're not alone, Harry. You never have to face anything alone. Harry smiled. That genuine, innocent smile that made everything worth it. I know, he said. That's why I'm not scared. Word of what happened SPR. EAD through Pentagram City like wildfire. Zestial, one of the oldest and most powerful demons in existence, had been repelled by a 3-year-old child. Repelled by a shield that had manifested from nowhere. Powered by magic that shouldn't exist. Fueled by something that even the Ancient Ones didn't fully understand. The Hellborn Wizard was no longer just a curiosity. He was a power to be reckoned with. Overlords who had dismissed him as a passing fad reconsidered. Demons who had placed bets on his survival cashed out early. The V's, who had been watching from a distance, began to pay closer attention. And beneath the city, the Ancient Ones stirred with something that might have been satisfaction. He grows, they whispered. He learns. He becomes. Soon he will be ready. In the Hazbin Hotel, life slowly returned to normal. Harry resumed his routine, meals and baths and exploration and sleep. But there was a difference now. A wariness in the other residents, a carefulness in how they approached him. A respect that hadn't been there before. He noticed. Of course he noticed. Harry noticed everything. Mom, he asked one evening, why do people look at me differently now? Charlie had been expecting this question. Dreading it, but she answered honestly, because honesty was all she had. Because they saw what you can do. And it scared them. Does it scare you? Charlie pulled him onto her lap. No, Harry, it doesn't scare me. It makes me proud, and it makes me want to help you learn to control it, so you don't have to be scared of it either. I'm not scared of it. You're not. Harry shook his head. It's part of me, like my hands are my eyes. Why would I be scared of part of me? Charlie had no answer for that. Because he was right. The power was part of him. Had always been part of him. Would always be part of him. And her job wasn't to make him fear it or suppress it or wish it away. Her job was to help him understand it. To help him use it. To help him become the person, the being, he was meant to be. Okay, she said, then we'll learn together. We'll figure out what you can do, and how to do it on purpose, and when to use it. Deal. Harry smiled. Deal. That night, Harry dreamed. He was in the tunnels again, the tunnels beneath Pentagram City, where the Ancient Ones waited. But this time, he wasn't afraid. You did well, the voice said. The ancient presence from the void. Watching from somewhere beyond the dream. You protected yourself. Protected your family. Used your power without even thinking. I don't remember doing it. That will change. With practice, with training, with growth. You will learn to control what you do. To call the power when you need it. To shape it as you wish. When? Soon. But not yet. First, you must rest. You must grow. You Saint become strong enough to handle what's coming. What's coming? The voice didn't answer directly. Instead, the dream shifted, showing Harry something new. A battlefield. Fire and shadow and screams. Demons fighting wizards. No. Not fighting, dying. Wizards in dark robes, wielding magic that made even hell's power seem small. And at the center of it all, a figure without a nose, without humanity, without anything except hunger. That, the voice said, is what's coming. He seeks you, Harry Potter. Even now, in a world you can't remember, he seeks you. And one day, he will find a way to reach you. Harry stared at the figure. Felt something stir in his blood, something that recognized this monster, this threat, this piece of a past he couldn't recall. Who is he? He is the reason you were abandoned. The reason you fell. The reason you are here. And when he comes, when he finally finds his way to hell, you will have to face him. Will I win? The voice was silent for a long moment. That depends on who you choose to become. The dream faded, leaving Harry alone in the darkness, holding onto the image of a monster who wanted him dead. He wasn't afraid. He was curious. Morning came, as mornings always did in hell. Harry woke in his cot, Charlie's hand resting on his blanket, her face peaceful in sleep. The nightmare, if it was a nightmare, had faded, leaving only fragments. A battlefield, a figure, a question, who do you choose to become? Harry didn't know the answer. But he had time. He was only 3 years old. And in hell, 3 years was barely a beginning. Outside the hotel, Pentagram City burned eternal. Inside, a boy with green eyes and a lightning-shaped scar sat up in his cot and watched the sunrise, such as it was, through smoke-stained windows. His scar pulsed once, faintly, almost gently, and somewhere deep beneath the city, ancient eyes opened and opened again. Waiting, always waiting. Chapter 9, The Crimson Aura. The changes began subtly. At first, only Harry noticed them. Small things. The way his shadow sometimes moved a moment after he did. The way flames in the hotel's fireplaces flickered toward him when he passed. The way the air around his body felt thicker, heavier, charged with something that made his skin tingle. He didn't tell Charlie, not because he was hiding it, Harry didn't know how to hide things from her. But because he wasn't sure it was real. Wasn't sure he wasn't imagining it. Wasn't sure that what he was feeling wasn't just growing up. He was 4 years old now. 4 years in hell. 4 years of feedings and baths and lessons and love. 4 years of watching his body change, his mind develop, his understanding of the world expand. But this was different. This was his magic changing. It happened first during one of Husk's lessons. Husk had taken it upon himself to teach Harry the basics of survival in hell. Not magic. Husk didn't know magic. But the things that mattered more. Reading demons, reading situations, ding the subtle cues that separated the living from the dead in Pentagram City. See that one? Husk pointed through the window at a demon shuffling past the hotel. What do you notice? Harry squinted. He's walking funny. Walking funny how? Like something's wrong with his leg. But he keeps looking behind him. Like he's scared of something following. Husk nodded approvingly. Good. He's injured and paranoid. That means he's prey. Not because he's weak. Injured demons can be the most dangerous, because they're desperate. But because he's broadcasting vulnerability. In hell, you never broadcast vulnerability. Harry absorbed this the way he absorbed everything, quietly, completely, filing it away for future use. He'd learned early that Husk's lessons weren't just theory. They were survival. And that one, Husk pointed at another demon. This one walked with confidence, head high, eyes scanning without fear. Not prey, Harry said. Why not? He's not scared. He's looking around, but he's looking for opportunities. Not threats. Exactly. Husk's yellow eyes held something like pride. You've got a good eye, kid. Most demons twice your age couldn't read a street that fast. Harry smiled. It felt good to be praised. Good to know he was learning, growing, becoming capable. Then his smile faded, because the demon Husk had pointed to, the confident one, had stopped walking. Was was looking directly at the window where Harry stood. Looking directly at him. Harry, Husk's voice sharpened. What's wrong? That demon. He's looking at me. Husk followed Harry's gaze. Which demon? I don't see. But Harry wasn't listening anymore. Because something was happening. Something inside him. A warmth that started in his chest and spread outward, down his arms, through his fingers, up his neck. Across his face. The demon outside smiled. It was not a friendly smile. And then, without warning, Harry's vision went red. He didn't lose consciousness. That would have been easier. Cleaner. Instead, he remained fully aware as the world around him transformed. Colors shifted, shapes blurred, and everywhere, he saw crimson light. It radiated from everything. From the walls, from the floor, from Husk's fur, from the window glass. A faint red glow that Harry had never noticed before, had never known existed. But the strongest glow came from himself. He looked down at his hands. They were coated in crimson, a deep, pulsing red that seemed to breathe with his heartbeat. It moved like liquid fire, flowing across his skin, never quite touching, never quite separate. What? He whispered. Husk's voice came from somewhere distant. Harry, can you hear me? Your eyes, there. But Harry couldn't focus on Husk's words. Because the crimson light was telling him things. Showing him things. Revealing the hidden currents of power that flowed through hell like blood through veins. The demon outside, Harry could see him clearly now, even through the crimson haze. Could see the aura of power around him, the layers of magic that made him what he was. Could see the weaknesses in that aura, the places where the crimson light flickered thin, the spots where a careful strike could. Harry, Charlie's voice, it cut through the crimson like a blade through smoke. Harry gasped, stumbled, felt the red light recede from his vision. The world snapped back to normal, colors normal, shapes normal. No glowing auras anywhere. Charlie was kneeling in front of him, her hands on his shoulders, her face pale with fear. Harry, talk to me. What happened? What did you see? Harry opened his mouth to answer. And then he saw her. Charlie was glowing, not the crimson of the demons outside. Something else, something softer, a warm golden light that radiated from her chest, from her hands, from her eyes. It was beautiful, it was terrifying, it was, Mom, he whispered, you're glowing. Charlie's expression shifted from fear to confusion to concern. Glowing, Harry, I'm not, but you are. He reached up, his small hand touching her cheek. Right here, there's light coming from you. Gold light, it's warm. Charlie caught his hand and held it against her face. Harry, listen to me. What you're seeing, is it like what you saw during Zestial's visit? When you made the shield? Harry shook his head slowly. Different. That was me. This is you, and the demons outside, and everything. He looked around the room, at the walls, at the furniture, at Husk standing frozen by the window. Everything has light, different colors, different feelings. Husk moved closer, his expression thoughtful. The kid seeing auras. Charlie looked up at him. Auras, demonic energy, magical signatures. Some demons develop the ability to see them after enough time in hell. He studied Harry with new respect. But never this young, never this strong. Is it dangerous, seeing auras? No, but what it means, Husk shook his head. It means his magic is adapting, integrating with hell on a deeper level. He's not just using hellfire anymore. He's becoming part of hell itself. Charlie's arms tightened around Harry. Becoming part of hell how? Husk met her eyes. The ancient ones beneath the city, they're not just in hell, princess. They are hell. The oldest parts of this place, the foundations it was built on, they're made of those beings. If Harry's magic is truly integrating with hell's essence, then what? Then eventually, he won't just be in hell. Hell will be in him. The words hung in the air long after Husk spoke them. Charlie didn't let go of Harry for the rest of the day. She carried him through the hotel, held him during meals, kept him close during every activity. The other residents noticed. They didn't comment, but their eyes followed mother and son with a new wariness. Harry didn't mind. He liked being held, liked the warmth of Charlie's body, the steady beat of her heart, the golden glow that only he could see. It made him feel safe, made him feel loved, made him feel like maybe, just maybe, the changes happening inside him weren't something to fear. But the visions didn't stop. Every few hours, without warning, the crimson light would flood his vision. He'd see the auras of everyone around him, the deep red of demons, the flickering orange of sinners, the occasional flash of something else. He'd see the flows of power through the hotel, through the city, through the very ground beneath his feet. And each time, it took longer for the visions to fade. By evening, Harry was exhausted. Charlie laid him in his cot, covering him with the blanket she'd made from old curtains. Her golden aura pulsed gently as she moved, a soothing rhythm that helped Harry stay calm. "Try to sleep," she whispered. "Your body needs rest. It's working hard, figuring out all these new things." Harry's eyes were heavy. "Will you stay? Always?" She sat beside his cot, one hand resting on the edge, close enough that he could see her aura even with his eyes half closed. "Mom." "Yes, Harry, what does it mean?" "That hell will be in me." Charlie was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was careful, measured. "I don't know exactly, but I think it means that you're becoming something new. Something that's never existed before. And that's scary, but it's also amazing." "Amazing how?" "Because you get to choose what you become. The power, the connection to hell, it's just a tool. A resource. What matters is how you use it. What you do with it. Who you decide to be." Harry thought about this. "Like my magic. Exactly like your magic. It's part of you, but it doesn't define you. You define it." Harry smiled sleepily. "You always know what to say." Charlie's aura flickered with something that might have been emotion. "That's what moms do, little star. We figure it out as we go." He dreamed that night, not of tunnels or ancient ones or battles. He dreamed of a forest, green and alive and filled with light. Sunlight, not hellfire. Warmth that came from the sky, not the ground. In the dream, he was walking. His legs were longer than they should have been. His body older. He was maybe 10, maybe 12, moving through the trees with the confidence of someone who belonged there. Ahead of him, a figure waited. It was a woman, red hair, green eyes, the same green as his own. She was smiling, but her smile was sad, and her eyes held tears that didn't fall. "Harry," she said. Her voice was music. "My beautiful boy, you've grown so much." He wanted to run to her, wanted to throw his arms around her and never let go. But his feet wouldn't move. His body wouldn't respond. "I can't stay long," she said. "I shouldn't be here at all. But I had to see you. Had to know you were okay." "Who are you?" The question hurt to ask. Hurt in ways he didn't understand. Because some part of him already knew the answer, even as another part refused to accept it. "I'm your mother." Her smile trembled. "Your first mother. The one who held you before Charlie. The one who loved you first. I don't remember you." "I know. You were so small when they took you. Too small to remember." She took a step closer, and Why felt the forest around them shift, the trees leaning in, the light dimming, as if reality itself was struggling to contain this moment. "But I remember you, Harry. Every day, every moment. I remember the weight of you in my arms. The sound of your laugh. The way your eyes would find mine and hold on like I was the only thing in the world." "Then why did you let them take me?" The question came out harder than he intended. The woman, his mother, flinched as if struck. "I didn't let them. I fought. Your father fought, but they were too strong. Too prepared. They took you through something, a portal. A wound in reality, and by the time we could reach you, you were gone." Harry felt tears on his cheeks. In the dream, he could feel them, warm and wet and real. "I'm in hell," he said. "Charlie found me. She raised me. She's my mom now." The woman nodded. "I know, and I'm grateful to her, Harry. More grateful than I can say. She gave you a home when you had none. She protected you when no one else could. She loves you the way a mother should. She does. But I need you to know." The woman stepped closer still, close enough that Harry could see the details of her face. The freckles across her nose. The lines around her eyes. The love that radiated from her like Charlie's golden aura. "I never stopped loving you. I never stopped searching. And if there's ever a way to bring you home, to the real home, the world you were born in, I'll find it. I'll never stop trying." Harry wanted to tell her that hell was home now. That Charlie was his mother. That he didn't need to be saved. But before he could speak, the dream began to shatter. The forest cracked like glass. The light fractured into a million pieces. And his mother, his first mother, reached for him with hands that passed through his like smoke. "I love you, Harry. I always have. I always will." She was gone. Harry woke screaming. Charlie was there instantly, her arms around him, her voice soft and soothing. But for the first time, her presence didn't calm him, didn't make him feel safe. Because he could still see her. His first mother. Her face, her voice, the love in her eyes. And he didn't know what to do with any of it. Harry, talk to me. What happened? What did you see? He opened his mouth to answer, but the words wouldn't come. How could he explain? How could he tell Charlie that he'd met his real mother? That she loved him? That she wanted to take him away? He couldn't. So instead, he buried his face in Charlie's chest and cried. The next morning, Harry told her everything. It took hours. The words came slowly, haltingly, interrupted by tears and confusion and the overwhelming weight of what he'd experienced. But Charlie listened, held him, let him speak. When he finally finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Her name was Lily, Charlie said softly. At least, that's what the whisper said. When you first arrived, before we named you Harry, there were rumors. Whispers about a human child with a scar and a mother who'd fought to keep him. Harry looked up at her. You knew. I knew there was a story. I didn't know the details. I still don't. She cupped his face in her hands. But I know this, Harry, whoever she was, whatever she meant to you, she's not here. I am, and I'm not going anywhere. But she said she wants to take me back to the world I came from. If she can, if she finds a way. Charlie's voice was steady, but Harry could see the fear in her golden aura. But that's a big if, Harry. The living world and hell don't connect easily. It took powerful magic and ancient beings to bring you here. Getting you back would be even harder. What if she does it? What if she finds a way? Charlie was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was gentle. Then you'll have a choice to make. A hard choice. And whatever you decide, I'll support you. Because that's what love is, Harry. Not holding on, letting go when it's right. Harry thought about this. About the mother he'd never known. About the mother who held him now. About the choice that might one day be his to make. I don't want to leave you, he whispered. Charlie pulled him close. Then don't. Stay as long as you want. Forever, if that's what you choose. But what if she needs me? Then we'll figure it out together. That's what family does. The crimson aura returned that afternoon. But this time, Harry was ready. When the red light flooded his vision, he didn't panic. Didn't try to fight it. He simply observed, watched the auras around him, noticed the flows of power, felt the connection between himself and hell growing stronger, deeper, more permanent. Charlie was there, her golden light steady and warm. Vaggie too, her aura sharp and protective. Husk, with his deep red that flickered with something softer underneath. Angel, all bright colors and chaotic patterns. And beyond them, outside the hotel, the city burned with power. Thousands of auras, millions of flows, an endless be of energy that connected everything in Pentagram City. Harry was part of that web now. He could feel it, the way his own aura pulsed in rhythm with hell's heartbeat. The way his magic reached out and touched the power around him. Drawing on it, feeding from it, becoming one with it. This is what Husk meant, he whispered. Hell is in me. Charlie's hand found his. Are you okay? Harry considered the question. Was he okay? His entire existence had just shifted. His connection to the world around him had fundamentally changed. He had seen his first mother in a dream and learned that she was searching for him. And yet, yeah, he said, I'm okay. Because he was. Because no matter what changed, no matter what powers manifested, no matter what choices lay ahead, one thing remained constant. Charlie was here. His mom was here. And as long as that was true, Harry could face anything. That night, as he drifted off to sleep, Harry felt the crimson aura settle around him like a second skin. It no longer felt foreign. No longer felt frightening. It felt like home. In his dreams, the Ancient Ones whispered. He grows. He learns. He becomes. Soon he will be ready to understand. And in the space between worlds, a woman with red hair and green eyes continued her search, reaching across dimensions for the son she had lost. Two mothers, two worlds, one boy who belonged to both. The Hellborn Wizard was waking up. Chapter 10. Lessons from Monsters. Harry was 5 years old when Charlie decided it was time for his first real lesson. Not in magic, that would come later, when he was older and more in control. Not in survival, Husk had been teaching him that since he could walk. Not in anything practical or tactical or strategic. Something else. Something that made the other residents of the Hazbin Hotel raise their eyebrows and exchange glances that Harry had learned to read as skepticism. Compassion, Charlie announced one morning. Today, Harry, we're going to learn about compassion. Harry looked up from his breakfast. What's compassion? It's the ability to understand suffering. To feel for others. To want to help, even when there's nothing in it for you. He considered this. Why do I need to learn that? We're in hell. No one here helps anyone. Charlie's smile was gentle but sad. That's exactly why you need to learn it. Because hell is a place where compassion is rare. Where most demons have forgotten it exists. And if you're going to be different, if you're going to be better, you need to understand what they've lost. Harry wasn't sure he understood. But he trusted Charlie, so he nodded, finished his breakfast, and followed her out of the hotel. The streets of Pentagram City were, as always, chaos. Demons of every shape and size moved through the crowds, their purposes unknowable. Their expressions ranging from bored to predatory. The air smelled of sulfur and smoke and something else, something that Harry had learned to identify as desperation. Charlie held his hand firmly as they walked. She taught him never to let go in crowds, never to wander, never to trust anyone who approached without warning. He followed these rules automatically now, as natural as breathing. Where are we going? He asked. To see someone who needs help. Harry looked up at her. Are we going to help them? That's the idea, but you said demons don't help each other. Charlie's grip on his hand tightened slightly. I said most demons don't. But we're not most demons, are we? They stopped outside a small building on the edge of the cannibal colony. It wasn't much to look at, just a single story of cracked stone and broken windows, with a door that hung crooked on its hinges. But Harry could see auras now, and the aura coming from this building was unlike anything he'd encountered. It was gray, not the red of demons or the gold of Charlie or the chaotic colors of sinners. Gray, the color of nothing, the color of someone who had given up. What is this place? He whispered. A home, for someone who's lost everything. Charlie pushed open the door. Inside, the building was dark. Harry's eyes adjusted quickly. They'd learned to adjust to darkness years ago. In the depths of the hotel's shadowed corridors. But what he saw when they adjusted made him wish they hadn't. A demon lay on a pile of rags in the corner. It was small, smaller than most, smaller than Harry. Smaller than anything he'd seen in hell. Its skin was pale and cracked, and its eyes, when they opened, were the same gray as the aura Harry had seen outside. Go away, it whispered. Its voice was dust. Nothing here for you. Charlie knelt beside it, motioning for Harry to do the same. My name is Charlie, she said softly. This is Harry. We're from the Hazbin Hotel. We heard you needed help. The demon's eyes flickered with something, surprise, maybe, or confusion. Help. No one helps anyone in hell. I know. That's why we're different. Harry studied the demon as Charlie spoke. Its aura was fascinating, not just gray, but empty. Like someone had taken all the color and life and hope and simply removed them. He'd never seen anything like it. What happened to you? He asked. The demon's eyes found him. For a long moment, it just stared. Then, slowly, it spoke. I lost someone important, and when they were gone, I stopped being. Harry thought about this, about what it would feel like to lose Charlie. To wake up one morning and find her gone, taken by the Ancient Ones or the Overlords or something worse. I think I understand, he said quietly. The demon's eyes widened. You're just a child. How could you possibly understand? Harry didn't answer. Instead, he reached out and touched the demon's hand. The moment his fingers made contact, he felt it. The emptiness, the loss, the vast, yawning void where love used to live. It washed through him like cold water, making him gasp, making him shiver, making him see a face, another demon, similar to this one, laughing, loving, alive, and then, gone, taken by an overlord for some unpaid debt, some forgotten sin, some arbitrary cruelty that made no sense and had no purpose. Harry pulled his hand back, breathing hard. What did you see? The demon whispered. Her, Harry said. The one you lost. She was beautiful. And she loved you. And now she's gone. The demon's gray eyes filled with tears. Not red tears, not demonic tears, real tears, human tears, the kind that Harry had only seen on Charlie's face in moments of deep emotion. How did you do that? It asked. I don't know. I just touched you, and I saw. Charlie's hand found his shoulder. Harry, are you okay? He nodded slowly. I think so. I felt what they felt. The loss, the emptiness. It was like, he trailed off, searching for words. It was like being hollow inside. Charlie pulled him close, holding him against her side. That's empathy, Harry. That's what compassion feels like. Feeling what others feel. Understanding their pain. Is it supposed to hurt? Sometimes. The most important things often do. They stayed with the demon for hours. Charlie talked to it, really talked, the way she talked to everyone. With genuine interest and care. She asked about its life, its loss, its hopes before everything fell apart. She listened more than she spoke, and when she did speak, her words were gentle. Harry watched. He watched the way the demon's posture changed as Charlie spoke, the way its shoulders relaxed slightly, the way its eyes lost some of their gray emptiness. He watched the way Charlie's golden aura pulsed with warmth, reaching out to touch the demon's grayness without forcing, without demanding. And he watched the way the demon's aura began to change. Not dramatically, not all at once, but slowly, gradually, the gray began to lighten, to show hints of other colors, to remember what it felt like to be alive. "You're helping it," Harry said quietly. "Just by talking." Charlie smiled. "Sometimes that's all people need. Someone to listen, someone to care, someone to remind them they're not alone. But you didn't do anything. You didn't give it anything. I gave it my time, my attention, my presence." She touched his cheek gently. "Those are the most valuable gifts, Harry. More valuable than power or wealth or anything else hell has to offer." Harry thought about this, about the way the demon's aura had responded to Charlie's presence, about the way his own aura had pulsed when he touched the demon's hand, about the connection between beings that went deeper than words or actions. "Can I learn to do that?" he asked. "To help people just by being there?" Charlie's smile widened. "You already are, Harry. Just by being you." They visited the demon, whose name, they learned, was Morla, every day for the next 2 weeks. Each visit, Harry saw changes. Small at first, then larger. Morla began to eat again. Began to talk about things other than loss. Began to laugh at Angel's jokes when he accompanied them on one visit, his presence somehow exactly what Morla needed. By the end of the second week, Morla's aura had transformed. Not completely, the gray was still there, a reminder of what had been lost. But now it was shot through with other colors. Warmth, hope, the beginnings of something that might, eventually, become happiness. "I don't know how to thank you," Morla said as they prepared to leave on their final visit. "You saved my life. Both of you." Charlie shook her head. "You saved yourself. We just reminded you that you could." Morla's eyes found Harry. "And you, the child who saw my loss and didn't look away. How did you know what to do?" Harry considered the question carefully. "I didn't know. I just felt what you felt. And I didn't want you to feel it alone." Morla reached out and touched his cheek. Her fingers were warm now, not cold. Alive, not empty. "You're special, Harry. More special than you know. Don't let hell change that." Harry smiled. "I won't. Mom won't let me." Quote. On the walk back to the hotel, Harry was quiet. Charlie noticed, but didn't push. She'd learned that Harry processed things in his own time, in his own way. Pushing just made him retreat further. Finally, as they reached the hotel's door, he spoke. "Mom, is that what you want to do with everyone? Help them like that?" Charlie paused, her hand on the door handle. "Yes, Harry, that's exactly what I want. To help people remember that they can change. That they can be better. That they're not just the worst things they've done. But most demons don't want help. I know. And most demons would hurt you if you tried. I know that too. Then why do you keep trying?" Charlie turned to face him, kneeling so they were at eye level. "Because the ones who do want help, the ones like Morla, who just need someone to remind them they're not alone, they're worth it. Every demon I help, every soul I reach, every life I touch, that's proof that redemption is possible. That hell doesn't have to be just suffering and chaos and eternal punishment." Harry thought about Morla's transformed aura. About the way her eyes had lit up when they arrived each day. Oot the gratitude in her voice when she thanked them. "I think I understand," he said slowly. It's like planting seeds. Most of them won't grow. But the ones that do, make everything worth it," Charlie finished. Exactly. That night, Harry dreamed of gardens. Not hell's gardens, there were none. Gardens from the living world, the kind he'd seen in pictures and heard described in stories. Green and growing and full of life. In the garden, a woman waited. His first mother, Lily. "You're learning," she said. Her voice was proud. "Learning to care, learning to help, learning to be the kind of person, the kind of being, that makes the world better." Harry walked toward her through flowers that shouldn't exist. "Charlie's teaching me about compassion, about helping people. I know, I've been watching." Her smile was sad but warm. "She's a good mother, Harry. Better than I could have been, in this place. You would have been good too. Maybe. We'll never know. She reached out, and this time, when her hand touched his cheek, it was solid. Warm. Real. But I'm glad you have her. Glad you're learning these lessons. Because the power you carry, the magic in your blood, the hellfire in your soul, it will need balance. Compassion is that balance. Harry leaned into her touch. Will I see you again? Whenever you dream, I'll be here. Watching. Waiting. Loving you from afar. Her eyes glistened. And if there's ever a way, a real way, for us to be together, I'll find it. I promise. The garden began to fade. I love you, Harry. Never forget that. She was gone. Harry woke to Charlie's hand on his shoulder. Another dream? She asked softly. He nodded, wiping his eyes. She was there again. My first mother. She said she's proud of me. Of what I'm learning. Charlie pulled him into a hug. She should be. You're doing amazing, Harry. Every day, you're growing into someone incredible. Mom, yes. Did your father teach you about compassion? Before you started the hotel? Charlie was quiet for a moment. No, Harry, he didn't. My father, he's complicated. He loves me, I know that. But he doesn't understand what I'm trying to do. Doesn't understand why anyone would want to help sinners. Then how did you learn? Charlie's arms tightened around him. I learned by watching, by seeing the suffering around me and realizing that it didn't have to be that way. Why understanding that even demons, especially demons, need someone to believe in them. That's why you started the hotel. That's why I started the hotel. Because I believe that no one is beyond redemption. That everyone deserves a chance to be better. Harry pulled back to look at her face. Even me. Charlie laughed. A real laugh, warm and bright. Especially you, little star. But you don't need redemption. You haven't done anything wrong. I'm in hell. Doesn't that mean I'm bad? Absolutely not. Charlie's expression grew serious. You're in hell because something terrible happened to you. Because people who should have protected you failed. That's not your fault, Harry. None of it is your fault. Harry thought about this. About the ancient ones who wanted him. About the power growing inside him. About the destiny that everyone seemed to see but no one could name. What if I become bad? What if the power changes me? Charlie cupped his face in her hands. Then I'll be here to remind you who you are. To help you find your way back. To love you no matter what. Promise. Promise. The next morning, Charlie took Harry to meet someone new. Another demon in need. Another soul on the edge of giving up. Another chance to practice compassion. Harry approached cautiously, the way Husk had taught him. But when he saw the demon's aura, gray and empty, just like Morla's had been, he felt something shift inside him. Not pity. Something deeper. Connection. He sat beside the demon without being asked. Without being prompted. Without waiting for Charlie to guide him. I'm Harry, he said. What's your name? The demon stared at him with hollow eyes. Why do you care? Harry considered the question. Why did he care? This demon was a stranger. A sinner. Someone who had probably done terrible things to end up here. But Charlie had taught him that didn't matter. That everyone deserved a chance. That compassion wasn't about deserving, it was about giving. Because no one should be alone, he said finally. Because being alone is worse than anything. The demon's eyes flickered, just slightly, just enough. And Harry, watching its aura, saw the first hint of color appear in the gray. That evening, Charlie gathered the hotel's residents in the common room. I want to tell you all something, she said. About Harry. The room quieted. Harry, sitting in his usual spot, felt his cheeks warm. He's been learning about compassion. About helping others. And today, I watched him approach a complete stranger, a demon who had given up on everything, and offer nothing but his presence. His attention, his care. She looked at Harry with eyes that shone. And that demon's aura changed. Just a little, just enough. Because my son, my 5-year-old son, reminded it that it wasn't alone. The room was silent. Then, slowly, Husk began to clap. Others joined. Vaggie, her eye bright. Angel, grinning wider than Harry had ever seen. Residents who barely spoke to each other, let alone showed emotion. They were clapping for him. Harry didn't understand. He hadn't done anything special. Hadn't used magic or power or any of the things that made him different. He'd just been there. But as he looked around the room, at the demons who had become his family, he began to understand. This was what Charlie had been trying to teach him. Not how to use power. Not how to survive. Not how to fight. How to care. How to connect. How to be human. or demon, or whatever he was, in a world that had forgotten how. And in that moment, Harry Potter, the hellborn wizard, the child of two worlds, the boy with burning eyes, made a choice. He would learn these lessons. He would become someone who helped. He would be the proof that compassion could exist even in hell. Because Charlie believed in him. And that was enough. Chapter 11. Hellfire Awakening. The dreams came every night now. Not the gentle dreams of his first mother, not the whispered guidance of the ancient presence, not the shadowed tunnels of the ancient ones. Something else. Something that felt like memories that weren't his, power that didn't belong to him, fire that burned from the inside out. Harry woke each morning drenched in sweat, his small body trembling. His scar pulsing with light that took hours to fade. Charlie noticed. Of course she noticed. She noticed everything about him, the dark circles under his eyes, the way he flinched at sudden movements. The heat that radiated from his skin even when the hotel was cold. "Harry," she said one morning, sitting on the edge of his cot, "talk to me. What's happening in your dreams?" He wanted to tell her. Wanted to describe the fire that consumed him night after night, the power that surged through his veins, the feeling of becoming something, someone, he didn't recognize. But the words wouldn't come. Because how do you explain that you're terrified of yourself? The dreams had started 3 weeks ago. At first, they were simple. Fire. Lots of fire, surrounding him, consuming him, burning through every part of his body until nothing remained but ash. Then the fire began to change. It turned colors, green and red and gold, swirling together like paint in water. It took shapes, faces, figures, forms that Harry almost recognized but couldn't quite name. It spoke to him, not in words, but in feelings. In urges, in the overwhelming desire to let go, to stop holding back, to become what the fire wanted him to become. Harry fought it every night, clung to himself, to his identity, to the boy Charlie had raised. But each night, the fight got harder. Each night, the fire got stronger. And each morning, he woke with less of himself left. His aura is changing, Husk observed one afternoon, watching Harry play in the corner of the common room. Getting darker, more intense. Charlie's grip on her coffee cup tightened. Is that bad? It's different. Husk's yellow eyes were troubled. The kid's been integrating hell's energy since he arrived. That's normal, for him, anyway. But this feels like something else. Like the integration is accelerating. Because of the dreams, probably. The subconscious is powerful, especially for beings with magic. If he's dreaming of fire, of power, of transformation, Husk shook his head. His body might be responding, trying to make the dreams real. Charlie set down her cup. How do we stop it? I don't know that we can. This might be natural, inevitable, part of whatever he's becoming. Then we help him through it. We support him. We make sure he knows he's not alone. Husk nodded slowly. That's all we can do, princess. That's all anyone can do. That night, the fire was worse. Harry stood in the center of a burning world. Flames rose around him in walls of red and gold, their heat intense but somehow not painful. Above him, the sky churned with green light, the color of his magic, the color of his mother's eyes, the color of something ancient and terrible. And in the flames, faces. Charlie's face, twisted in fear. Vaggie's face, screaming his name. Husk's face, reaching for him with hands that turned to ash before they could touch. No, Harry whispered. No, this isn't real. This isn't happening. It could be, a voice whispered. Not the ancient presence, something else. Something that lived in the fire itself. The power inside you could destroy them all. If you let it, if you lose control, if you become what you're meant to be. I won't. I'll never hurt them. You can't stop it. The fire is part of you. Growing, changing. Soon it will be too strong to contain. Then I'll get stronger. I'll learn to control it. Control. The voice laughed, a sound like crackling timber. You can't control the fire, little spark. You can only become it. Or be consumed by it. The flames surged forward. Harry screamed. Charlie reached him before he fully woke. She was there, as always, her arms around him, her voice soft and steady. But this time, something was different. This time, when she touched him, she felt it. The heat. It radiated from his skin like a furnace, so intense that her demon flesh began to redden. His eyes were open, but they weren't green, they were burning, red and gold and something else. Something that looked like pure white fire. Harry, she said, fighting to keep her voice calm. Harry, can you hear me? He looked at her. For one terrible moment, she didn't recognize him. The thing looking out of Harry's eyes wasn't her son. Wasn't a child. Wasn't anything human or demon or familiar. It was power. Pure, ancient, terrifying power that had no name and no mercy. Then, slowly, the fire faded. Harry blinked. His eyes were green again. Human again. Mom. His voice was small. Scared. Mom, what's happening to me? Charlie held him tighter, ignoring the residual heat that still radiated from his skin. I don't know, baby. But I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. The next morning, Charlie made a decision. She gathered the hotel's residents, all of them, even the ones who usually avoided meetings. Harry sat beside her, his hand in hers, his eyes fixed on the floor. Something's happening to Harry, she said. His dreams, his power, his connection to hell, it's all accelerating. Last night, I saw something in his eyes that wasn't him. Something ancient, something powerful. The room was silent. I need your help, all of you. Harry needs to learn to control what's inside him before it controls him. And I can't teach him alone. Husk stepped forward. What do you need from us? Everything. Your knowledge, your experience, your power. Whatever you have to offer. Harry needs to understand what he's becoming, and the only way to do that is to learn from everyone who's been through something similar. Angel Dust raised a hand. Not to be the voice of reason here, but none of us have been through anything similar. The kid's one of a kind. Then we learn together. We figure it out together. That's what family does. The lessons began that afternoon. Husk taught Harry about control, how to recognize when his emotions were spiraling, how to ground himself, how to find the calm center that existed even in chaos. They practiced breathing exercises, meditation techniques, the kind of mental discipline that Husk had developed over centuries of existence. Vaggie taught Harry about fear, how to face it, how to use it, how to prevent it from overwhelming his judgment. They sparred in the hotel's training room, Vaggie pushing Harry to his limits, teaching him to think clearly even under pressure. Angel Dust taught Harry about laughter, how humor could diffuse tension. How joy could counter darkness, how even in hell, there were reasons to smile. They told jokes, made faces, found moments of lightness in the endless weight of existence. Even the other residents contributed. Demons who had been in hell for centuries shared their stories, their struggles, their strategies for surviving when everything felt impossible. Sinners who had lost everything and found something new offered their perspectives on transformation and change. And through it all, Charlie was there. Watching, supporting, loving. We're going to get through this, she told Harry every night. As she tucked him into his cot. Whatever's happening inside you, we're going to face it together. You're not alone, Harry. You never have to be alone. 2 weeks into the lessons, the fire returned. Harry was in the training room with Vaggie, practicing the defensive maneuvers she'd been teaching him. His body moved automatically now, responding to threats without conscious thought. His mind was elsewhere, on the dreams, on the fire, on the voice that whispered in the flames. He missed a block. Vaggie's practice blade caught him on the shoulder, not hard, not painful, but enough to break his concentration. He stumbled, fell, and felt something inside him snap. The fire erupted. It poured from his skin in waves, red and gold and green, all three together, a maelstrom of power that blasted across the training room. Vaggie was thrown against the wall, her spear clattering to the ground. The training dummies burst into flames. The very air seemed to ignite. And Harry rose. He floated above the ground, his body wrapped in fire, his eyes burning with ancient light. His scar pulsed like a second heartbeat, and from it, power flowed, power that felt older than hell, older than the ancient ones. Older than anything that existed. Harry. Vaggie's voice was distant, muffled by the roar of flames. Harry, can you hear me? He could hear her, but he couldn't respond, because the fire was speaking. Let go, it whispered. Stop fighting. Become what you were meant to be. No. The word came from somewhere deep inside him. From the part that was still Harry. Still Charlie's son. Still a boy who loved his family. I won't. You can't stop it. The transformation is inevitable. The power is yours. Claim it. No. He screamed the word, not with his voice, but with everything he was. With his love for Charlie. With his trust in Vaggie. With his gratitude for Husk and Angel and all the others who had become his family. The fire hesitated, and in that moment of hesitation, Harry found something he hadn't known existed. A core within himself, a center that the fire couldn't reach. A part of him that was purely, completely, unchangeably him. He grabbed onto it and held on. The fire screamed in frustration. It thrashed and surged, trying to break his grip, trying to consume him entirely. But Harry held on with everything he had. Held on because letting go meant losing himself. And losing himself meant losing Charlie, and losing Charlie was the one thing he couldn't bear. Slowly, the fire began to recede. Not disappear, it was still there, still part of him, still burning. But it was no longer in control. No longer consuming him, no longer trying to become him. Harry opened his eyes. The training room was destroyed. Walls blackened, floor cracked, equipment reduced to ash. Vaggie lay against the far wall, her eye wide with shock but her body intact. And Harry looked at his hands. They were wrapped in flames. Not the uncontrolled inferno of moments ago, but something else. Something that danced across his skin without burning, without hurting, without consuming. Something that felt almost natural. What? He whispered. The door burst open. Charlie stood in the doorway, her face pale with terror. Behind her, Husk and Angel and a dozen other residents crowded, their expressions ranging from fear to awe. Harry. Charlie's voice was barely a whisper. Harry, are you? I'm okay. The word surprised him, because he was okay. More than okay. He felt whole, complete, like some part of him that had been missing had finally clicked into place. He looked at his hands again, at the flames that danced across his skin. I can control it, he said slowly. I don't know how, but I can. It's still there, it's always going to be there, but I'm in charge now. Not the fire, me. Quote. Charlie moved toward him carefully, stepping over debris, avoiding still smoldering patches of floor. When she reached him, she knelt and looked into his eyes. They were green, human, hers. I saw something, Harry said quietly. When the fire was trying to take over. A part of me that it couldn't reach. A part that's just me. I held onto it, and the fire stopped. Charlie's eyes filled with tears. That's your soul, Harry. The part of you that nothing can touch. Not the fire, not the ancient ones, not any power in any world. My soul, the thing that makes you you. The thing that loves and hopes and dreams. The thing that connects you to everyone who loves you. She touched his cheek gently. You found it. You held onto it. That's more than most beings ever manage. Harry leaned into her touch. The flames on his hands flickered, then slowly died, leaving only the faint warmth of normal skin. I'm sorry, he whispered. I destroyed the training room. Charlie laughed. A wet, relieved laugh. We can rebuild a training room. We can't rebuild you. That night, the hotel gathered to celebrate. Not because Harry had nearly destroyed everything, that wasn't worth celebrating. But because he had found himself. Because he had faced the fire inside him and won. Because he had proven that even in hell, even with power that could consume worlds, the most important thing was still who you chose to be. Husk made a toast. Angel told jokes. Vaggie sat close to Harry, her arm around his shoulders, her presence a silent promise of protection. And Charlie watched it all with tears in her eyes. Her son had awakened. Not just the fire, the person beneath it. The soul that nothing could touch. The boy who had held onto himself when everything tried to tear him apart. He was going to be okay. They all were. In his dreams that night, Harry walked through a landscape of fire and shadow. But this time, the fire didn't try to consume him. It parted around him like water around a stone, acknowledging his presence, accepting his control. In the center of the flames, a figure waited. It was the ancient presence, the one who had spoken to him in the void. Who had guided him since his arrival in hell. But now, for the first time, it had a form. A woman, tall and beautiful, with eyes that held the light of dying stars and hair that flowed like liquid shadow. She smiled when she saw him. You did well, little spark. You helped me. When the fire was trying to take over, that was you, wasn't it? Showing me my soul. I showed you nothing. I merely reminded you of what you already had. The rest was you. All you. Harry studied her. Who are you, really? The woman's smile widened. I have many names. In the world you came from, I am called Death. In this world, I am called the End. But to you, Harry Potter, I am simply a friend. Death. Harry's eyes widened. I am what waits at the end of all things. I am the final door, the last breath, the silence after the storm. And I have been watching you since before you were born. Why? Because you are special. Because the power inside you, the power that nearly consumed you tonight, it is connected to me. To what I am, to what I represent. Harry thought about this. About the fire that had tried to take him. About the soul he had found. About the mother who waited in his dreams and the mother who held him every night. Will it happen again? Will the fire try to take over? Perhaps. The power inside you is vast, little spark. It will not be tamed in a single night. But now you know how to fight it. Now you know what matters most. My soul, myself, the part that nothing can touch. Exactly. Death reached out and touched his forehead, not the scar, but the space beside it. Her fingers were cool, almost cold, but not unpleasant. Hold on to that, Harry Potter. Hold on to it with everything you are. And when the fire returns, as it will, you will be ready. The dream began to fade. Grow strong, little spark. Grow wise. Grow kind. The world, both worlds, will need you soon. She was gone. Harry woke to morning light streaming through his window. He lay still for a long moment, feeling his body, his breath, his heartbeat. Everything was normal. Everything was fine. The fire was quiet inside him, sleeping peacefully, waiting for when it would be needed. Charlie appeared in the doorway, a tray of breakfast in her hands. Good morning, little star. How did you sleep? Harry smiled. Better, much better. She set down the tray and sat beside him, her golden aura warm and steady. Any dreams? Just one. A good one, I think. About what? Harry considered telling her. About death, about the fire, about the power that slept inside him. But some things, he was learning, were private, sacred, meant to be held close. About you, he said instead. About all of you. About how lucky I am to have a family. Charlie's eyes glistened. Oh, Harry. She pulled him into a hug, and he let himself be held. Let himself be loved. Let himself be exactly what he was. A boy, a son, a being of fire and magic and soul. The Hellborn Wizard, awake at last. Chapter 12. The Overlord Test. 6 months had passed since Harry's awakening. 6 months of learning to live with the fire inside him. 6 months of training with the hotel's residents, of deepening his control, of discovering the limits of his power. 6 months of growing stronger, more confident, more aware of what he was becoming. He was 6 years old now. Small for his age by human standards, but there was nothing small about the presence he carried. When Harry walked into a room, demons noticed. When Harry spoke, demons listened. When Harry's eyes flashed with hellfire, which happened less often now, but still happened. Demons remembered why they feared the name Hellborn Wizard. But Harry didn't want fear. He wanted what he'd always wanted, to be part of a family. To be loved, to be safe. Unfortunately, in Pentagram City, what you wanted rarely mattered. The messenger arrived at noon. It was a small thing, barely larger than Harry himself, with too many eyes and not enough mouth. It appeared in the hotel's common room without warning, materializing from shadow like a nightmare-given form. To the Princess of Hell, it announced, its voice a collection of whispers. From Overlord Carmilla, a formal request. Charlie stepped forward, positioning herself between the messenger and Harry. What kind of request? The messenger's many eyes blinked in sequence. An audience, with the child known as the Hellborn Wizard. At Carmilla's penthouse. This evening. No, the Overlord anticipated refusal. She offers assurances of safety. Safe passage, safe return. The child will not be harmed. Charlie's jaw tightened. I said no. The messenger's eyes blinked again, faster this time, agitated. The Overlord also said to mention that refusal has consequences. She has been patient, princess. She has watched, waited, protected the child from afar when others would have moved against him. Now she asks only to meet him, to speak with him, to understand him, and if I still refuse, then her protection ends, and the others, the ones who have been held back by her influence, will move freely. Silence filled the room. Harry stepped out from behind Charlie. Mom, it's okay. Charlie spun to face him. No, Harry, it's not okay. You don't understand what overlords are like. What they do. She could have taken me anytime. Harry's voice was calm, steady, nothing like a 6-year-old should have been. If she really wanted to hurt me, she wouldn't send a messenger. She'd just do it. Charlie stared at him. You want to go? I want to know why she's been protecting us. I want to understand what she wants. And he hesitated. I want to stop being afraid of every shadow. If meeting her helps with that, then I'll go. Charlie's hands found his shoulders. I'm coming with you. The invitation was for the child alone. The messenger interjected, but the Overlord anticipated this as well. She extends the invitation to the princess as well, should she wish to accompany her foundling. Charlie's eyes narrowed. How generous. Carmilla is many things. Generous is not usually among them. But for this child, the messenger's many eyes fixed on Harry, for this child, she makes exceptions. The walk to Carmilla's penthouse took them through the wealthiest district of Pentagram City. Harry had never seen this part of hell before. The buildings here weren't the crumbling ruins of the rest of the city, they were towering structures of glass and steel, lit from within by lights that didn't flicker or die. The streets were clean, the demons well dressed, the atmosphere almost civilized. Different, isn't it? Charlie said quietly. The overlords live well, they take the best of everything for themselves. Where does it come from? Souls, deals, the suffering of lesser demons. Charlie's voice was bitter. Every luxury here was paid for by someone else's pain. Harry looked at the gleaming towers with new eyes. Beneath their beauty, he could see the auras, the faint red glow of demonic energy. But also something darker, something that looked like chains. Souls, he whispered. They're literally built from souls. Charlie nodded. That's what overlords do, Harry. They collect, they consume, they grow powerful by devouring everyone else. And Carmilla wants to meet me. Yes. Should I be scared? Charlie stopped walking. She knelt in front of him, her golden aura bright with emotion. You should be careful. You should be aware. You should trust your instincts. But scared? No, Harry. Don't be scared. Fear makes you weak, makes you predictable, makes you easier to control. Harry met her eyes. Then what should I be? Curious, strong, yourself. She touched his cheek. You're the hellborn wizard. You've faced ancient ones and survived. You've tamed fire that would have consumed anyone else. An overlord is just another demon, Harry. Powerful, yes. Dangerous, absolutely. But just a demon. Harry nodded slowly. Okay, I can do that. I know you can. Carmilla's penthouse occupied the top floor of the tallest building in the district. The elevator ride took minutes, long minutes during which Harry counted the floors and Charlie's grip on his hand never loosened. When the doors finally opened, they stepped into a space that defied everything Harry knew about hell. It was beautiful. Walls of polished stone, windows that looked out over the entire city, furniture that belonged in palaces, not demonic penthouses. And everywhere, art, paintings and sculptures and tapestries that must have taken centuries to collect. Princess, see, Urmilla's voice came from across the room, and the hellborn wizard himself. What an honor. She rose from a chair by the window and approached them. In person, she was even more imposing, tall and elegant, with eyes that held millennia of experience. Her aura was the deepest red Harry had ever seen, shot through with threads of black that pulsed with power. Thank you for coming, she continued. I know my invitation was unusual. Charlie stepped forward. What do you want, Carmilla? Straight to business. I appreciate that. Carmilla's smile was thin but genuine. I want to talk to your son, Princess. That's all. A conversation. An opportunity for us to understand each other. And then he goes home with you, unharmed. I give you my word. Your word means nothing. Carmilla's eyes flickered, with amusement. Perhaps, or something sharper. My word means everything, Princess. In hell, reputation is the only currency that matters. If I broke my word to you, no one would ever trust me again. My power would crumble, my influence would vanish, I would become just another demon, scrabbling for scraps in the gutter. She held Charlie's gaze. I don't break my word. Ever. Charlie was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Harry stays where I can see him. Always. Agreed. And if anything happens, anything at all, I'll burn this building to the ground with you inside it. Carmilla's smile widened. I would expect nothing less. The conversation began with tea. Harry sat in a chair far too large for him, a cup of something steaming before him that he didn't touch. Carmilla sat across from him, her posture relaxed, her eyes never leaving his face. Charlie stood by the window, close enough to intervene but far enough to give them space. You're smaller than I expected, Carmilla said. The rumors made you sound larger. Harry considered this. The rumors make everything larger. That's what rumors do. True. Carmilla sipped her tea. But some rumors have truth at their core. The ones about your power, for instance. About the fire you command. About the ancient ones who whisper your name in their sleep. Harry's scar pulsed. Just once, AFL. Ichor of light that Carmilla definitely noticed. They don't whisper my name. They whisper what they want from me. And what's that? Harry met her eyes. Everything. Carmilla set down her cup. For the first time, something like respect flickered in her ancient gaze. You're more perceptive than I anticipated. Most children your age, even demon children, couldn't articulate that. Couldn't even understand it. I'm not most children. No, you're not. Carmilla leaned forward slightly. That's why I asked you here, Harry. May I call you Harry? It's my name, Harry. Then, I asked you here, because I've been watching you for 6 years. Ever since you arrived, ever since the princess found you in that alley. And in all that time, I've been trying to understand what you are. What do you think I am? Carmilla's smile returned. That's what I'm hoping you'll tell me. They talked for hours. Carmilla asked questions about his dreams, his powers, his connection to hell. Harry answered carefully, giving nothing away, revealing nothing that could be used against him. He'd learned that much from Husk's lessons. Information was power, and power shared was power lost. But Carmilla was patient, skilled. She didn't push, didn't demand, didn't threaten. She simply waited, let Harry reveal what he was comfortable revealing, and filed away the rest for later. By the end, Harry understood something important. Carmilla wasn't his enemy. Not yet, anyway. You remind me of someone, Carmilla said as the meeting drew to a close. Someone I knew long ago, before hell was hell. Before the fall. Before everything changed. Who? A being of immense power who chose to use it wisely. Who protected instead of destroyed. Who believed that strength meant nothing without purpose. Her eyes were distant, lost in memory. He didn't survive. The ones who wanted his power were too many, too hungry, too patient. They wore him down over centuries, until nothing remained but echoes. Harry Fay. LT, a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. Why are you telling me this? Because you remind me of him. Because the same forces that destroyed him are gathering around you. Because I've watched you grow, Harry. And I've seen something in you that I haven't seen since he died. She leaned forward, her ancient eyes intense. Hope. Real hope. The kind that doesn't die, no matter what darkness surrounds it. I don't understand. You will. In time. Carmilla rose, signaling that the meeting was over. For now, know this. You have an ally in me. Not because I expect anything from you. No. Because I want your power or your loyalty or your gratitude. But because watching you reminds me that not everything in hell is doomed to darkness. Harry stood, sliding off the too large chair. Thank you. For the tea. For talking to me. Quote. Carmilla inclined her head. Thank you for coming, Hellborn Wizard. I suspect this won't be our last conversation. On the walk back to the hotel, Harry was quiet. Charlie didn't push. She walked beside him, her hand on his shoulder, her presence a comfort. The streets of Pentagram City flowed around them, demons parting instinctively before the princess and her infamous foundling. Finally, Harry spoke. She's not evil. Charlie's eyebrows rose. Carmilla. She's an overlord, Harry. She's literally built her power on the suffering of others. I know, but she's not evil, not like the ancient ones. Not like the things that whisper in my dreams. He looked up at Charlie. She's lonely. She's been alive for so long that everyone she loved is gone. Everyone who remembered her before she became an overlord. She's surrounded by power and wealth and influence, but she's completely alone. Harry's voice was soft. I felt it, when she talked. About that person, the one who reminded her of me. She misses him, still. After all this time, Charlie was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, you felt all that from one conversation. Harry nodded. My power, it's not just fire anymore. It's perception, understanding. When I focus, I can feel what others feel. See what they hide, know what they really want. Is that new? Since the awakening, it comes and goes. But with Carmilla, it was strong. She wanted me to see. She wanted someone to understand. Charlie pulled him into a hug, right there in the middle of the street. Demons stared, but neither of them cared. You're amazing, Harry. You know that. He smiled against her shoulder. I learned from the best. That night, Harry dreamed of Carmilla. Not the overlord, the being she had been before. Young and hopeful and full of dreams. He saw her rise through hell's ranks, saw her make the choices that turned her into what she was, saw the moment when hope died and survival became the only goal. And at the end of the dream, he saw her watching him. Not as a threat to be assessed or a resource to be claimed, but as something else entirely. A reminder, a possibility, a reason, and to believe that maybe, just maybe, things could be different. The next morning, a package arrived at the hotel. It was addressed to Harry, in elegant script that Charlie recognized immediately. Inside, wrapped in silk, was a small pendant, a shard of obsidian set in silver, carved with symbols that Harry didn't recognize but somehow understood. A gift, the accompanying note read, "For the boy who reminded me what hope looks like. Wear it, and know that you have an ally in the darkness." See. Charlie examined the pendant carefully, checking for hidden magic or traps. There were none. Just a simple piece of jewelry. Beautiful and strange. "What does it do?" Harry asked. Charlie shook her head. "I don't know. But Carmilla doesn't give gifts without reason. Keep it close, but be careful. Overlords always have angles." Harry slipped the pendant over his head. The moment it touched his chest, he felt something shift, a warmth that spread through his body, a clarity in his perception, a connection to something vast and ancient. "It's protection," he said quietly. "Against the ancient ones, against the things that want to take me. It won't stop them, but it will warn me when they're close." Charlie stared at him. "You can feel all that?" Harry nodded. "It's like having another sense. One I didn't know I had until now. Carmilla gave you a weapon. Maybe. Or maybe she just gave me a chance." Harry touched the pendant gently. "She's not my enemy, Mom. Not yet. Maybe not ever." Charlie pulled him close. "Let's hope you're right." 3 days later, the test came. Not from Carmilla. She kept her distance. Watching from afar as she always had. From someone else. An overlord who had heard the rumors, who had dismissed them, who had decided to see for himself what the Hellborn wizard could do. His name was Crimson. He arrived at the hotel without warning, without invitation, without any of the courtesy that Carmilla had shown. He simply appeared in the common room, surrounded by lesser demons who spread out to block every exit. "Princess," he said, his voice like broken glass. "I've come to see the child." Charlie moved instantly, positioning herself between Crimson and the stairs where Harry was playing. "You're not welcome here." "I'm not asking for welcome." Crimson smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. "I'm asking for the boy. Give him to me, and I'll leave. Refuse, and I'll take him anyway. You'll have to kill me first." "That can be arranged." The lesser demons shifted, ready to attack. The hotel's residents moved to defend, Husk behind the bar, Vagi appearing from nowhere with her spear. Angel Dust reaching for weapons hidden in his fluffy coat. But before anyone could act, a small voice spoke from the stairs. "Let him come." Harry descended slowly, his eyes fixed on Crimson. His scar pulsed with light, green and red together, the colors of his power. And around his body, just visible to those who could see such things, a crimson aura flickered to life. The same color as his name. The same color as hell itself. Crimson's smile faltered. "You want to test me," Harry continued, reaching the bottom of the stairs. "That's why you're here, to see if the rumors are true. To see what I can do. And if I am, then let's not waste time." Harry stepped past Charlie, ignoring her reaching hand. "Test me. Do your worst. And when you fail," his eyes flashed with hellfire, "you'll leave, and you won't come back." The room held its breath. Crimson stared at the child before him, this small, impossibly young being who radiated power like a furnace radiated heat. He had faced ancient demons. He had fought wars that lasted centuries. He had never been challenged by a 6-year-old. But something in Harry's eyes made him hesitate. Because those eyes weren't just a child's eyes. They held something ancient, something patient, something that had been waiting for this moment since before Crimson existed. "Interesting," Crimson said finally. "Very interesting." He raised his hand. Power gathered around him, dark and hungry, the accumulated energy of centuries of soul dealing. It formed into a spear of pure shadow, aimed directly at Harry's heart. "Let's see how long you last, little wizard." He threw. Charlie screamed. Vagi lunged. But Harry was already moving. The fire erupted from him like a star-going supernova. It wasn't the UN-controlled blaze of his awakening, it was focused, directed, intentional. It met Crimson's shadow spear in midair and consumed it utterly, leaving nothing behind but ash. Then it kept going. It slammed into Crimson with the force of a collapsing world, lifting him off his feet and hurling him through the wall. Through the next wall. Through 3 more walls, until he crashed to a stop in what had once been a storage room on the opposite side of the hotel. Harry's eyes blazed. His body floated inches above the ground, wrapped in flames that danced to a rhythm only he could hear. His scar pulsed like a second heartbeat, and from it, power flowed, power that made even the oldest demons in the room back away in fear. "Leave," Harry said, His voice wasn't his own, it carried echoes of something older, something vaster. Something that had no business in a child's body. Leave now, and I'll let you live. Stay, and I'll show you what the Hellborn Wizard really is. Crimson, bleeding from a dozen wounds, stared at the child who had just destroyed him. Then he ran. His lesser demons followed, scrambling over each other in their haste to escape. Within moments, the hotel was empty of everything, except the smell of smoke and the echoes of what had just occurred. The fire around Harry flickered. Died. He dropped to the floor, his legs buckling beneath him. Charlie caught him before he hit the ground. He slept for 2 days. Charlie didn't leave his side. She sat by his cot, holding his hand, watching his chest rise and fall. The other residents took turns bringing food, checking on her, making sure she was okay. On the 3rd morning, Harry's eyes opened. They were green, human, hers. Mom. Charlie burst into tears. She gathered him up, held him close, felt the beat of his heart against her chest. He was alive. He was awake. He was okay. What happened? He asked. I don't remember. You protected us, Charlie whispered. You faced an overlord, a powerful one, and you beat him. You saved everyone. Harry's brow furrowed. I did. You did. Was it like before? Like when I almost lost control? Charlie hesitated. Then, honestly, no. It was different. You were in control the whole time. You used your power exactly how you wanted to. You chose when to stop. Harry thought about this. About the fire that lived inside him. About the power that had answered his call. About the choice he had made. Not to destroy, but to warn. I chose, he whispered. I really chose. Charlie smiled through her tears. You really did. Word of what happened spread through Pentagram City like wildfire. The Hellborn Wizard had defeated an overlord. Not just any overlord, Crimson, who had terrorized lesser demons for centuries. Defeated him so thoroughly that he fled the city entirely, his reputation in ruins. His power broken. No one doubted the rumors anymore. No one questioned what the child could do. And in her penthouse at the top of the tallest building in the wealthiest district, Carmilla smiled and raised a glass to the boy who wore her pendant. Well done, Hellborn Wizard, she whispered. Well done. That night, Harry dreamed of fire. But for the first time, the fire didn't frighten him. It danced around him like old friends, warming without burning, lighting without consuming. And in its depths, he saw faces, Charlie, Vaggie, Husk, Angel, all the residents of the hotel. His family, his home, and beyond them, other faces. Faces he didn't recognize but somehow knew. A woman with red hair and green eyes. A man with glasses and a smile. Figures who watched him from a world away, waiting for the day when they would meet. You're becoming, a voice whispered. Death's voice, soft and proud. Becoming what you were meant to be. Not just powerful, wise. Not just strong, kind. Not just a wizard, a bridge. A bridge to where? To everywhere, little spark. To everyone, to everything. The fire swirled around him, carrying him higher, showing him more. He saw worlds beyond worlds. Possibilities beyond possibilities, futures beyond futures. And at the center of it all, he saw himself. Not the child he was. Not the being he would become. But the choice he would always have, the choice to be good. To be kind, to be the person Charlie had raised him to be. Thank you, he whispered. The fire laughed, warm and bright. Thank yourself, Harry Potter. You're the one who chose. He woke smiling. Chapter 13. Protector of the Hotel. The attack came without warning. One moment, the Hazbin Hotel was peaceful, residents going about their evening routines, Husk tending the bar. Angel Dust telling inappropriate jokes, Charlie and Harry sharing a quiet dinner in the common room. The next moment, the front door exploded inward. Harry was on his feet before the debris finished falling. His body moving on instinct, his eyes already searching for threats. Years of Husk's lessons had taught him to expect danger. Years of Vaggie's training had taught him how to respond. What he saw made his blood run cold. Demons. Dozens of them, pouring through the ruined doorway like a tide of claws and teeth and hunger. And behind them, visible through the smoke and chaos, a figure he recognized. Crimson. The overlord he had defeated. The one who had fled the city in shame. He had returned, and he had brought an army. Harry. Charlie's voice cut through the chaos. Get back. But Harry didn't move, because he could see what Charlie couldn't. The auras of the attacking demons, the flows of power that connected them, the strategy behind their assault. They weren't just attacking randomly. They were targeting specific points. The stairs, the windows, the escape routes. They meant to trap everyone inside. And they meant to kill. The battle erupted around him. Vagi met the first wave with her spear. Her movements precise and deadly. Husk transformed into something larger, more bestial, his claws tearing through demon flesh. Angel Dust fought with a ferocity that belied his usual flippancy, his extra limbs striking in all directions. But there were too many. For every demon they cut down, 2 more took its place. For every wave they repelled, another crashed against them. The hotel's residents fought bravely, more bravely than Harry had ever seen, but bravery wasn't enough against an army. Charlie grabbed Harry's shoulder. "We need to get you out. There's a tunnel." "No." Charlie stared at him. "Harry, I said no." His voice was calm, steadier than it should have been. "This is my home. These are my people. I'm not leaving them. You're 6 years old. I'm the Hellborn Wizard." He met her eyes, and for a moment, she saw something in them that made her breath catch. Not the fire of his power, something deeper. Something that looked like destiny. "This is what I'm for." He stepped away from her and walked toward the battle. The demons saw him coming. Of course they did. He was small, the smallest being in the room, but he moved with a purpose that made even the most mindless attackers hesitate. His eyes burned with hellfire, green and red together, and around his body, the crimson aura flickered to life. "The child," someone shouted. "Get the child." They surged toward him. Harry stopped walking. He raised one hand. The fire that erupted from his palm wasn't the uncontrolled blaze of his awakening. It wasn't the focused blast that had defeated Crimson. It was something else entirely, a wall of flame that spread across the room, cutting through the attacking demons like a scythe through wheat. They screamed, they burned, they died, and Harry watched, his expression unchanged. As the first wave turned to ash before him, the remaining demons hesitated. They had come expecting an easy victory, a few defenders, a frightened child, a hotel full of sinners who would crumble at the first sign of real threat. Instead, they faced something they couldn't understand. A 6-year-old who commanded fire like a general commanded armies. A child whose eyes held the light of ancient power. A being who shouldn't exist, doing things that shouldn't be possible. "Kill him," Crimson's voice rang out from the back. "Kill him now." The demons surged forward again. Harry met them. He moved through the crowd like smoke, his small body slipping between attacks that should have crushed him. Fire followed in his wake, consuming everything it touched. Demons fell before him, their auras flickering and dying, their existence ending in screams of pain and surprise. But even as he fought, Harry was aware of something else. The hotel was still under attack. While he focused on the main force, smaller groups had broken through elsewhere. He could hear them, screams from upstairs, crashes from the kitchen, the sounds of battle spreading through his home. He couldn't be everywhere at once. He couldn't protect everyone. And then he remembered. The pendant, Carmilla's gift, still hanging around his neck. The obsidian shard that had been carved with symbols he didn't understand. The protection that had been meant to warn him of danger. But maybe it could do more. Harry touched it with his free hand, focusing his will, channeling his power through the ancient stone. He didn't know what would happen. Didn't know if it would work. Didn't know if he was about to make everything worse. But he had to try. The pendant grew warm against his chest. Then hot, then burning. So hot that Harry gasped, so hot that his skin should have blistered, so hot that light exploded from him. Not fire this time, something purer, something that spread through the hotel like water through parched earth, touching every room, every corridor, every corner where demons fought and residents died. And where the light touched, something changed. The attacking demons froze, not stopped, frozen, suspended in mid-motion, their claws inches from victims, their jaws open in battle cries that would never finish. They hung in the air like statues, their auras flickering with confusion and fear. The hotel's residents stared in shock. Harry stood in the center of the common room, surrounded by frozen demons, his body wrapped in light. His eyes were closed, his face was peaceful, and from the pendant around his neck, power flowed, power that felt ancient and vast and impossibly gentle. "What's happening?" someone whispered. No one answered, because no one knew. Harry opened his eyes. The light faded, the pendant cooled, and the frozen demons, all of them, throughout the entire hotel, began to move again. But not to attack, to retreat. They stumbled backward, away from their victims, away from the hotel. Away from the child who had somehow stopped an army. Their eyes were wide with terror, their minds unable to process what they had just experienced. At the door, Crimson stood alone. His army was gone, his attack had failed, and the being who had defeated him, the child he had dismissed as a fluke, a lucky shot, a momentary aberration, stood before him, whole and unharmed and utterly terrifying. This isn't over, Crimson spat. Harry met his eyes. Yes, it is. The fire that erupted from him this time was different. Not destructive, not meant to kill. It wrapped around Crimson like chains, lifted him off his feet, carried him through the ruined doorway and out into the street. Leave Pentagram City, Harry said. His voice carried on the wind, reaching every demon within hearing. Leave and never return. If I see you again, if any of your demons come near this hotel again, I won't stop at warning. I'll end you, completely, forever. Crimson struggled against the fire. Failed, screamed in frustration and fear. The fire threw him into the sky. He vanished into the smoke-filled clouds, his screams fading as he disappeared from sight. Silence fell over the hotel. Harry turned to face his family. They were gathered in the common room, Charlie, Vaggie, Husk, Angel, and dozens of other residents. All of them staring at him. All of them seeing him with new eyes. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Charlie moved. She crossed the room in seconds, her arms wrapping around him, pulling him close. He felt her body shake with sobs, relief and fear and love all mixed together. Harry, she whispered. Harry, Harry, Harry. He hugged her back. I'm okay, Mom, we're all okay. How did you? What did you? She pulled back to look at his face. That wasn't just fire. That was something else. Harry touched the pendant, Carmilla's gift. It helped, but mostly it was me. I just wanted to protect everyone. And the power answered. Charlie's eyes were wet. You protected us, all of us, by yourself. I had to. You were all fighting. Someone needed to. He hesitated. Someone needed to be the protector. You're 6 years old. I know. He smiled. A real smile, tired but genuine. But I'm also the Hellborn Wizard. And this is my home. The aftermath was chaos. Residents checked injuries, assessed damage, began the long process of rebuilding. Vaggie organized the defense, making sure no stray demons remained. Husk poured drinks for anyone who needed them, which was everyone. Angel moved through the crowd, cracking jokes that were more nervous than funny. Helping people remember how to smile. And Harry sat in the corner, exhausted beyond words, watching his family recover. Charlie sat beside him, her arm around his shoulders. You should rest, she said. Can't. Too much adrenaline. Quote. That's a very adult word for a 6-year-old. Husk taught me. He leaned against her. Mom, did I do the right thing? Letting Crimson live? Charlie considered the question carefully. I don't know, Harry. Part of me thinks you should have ended him, made sure he could never threaten us again. But another part, she paused. Another part is proud that you didn't. That you chose mercy over revenge. That you proved you're stronger than him in every way that matters. Even if he comes back, then we'll face him together. Like we faced him today. She kissed the top of his head. You're not alone, Harry. You never have to be alone. That night, the hotel held a celebration. Not because they had won, though they had. Not because they had survived, though that was worth celebrating too. But because they had proven something important. They had proven that the Hazbin Hotel wasn't just a building. Wasn't just a refuge. Wasn't just a dream. It was a home. And homes, Harry had learned, were worth fighting for. He sat in his usual spot, surrounded by the people he loved, watching them laugh and talk and recover. His body ached from the battle. His mind spun with everything that had happened. But his heart was full. Hey, little dude. Angel dropped onto the floor beside him. That was some seriously impressive stuff today. You know that, right? Harry shrugged. I just did what I had to. Yeah, well, just doing what you had to. Got about 50 demons turned into ash. Not bad for a 6-year-old. Angel's expression softened. Seriously, though, you saved us. All of us. I've been in hell a long time, and I've never seen anything like what you did. What was it like? From the outside, Angel considered. Terrifying, honestly. 1 minute you're this kid we've watched grow up. The next minute you're this force. Like something out of the old stories. The kind of being that demons whisper about in the dark. Harry looked down at his hands. I don't want to be terrifying. I just want to be me. You are, Harry. That's the scary part. The power doesn't change who you are, it reveals it. And who you are is someone who protects the people he loves. Angel nudged him gently. That's not terrifying. That's amazing. Harry smiled. Thanks, Angel. Don't mention it. Seriously, don't mention it. I have a reputation to maintain. In the days that followed, something shifted in Pentagram City. The attack on the Hazbin Hotel had been witnessed by dozens of demons, maybe hundreds, counting those who had fled. Word spread quickly. The Hellborn Wizard had defended his home alone. The Hellborn Wizard had stopped an army. The Hellborn Wizard had shown mercy when he could have destroyed. Demons who had dismissed him as a curiosity began to reconsider. Demons who had seen him as a target began to look elsewhere. Demons who had wondered what he would become began to understand. He was becoming something new. Something that had never existed before. Something that might, just might, change everything. Carmilla visited a week after the battle. She appeared at the hotel's door without fanfare, without guards, without any of the trappings of her position. Just herself, standing in the ruined entrance, waiting to be invited in. Charlie met her in the lobby. You came, Charlie said. I said I would be there when he faced his first true test. I kept my word. Carmilla's eyes swept the room, taking in the damage, the repairs, the residents who watched her with wary eyes. He did well, better than I anticipated. He's something special. Yes, he is. Carmilla's gaze found Harry, who had appeared at the top of the stairs. May I speak with him? Alone. Charlie hesitated. Then, slowly, she nodded. They sat in the common room, just the two of them. Harry in his usual chair, Carmilla across from him, her ancient eyes studying him with new respect. The pendant served you well, she said. It helped, but it wasn't the pendant that stopped them. It was me. I know. Carmilla smiled. I could feel it. The power you channeled, that was yours. All yours. The pendant just gave it direction. Harry touched the obsidian shard. What is it, really? A focus, a tool, a reminder. Carmilla leaned forward. You asked me before what you are, Harry. I didn't answer because I didn't know. But now, she studied him carefully. Now I think I'm beginning to understand. Tell me, you're a protector, not by destiny or prophecy or ancient design. By choice. You saw your family in danger, and you chose to defend them. You deep power, more power than anyone your age should have, and you used it to save, not to destroy. Is that rare in hell? Carmilla's laugh was soft. It's non-existent in hell. Demons protect themselves. They protect their interests. They protect their power. But protecting others, protecting without expectation of reward, without calculation of benefit, that's something I haven't seen in millennia. Harry thought about this, about the battle, about the choices he'd made, about the feeling of power flowing through him, answering his call, doing what he asked. I didn't think about it, he said. I just did it. Because I had to. Exactly. That's what makes you different. Carmilla rose. I came to thank you, Harry, for reminding me what hope looks like, for proving that even in hell, something pure can exist. She walked toward the door, then paused. One more thing. The ancient ones, the ones beneath the city, they're watching you more closely now. Your display of power has quickened their interest. They won't wait forever. Harry nodded. I know. Do you know what they want? They want what's inside me. The thing that was stolen from them. The thing I carry without understanding. Carmilla's eyes widened slightly. You know more than I realized. I dream about them. They talk to me in the darkness. They tell me that when I'm ready, I'll come to them willingly. And will you? Harry met her gaze steadily. I don't know yet, but when the time comes, I'll choose. Not because they want me to. Because I decide. Carmilla stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled. You really are something special. Hellborn Wizard. Don't let anyone, ancient ones, overlords, or otherwise, make you forget that. She left. That night, Harry dreamed of fire. But not the fire of battle or destruction. This fire was warm and gentle, curling around him like a blanket. And in its depths, he saw faces, all the people he loved, all the people he had protected, all the people who made his life worth living. You did well, a voice whispered, Death's voice, soft and proud. You protected them, you chose mercy over vengeance. You proved that power doesn't have to corrupt. I just did what felt right. That's the point, little spark. What feels right to you, what comes naturally, is something that most beings in hell have forgotten. Compassion, protection, love, these are your strengths, my strengths, stronger than any fire, more powerful than any magic. Because they come from who you are, not what you can do. Harry smiled in his sleep. Thank you, thank yourself, Harry Potter. You're the one who chose. Morning came, as mornings always did in hell. Harry woke in his cot, Charlie's hand on his blanket, her face peaceful in sleep. The hotel was quiet, residents recovering from the celebration, from the battle. From everything that had happened. He slipped out of bed quietly and walked to the window. Below, Pentagram City burned eternal. Demons went about their business. Suffering continued, chaos reigned. But here, in this building, something different existed. A family, a home, a protector who would do anything to keep them safe. Harry touched the pendant at his neck and smiled. Whatever came next, ancient ones or overlords or destinies he couldn't yet understand, he would face it. Because he wasn't just the hellborn wizard anymore. He was the protector of the hotel. And nothing, would take that from him. Chapter 14. The Demon Prince of Magic. A year had passed since Harry defended the hotel. A year of rebuilding, of training, of growing. A year of watching Harry transform from a child into something more, something that made even the oldest demons in Pentagram City pause when he walked past. He was 7 now, small for his age, still, but there was nothing small about the presence he carried. When Harry entered a room, conversation stopped. When Harry spoke, demons listened. When Harry's eyes flashed with hellfire, which happened less often now, but with more purpose, demons remembered why they feared the name Hellborn Wizard. But something had changed in that year. It wasn't just Harry's power, though that had grown exponentially. It wasn't just his control, though that had become near perfect. It was something else, something that made the very fabric of hell seem to shift when he moved. The city was starting to recognize him. It began with small things. Shadows that bent toward Harry when he walked, as if acknowledging his presence. Flames that flickered in greeting when he passed. Demons who had never met him stepping aside on the street, making way for someone they somehow knew was important. Harry noticed, of course. He noticed everything. "Mom," he asked one evening, "why do demons look at me differently now?" Charlie was mending a tear in his favorite shirt, a small task that made their life feel almost normal. She looked up, considering the question. Differently how? Like they know me, like they're afraid, but also respectful. I don't know how to explain it. Charlie set down the shirt. Can you show me, next time we go out? Harry nodded. The next day, they walked through Pentagram City together. Charlie watched carefully as they moved through the crowds. And slowly, she began to see what Harry meant. Demons did step aside, did lower their eyes, did change their paths to avoid crossing his. It wasn't dramatic, nothing obvious enough to point at, but it was consistent. Pervasive, as if some instinct deeper than conscious thought was telling every demon in the city that this child was not to be trifled with. It's like they sensed something, Charlie said quietly, something in you that registers as more. More what? More powerful, more important, more dangerous. She stopped walking, turning to face him. Harry, I think hell is starting to recognize you as one of its own. What do you mean? I mean, she hesitated, searching for the right words. Hell isn't just a place. It's a living thing, a consciousness, almost. It responds to power. It acknowledges beings who become significant to its existence. And you, she touched his cheek gently. You've been here since you were a baby. You've absorbed hellfire. You've integrated with its essence. You're not just in hell anymore, Harry. You're part of it. Harry considered this. So the demons stepping aside, that's hell telling them to. Maybe. Or maybe it's them responding to something they can't name. An instinct that says, this one matters. He looked down at his hands. At the faint red glow that sometimes flickered beneath his skin. At the pendant that hung around his neck, warm against his chest. What does it mean? That I'm part of hell? Charlie pulled him into a hug. It means you belong here, little star. As much as anyone, more than most. That night, Harry dreamed of the city. Not Pentagram City as it was, chaotic and violent and eternal. Pentagram City as it might be. Towers of light instead of shadow. Streets of peace instead of suffering. Demons living as something other than predators and prey. And in the center of it all, a figure. Himself, older, taller, wearing a crown of fire that didn't burn. Standing in a throne room that looked like the Hazbin Hotel but grander, more beautiful, more right. This could be yours, a voice whispered. Not death's voice, something else. Something that felt like the city itself. If you choose, if you become, if you accept what you are. I don't want a throne. Thrones aren't about wanting, they're about responsibility. About protection. About being the one who stands between chaos and order. I'm 7 years old. Age is meaningless for beings like you. You've always been old, Harry Potter. You've always been young. Time flows differently around those who carry destiny. The dream shifted. The beautiful city faded, replaced by something darker. Fire and shadow and screaming. Demons dying. The hotel burning. Charlie reaching for him, her face twisted in fear. No, Harry woke screaming. Charlie was there instantly, as always. His room was filled with light, not just the hellish glow from outside, but something else. Something that radiated from Harry himself. His eyes were open, burning with power, and around his body, the crimson aura flickered like a living thing. Harry, look at me. Look at me. He fought to focus, fought to find her through the fire in his mind. Slowly, his eyes cleared, the aura faded, the light dimmed. Mom, I'm here, I've got you. She pulled him close, feeling his heart race against her chest. Another dream, the city, it showed me things, beautiful things, terrible things. He clutched her shirt, it said I could have a throne, that I could be something more. But then everything burned and you were, his voice broke. Shush, I'm here, I'm not going anywhere. But the dreams aren't real, Harry. They're fears and hopes and possibilities, all mixed together. They don't predict the future. They just show us what we're afraid of. She pulled back to look at his face. And what we hope for. Harry's eyes were wet. I don't want a throne. I don't want to be a prince or a king or anything like that. I just want to be with you. With everyone. I want us to be safe. Charlie smiled through her own tears. Then that's what we'll be. Together. Safe. No thrones required. But the dreams didn't stop. Night after night, Harry saw visions. The city beautiful. The city burning. Himself crowned in fire. Himself alone in darkness. Possibilities branching in infinite directions, all of them connected to choices he hadn't made yet. And through it all, the whispers grew louder. Not just in dreams anymore. During the day, when he was awake and alert, Harry could hear them. Faint voices on the wind, murmuring his name. Shadows that seemed to watch him. Flames that danced in patterns that looked almost like words. The city is waking up to you, Husk said one afternoon, after Harry described what he was experiencing. It's acknowledging you as something significant. What does that mean? It means you're becoming important, kid. Important enough for hell itself to take notice. Husk's yellow eyes were troubled. That's not always a good thing. Why not? Because attention from hell means attention from everything in hell. The ancient ones. The overlords. Every power-hungry demon, who wants to control whatever makes you special. He leaned forward. You've been protected so far, Harry. By the princess, by this hotel, by your own growing power. But that protection has limits. And when hell itself starts paying attention, those limits get tested. Harry touched his pendant. Carmilla said something similar. About the ancient ones watching more closely. They are. We all are. Husk's voice softened. Look, kid, I'm not trying to scare you. You've proven you can handle more than anyone expected. But you need to understand what's happening. You're not just a kid with powers anymore. You're becoming something that hell hasn't seen in. He shook his head. Maybe ever. What am I becoming? Husk was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he spoke. I think you're becoming the Demon Prince of Magic. The title spread faster than any rumor before it. Demon Prince of Magic. The words were on every demon's lips within days. In casinos and brothels and alleys where deals were made. The name was spoken with a mixture of fear and awe. In overlord councils and ancient gatherings, it was discussed with careful consideration. In the depths beneath the city, it was whispered with hungry anticipation. The Hellborn Wizard had a new name now. A title that acknowledged what he was becoming. Not just powerful, not just unique, but royal. Charlie confronted Husk the night after the title spread. Why did you tell him that? She demanded. Why did you put that in his head? Husk didn't flinch. Because it's true, princess. And he needed to hear it from someone he trusts. Before he heard it from someone who'd use it against him. You don't know that it's true. You can't know. I've been in hell longer than you've been alive. I've seen beings rise and fall. I've watched power accumulate and dissipate. And I've never, he met her eyes. I've never seen anything like what that kid carries. The way hell responds to him. The way even the oldest demons step aside when he walks past. That's not just power, princess. That's recognition. Charlie's hands clenched. He's 7 years old, and you've been protecting him since he was a baby. But he's not a baby anymore. He's becoming something Something that needs to understand what he is, so he can make choices about what he'll be. Husk's voice gentled. You've raised him well, better than anyone could have. But, you can't protect him from his own nature forever. Charlie was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, I can try. I know. That's what makes you a good mother. Husk moved past her, toward the bar. But even good mothers have to let their children grow. Harry heard the whispers. Demon Prince of Magic. The words followed him everywhere now, through the hotel, through the city, through his dreams. He couldn't escape them, didn't know if he wanted to. Prince, he said one night, alone in his room. What does that even mean? The pendant warmed against his chest. It means what you make it mean, a voice answered. Not deaths. Something else. Something that felt like the city itself. Titles are just words, Harry Potter. It's the being beneath them that matters. But everyone's looking at me differently. Treating me differently. Like I'm not just Harry anymore. You're not. You haven't been just Harry for a long time. But that doesn't mean you've lost yourself. It means you've grown into something more. I don't want to be more. I want to be me. Then be me. Be the you that Charlie raised. The you that protects his family. The you that chose mercy over vengeance. That you is still there, Harry. Stronger than ever. The title doesn't change that. Harry touched his chest, feeling his heartbeat. Steady. Strong. His. Okay. He whispered. Okay. The next day, Carmilla returned. She appeared at the hotel without announcement, as always, but this time she wasn't alone. Behind her walked a procession of lesser demons, carrying gifts, fabrics and foods and objects of beauty that had no place in hell's usual economy. Princess, she said, inclining her head. I've come to pay respects to the demon prince. Charlie's eyes narrowed. He's not accepting visitors. He'll accept me. Carmilla's gaze found Harry, who had appeared at the top of the stairs. Won't you, child? Harry descended slowly, his hand trailing along the banister. The pendant around his neck pulsed gently, responding to Carmilla's presence. Why the gifts? He asked. Because you've earned them. Because hell is starting to recognize what you are, and those of us with sense are recognizing it too. Carmilla gestured, and her demons began unloading the gifts in the lobby. Consider them tribute, or gratitude, or whatever word makes you comfortable. I don't want tribute. No, you wouldn't. Carmilla smiled. That's exactly why you deserve it. They talked for hours, as they had before. But this conversation was different. Carmilla asked different questions, about his dreams, his visions, his sense of connection to hell. And Harry answered differently, revealing more than he had before, trusting her in ways he hadn't thought possible. The city speaks to you, Carmilla said. It wasn't a question. Yes, in dreams, in whispers, in feelings I can't always explain. That's rare, incredibly rare. Most beings live and die in hell without ever hearing its voice. She leaned forward. What does it say? Harry considered the question carefully. It shows me possibilities. What could be, what might be, what I could become. And what do you want to become? I want to protect my family. I want the hotel to be safe. I want, he hesitated. I want hell to be better. Not perfect. I know that's impossible. But better. Less suffering. More hope. Carmilla's ancient eyes glistened. You sound like your mother. Charlie. No, your other mother. The one who loved you first. She reached out and touched his hand. She would be proud of you, Harry. So proud. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. You knew her. I knew of her. The wizarding world and hell have intersections. Moments when the veil thins. She was famous there, your first mother. Known for her courage, her love, her refusal to bow to darkness. Carmilla's smile was gentle. You have her eyes. The dreams. When I see her, that's real. She's really watching. I believe so. Love that's strong doesn't die, Harry. It transforms. It endures. It finds ways to reach across any barrier. Harry touched his chest, feeling the warmth there. Not the pendant. Something deeper. Something that felt like his first mother's hand, reaching across worlds to touch his heart. Thank you, he whispered. For telling me. Thank you for being worth telling. That night, Harry dreamed of both his mothers. Charlie stood on one side, her golden aura warm and steady. Lily stood on the other, her green eyes bright with tears. Between them, Harry stood, older now, taller, wearing the crown of fire he'd seen in other dreams. You have two mothers, Lily said. Two who love you beyond measure. Two who would do anything for you. That's not a burden, Charlie added. It's a gift. The more love you have, the stronger you are. But I can't be with both of you. Not really. Not at the same time. Not yet, Lily agreed. But maybe someday. The universe is vast, Harry. Possibilities are infinite. What seems impossible now may not always be. For now, Charlie said, you have us in your heart. That's enough. That's more than enough. Harry looked at them, his mothers, his family, his reasons for everything. I love you, he said. Both of you, always. They smiled, and the dream faded into warmth. Morning came, as mornings always did. Harry woke in his cot, the pendant warm against his chest, his heart full in ways he couldn't explain. Charlie was already there, sitting beside him, her hand on his blanket. Another dream, she asked softly. A good one, the best one. He sat up, reaching for her. You were there, both of you. Charlie's eyes widened slightly. Your first mother. She said she loves me. That you both love me. That having two mothers isn't a burden, it's a gift. He hugged her tightly. She's right, you're both the best parts of me. Charlie held him close, tears streaming down her face. Oh, Harry, my beautiful boy. They stayed like that for a long time, mother and son, holding each other against the darkness. Outside, Pentagram City stirred. Demons went about their business. Suffering continued, chaos reigned, but something had changed. The demon prince of magic had accepted what he was becoming. Not a throne, not a crown, not power for its own sake, but something more important, a protector, a bridge, a being who belonged to two worlds and would fight for both. And hell, ancient, eternal, hungry hell, watched and waited and wondered what he would become next. Chapter 15. Echoes of Earth. The pulse came without warning. One moment, Harry was sitting in the hotel's common room, helping Angel Dust with a puzzle. Tea made no sense and was probably rigged anyway. The next moment, something exploded inside his head, a wave of energy that originated somewhere deep in his chest and blasted outward in all directions. He screamed, not in pain, in surprise, in recognition, in something that felt like his magic reaching for something it had been searching for since before he could remember. Harry. Charlie was there instantly, her hands on his shoulders. Harry, what happened? But he couldn't answer, because he was seeing things, feeling things, experiencing a world that wasn't hell, wasn't the hotel, wasn't anything he'd ever known. Green hills, a castle with towers that touched the clouds, children in black robes, laughing as they walked across a lawn. A man with a long white beard and eyes that sparkled with ancient knowledge. And a name, whispered on a wind that shouldn't exist. Potter. The pulse didn't stop at the hotel. It spread through Pentagram City like ripples in dark water, touching everything, sensing everything. Announcing to all of hell that something had changed. Demons felt it in their bones, a vibration that made their teeth ache and their eyes water. Overlords felt it in their soul. A disturbance in the natural order that spoke of things beyond their understanding. And in the depths beneath the city, the Ancient Ones stirred with something that might have been fear. He reaches, they whispered. He seeks, he remembers. The connection forms. We must move faster. We must be ready. He will come to us soon, willing or not. In the wizarding world, the pulse was felt differently. T started in the Department of Mysteries, where unspeakables were conducting experiments on the nature of dimensional boundaries. Their instruments, delicate things of crystal and spellwork, shattered simultaneously, sending shards across the chamber. Then it spread. The trace, which monitored underage magic, registered a spike so powerful that every registered magical child in Britain briefly glowed with residual energy. Portkeys activated spontaneously, hurling unsuspecting witches and wizards across continents. Flow networks flared with green fire that wouldn't extinguish. And at Hogwarts, in the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore felt something he hadn't felt in 7 years. Hope. He stood at his window, staring out at the grounds, his long fingers wrapped around the frame. Behind him, Fox trilled softly, a questioning sound, as if the phoenix sensed something shifting in his human companion. 7 years, Dumbledore whispered. 7 years we've searched. 7 years we've hoped. 7 years we've feared the worst. Quote. He turned from the window, moving to a cabinet that held objects of great power and greater sorrow. From within, he withdrew a small mirror, not the two-way kind used by students, but something older, something that had belonged to the Potters. He had looked into this mirror every night for 7 years, had seen nothing but his own reflection, aged and weary and burdened by guilt. Tonight, for the first time, he saw something else. A face, young, pale, with black hair that stuck up at odd angles and eyes that burned with a light that shouldn't exist. Behind the face, shadows moved, shadows that looked like flames, like demons, like hell itself. Harry, Dumbledore breathed. Harry Potter. The face in the mirror stared back at him. Did it see him? Did it know him? Dumbledore couldn't tell, but it was alive. Harry Potter was alive. The news spread through the wizarding world faster than the pulse had. By morning, every witch and wizard in Britain knew, the boy who lived had been found. Not dead, as so many had assumed. Not vanished without trace. Alive, somewhere, waiting to be rescued. The ministry called emergency sessions. The Daily Prophet printed special editions. Oars mobilized, though no one knew where to send them. And in hidden corners of the magical world, darker forces took notice. Lord Voldemort had not been idle in 7 years. He had rebuilt his power, gathered his followers, prepared for the war that he knew was coming. But through it all, one question had haunted him: what had happened to the child who should have been his greatest enemy? Now he had an answer. The boy lived, and somewhere in the depths of his fragmented soul, Voldemort felt something he had not expected. Fear. At the Hazbin Hotel, Harry slowly recovered. The visions had faded, leaving behind only echoes, images burned into his memory, feelings he couldn't name, a longing for something he couldn't identify. Charlie stayed with him through it all, her presence an anchor in the storm. "What did you see?" she asked gently. "A place, a castle, people I didn't know but felt like I should." He looked up at her, his green eyes haunted. They were looking for me. Searching. The pulse, it was my magic, reaching for them. For where I came from. Charlie's heart clenched. The wizarding world. I think so. I think. He swallowed hard. I think they know I'm alive now. The words hung in the air between them. Both of them understood what they meant. Everything was about to change. Days passed. Harry waited for something to happen, for a portal to open, for wizards to appear, for his first mother to step through and take him home. But nothing came. The world above remained silent, unreachable, impossibly distant. The veil between worlds is thick, Carmilla explained when she visited. What your magic did, sending that pulse, was remarkable. But crossing dimensions is harder than sending a signal. It will take them time to find a way through. How much time? I don't know. Weeks, months, years. She studied him carefully. Does that frighten you? Harry considered the question. I don't know what I feel. Part of me wants to see them, to know them, to understand where I came from. But another part, he touched the pendant at his neck. Another part doesn't want to leave. This is my home. Charlie is my mother. The hotel is my family. Carmilla nodded slowly. Then you have time. Time to decide what you want. Time to prepare for whatever comes. She rose to leave. Use it wisely, Demon Prince. Choices made in haste are rarely the right ones. That night, Harry dreamed of the wizarding world. He walked through the castle he'd seen in his visions, Hogwarts, he somehow knew it was called. The halls were empty, silent, waiting. Portraits watched him pass, their painted eyes tracking his movements with curiosity and something like recognition. In the great hall, a figure waited. The man with the white beard. Dumbledore. Harry Potter, he said. His voice was gentle, warm, nothing like the cold tones of demons or the hungry whispers of ancient ones. I've waited so long to meet you. You know who I am. I know who you were meant to be. The child of prophecy. The one who would defeat the darkest wizard of our age. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. But prophecy is not destiny, Harry. Choices matter more than words spoken before we're born. I didn't choose to be abandoned. No, you didn't. And for that, I am deeply sorry. Dumbledore moved closer, his presence comforting despite the strangeness of the dream. The ones who took you, they acted from fear. From misunderstanding. They saw a threat where none existed and tried to eliminate it. They were wrong. Do you know why they did it? What they were afraid of? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he spoke. There is a prophecy, Harry. A true prophecy, hidden within the one you've heard of. It speaks of the one who conquers death becoming death's heir. Of the one who destroys the monster becoming the vessel for all monsters that follow. He met Harry's eyes. They feared you would become something terrible. Something that would make Voldemort seem like a minor threat. And instead, I became this. Harry gestured at himself, at the demonic energy that clung to him, at the hellfire that slept in his blood. Maybe they were right. No. Dumbledore's voice was firm. They were wrong, Harry. Power is not evil. Where you come from is not evil. What you've become, what you're becoming, is a result of how you were raised, the choices you've made, the love you've received. That love came from a demon, yes. But love is love, wherever it originates. Harry thought about Charlie, about her warmth, her kindness, her absolute refusal to give up on him. About the family he'd found in the most unlikely place imaginable. I love her, he said quietly. Charlie, she's my mother. I know, and I would never ask you to choose between worlds. Dumbledore smiled. But I would ask you to consider that you might not have to. That perhaps, just perhaps, you can belong to both. The dream began to fade. Remember, Harry, you are not defined by prophecy or power or where you were born. You are defined by your choices. Choose wisely. Harry woke with the words echoing in his mind. Choose wisely. He lay in his cot, staring at the ceiling, thinking about everything he'd learned. The wizarding world knew he was alive. They would come for him, eventually. And when they did, he would have to decide. Stay in hell, with the mother who raised him, or return to Earth, to the world he'd been born in, to the destiny he'd never asked for. He didn't have an answer. But for the first time, he understood the question. In the weeks that followed, Harry watched for signs. He felt the wizarding world's attempts to reach him, small pulses of magic that brushed against the dimensional walls, searching for weaknesses. He sensed the frustration of the wizards on the other side, their inability to breach the barrier between worlds. And he felt something else. Something darker. Something that reached not with hope but with hunger. Voldemort's first attempt was clumsy. A dark ritual, performed by Death Eaters in an ancient circle, meant to tear a hole in reality large enough to send a probe through. It failed spectacularly, killing 3 of the par. Tissy Pants and leaving the others scarred and screaming. But it taught Voldemort something valuable. The boy was in hell. Impossible. Unthinkable. But true. And if Harry Potter could survive in hell, then hell itself could be conquered. The Dark Lord smiled. Back at the hotel, Harry felt the dark magic like a wound. It pressed against his consciousness, seeking entry, seeking connection. He recoiled from it instinctively, his hellfire rising to protect him. But even as he pushed it away, he recognized something in its depths. Voldemort. The name surfaced from memories that weren't his, whispers from his first mother. Echoes from the night he was taken. Voldemort, the monster who had tried to kill him as a baby. The reason his parents were dead. The reason he was here. He's reaching for me, Harry told Charlie that night. The dark wizard from my world. He knows I'm alive, and he wants. I don't know what he wants. To kill you, Charlie said quietly. Or to use you. Probably both. He's powerful. I can feel it. Different from demons. Different from anything in hell. His magic is wrong. Twisted, like it's been broken and put back together incorrectly. Charlie pulled him close. Can you protect yourself from him? I think so. The dimensional walls are strong. He can't reach me here, not yet. But he's trying, and he won't stop trying. Then we'll be ready. Charlie's voice was steel. We've faced ancient ones and overlords and armies of demons. One dark wizard from Earth is just another enemy. Harry smiled despite himself. You make it sound simple. Nothing's simple, Harry. But some things are worth fighting for. You're worth fighting for. That night, Harry dreamed of 2 figures. One was Dumbledore, wise and gentle, reaching for him with open hands. The other was Voldemort, twisted and hungry, reaching for him with claws. Between them, Harry stood at a crossroads, his path unclear, his future unwritten. Choose wisely, the dream whispered. Choose wisely. He woke before he could decide. Morning came, as mornings always did. Harry rose, dressed, and went downstairs to join his family for breakfast. Charlie was there, her golden aura warm. Vaggie, Husk, Angel, all of them, waiting for him. Loving him, protecting him. He sat in his usual spot and ate his usual food and laughed at Angel's usual jokes. But beneath the surface, something had shifted. The echoes from Earth grew stronger every day. The wizarding world was searching for him. Voldemort was reaching for him. And soon, sooner than any of them expected, the walls between worlds would begin to crack. Harry touched the pendant at his neck and made a silent promise. Whatever came through those cracks, he would face it. Not as the boy who lived. Not as the demon prince of magic. As himself. As Harry, Charlie's son. And that was enough. Chapter 16. Dumbledore's Discovery. The night was cold in Hogsmeade. Albus Dumbledore stood at the window of the 3 Broomsticks private room, watching snow fall on the rooftops below. His hands were clasped behind his back, his expression thoughtful, his mind far from the warm fire crackling behind him. 7 years. 7 years since Harry Potter had vanished. 7 years of searching, of hoping, of slowly accepting that the boy might never be found. 7 years of guilt that weighed on him like chains. And now he knew. The boy was alive, but where? The meeting had been called an hour ago. Kingsley Shacklebolt arrived first, his tall frame filling the doorway, his eyes sharp with concern. He'd been one of the few who never stopped searching, who followed every lead no matter how thin, who believed that Harry Potter would be found. "You've learned something," he said. It wasn't a question. Dumbledore turned from the window. "I have, but I needed to gather everyone before I shared it." More arrived. Minerva McGonagall, her lips thin with worry. Mad Eye Moody, his magical eye spinning in all directions. Amelia Bones, her expression carefully neutral. And finally, a figure few expected, Severus Snape, his black robes billowing as he swept into the room. "You summoned me," Snape said. His voice was flat, controlled, but Dumbledore could see the tension in his shoulders. "I did, Severus. Please, everyone, sit." They gathered around the table, the fire casting long shadows across their faces. Dumbledore waited until they were settled, until the room was silent. Until every eye was fixed on him. 7 years ago, he began, Harry Potter was taken from his home. We all know this. We've all searched. We've all hoped. And for 7 years, we've found nothing, no trace. No clue, no hint of where he might be. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. 3 nights ago, that changed. Dumbledore told them about the pulse. He described the readings from the Department of Mysteries, the spontaneous activation of portkeys, the surge in the trace. He described the vision in the Potter's mirror, the face of a child, older than Harry should be. Surrounded by shadows that moved like living things. The boy is alive, he concluded. And he is somewhere that defies everything we know about magical travel, dimensional barriers, and the nature of reality itself. Where? Moody's magical eye fixed on Dumbledore with unsettling intensity. Where is he? Dumbledore met his gaze steadily. "I don't know, but I believe I can find out." The next morning, Dumbledore began his research. He started in his own library, the vast collection of books and scrolls and artifacts that had accumulated over more than a century of magical study. He looked for references to dimensional travel, to worlds beyond worlds, to places that existed outside normal reality. He found plenty. Theoretical treatises, philosophical musings, warnings from those who had tried and failed, or tried and never returned. But nothing that matched what he was seeing, a living child, sending out pulses of magic from somewhere impossible. By evening, he had expanded his search. He sent messages to contacts around the world, to wise witches and wizards in every magical community, to keepers of ancient knowledge, to those who studied the boundaries between worlds. He asked questions he'd never asked before, about places that most magic users refused to acknowledge. The answers began to trickle in. 3 days later, Dumbledore received a letter that changed everything. It came from an old acquaintance, a witch who had devoted her life to studying the intersections between magical theory and religious mythology. Her name was Bathilda Bagshot, and her letter was brief but astonishing. "Albus, your description of the dimensional disturbance matches something I encountered in my research on medieval demonology. There are texts, forbidden texts, burned by the Ministry centuries ago, that speak of a realm beneath our own. A place of fire and suffering, where souls go after death if they have sinned beyond redemption. They call it hell. I know this sounds like superstition. I know it contradicts everything we believe about the afterlife. But the magical signature you described, the pulse, the resistance to normal travel, the sense of Summit, being ancient and hungry, matches precisely the descriptions in those texts. I've included what I could reconstruct from memory. Use it wisely. Yours, Bathilda." Dumbledore read the letter 3 times. Then he began to research hell. What he found made his blood run cold. Hell was real, not the theological concept, not the religious metaphor, but an actual place, a dimension that existed parallel to their own. Accessible only through specific magical means or after death. It was populated by beings called demons, creatures of immense power and limited morality. And it was ruled by fallen angels who had rebelled against a higher power long before humanity existed. But most importantly, hell was where souls went when they died with great evil in their hearts. Harry Potter was a baby. Innocent, pure. He had done nothing to deserve damnation. Yet the pulse had come from there. The face in the mirror had been surrounded by shadows that moved like living things, like demons. "What happened to you?" Dumbledore whispered to the empty room. How did you get there? And how do I bring you home? The search for answers consumed him. Weeks passed. Dumbledore barely slept, barely ate, barely attended to his duties at Hogwarts. He delegated where he could, ignored where he couldn't, and focused entirely on one goal, finding a way to reach Harry Potter. The other members of the Order watched with growing concern. He's obsessed, McGonagall told Kingsley one evening. I've never seen him like this. He's not eating, not sleeping, not. He's found hope, Kingsley interrupted gently. After 7 years of nothing, he's found hope. You can't blame him for holding onto it. I don't blame him, I worry about him. McGonagall's eyes were troubled. What if he can't reach the boy? What if the dimensional barriers are too strong? What if we stop imagining worst cases and start helping? Kingsley's voice was firm. He needs us. Harry needs us. We can't afford to fall apart now. McGonagall nodded slowly. You're right. Of course you're right. She straightened her robes. Then let's get to work. They formed a research team. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and a handful of unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries. They met in secret, in chambers protected by the strongest wards they could create. They studied Bathilda's notes, ancient texts, and every scrap of information about dimensional travel they could find. And slowly, painfully, they began to understand. The barrier between worlds is not uniform, one unspeakable explained. It has thin places, points where the dimensions press close together. In those places, travel is theoretically possible. Where are these thin places? Dumbledore asked. That's the problem. They move, shift, change with lunar cycles. ND magical currents. And the unspeakable hesitated. And with the attention of beings on the other side. Snape spoke for the first time. You're saying the demons can control access to their world? Not control, exactly. Influence. The more powerful ones, the ones with awareness and intention, can thicken or thin the barriers at will. If they want to keep someone out, they can. If they want to let someone in, they can open the door. Exactly. Dumbledore leaned forward. Then we need to find a thin place. And we need to approach it carefully, without attracting the attention of whatever might be waiting on the other side. They searched for months. Every full moon, they checked known thin places, sites of ancient magic, battlefields where great evil had been done, locations where the veil between worlds had always been weak. Nothing. The barriers remained intact, impenetrable, utterly resistant to their efforts. But Harry's pulses continued, regular as clockwork. Every few days, a wave of magic would emanate from somewhere impossible, somewhere that felt like hell but also felt like Harry. It was as if the boy was calling to them, reaching across dimensions, begging to be found. We're missing something, Dumbledore said one night, staring at the charts and diagrams spread across his desk. Some piece of the puzzle we haven't considered. Snape, who had stayed late to help, looked up from a text on medieval demonology. What if the boy isn't trying to be rescued? What if he's trying to warn us? Dumbledore frowned. Warn us about what? Snape's dark eyes were troubled. The pulses, they're regular, rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat, but they're also growing stronger, more urgent. What if something in hell is hunting him? What if he's sending these pulses as a cry for help? The idea settled over them like a weight. Harry Potter, a child, alone in hell, being hunted by demons. The thought was unbearable. That night, Dumbledore dreamed. He stood in a landscape of fire and shadow, where the sky burned red and the ground cracked with heat. Before him, a figure waited, small and young, with black hair and green eyes that held more wisdom than any child should possess. Professor Dumbledore, the figure said, I've been waiting for you. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. Is that really you? In a way, in a dream, in a space between worlds. Harry moved closer, and Dumbledore saw that he was wrapped in light, a strange light that flickered between green and red, between magic and hellfire. You've been searching for me. I've felt it, every attempt, every spell, every hope. We're trying to reach you. To bring you home. I know. Harry's expression was complicated. Sadness and gratitude and something else, something Dumbledore couldn't name. But I need you to understand something. This place, hell, it's my home now. I have a family here. A mother who raised me, who protected me, who loves me. A demon, her name is Charlie. She's the princess of hell. And she's the best mother I could have asked for. Harry's eyes met Dumbledore's. I'm not the same baby who was taken. I've grown, changed, become something that doesn't exist anywhere else. Dumbledore felt his heart crack. You don't want to come back. I don't know what I want. That's the truth. Harry's voice was young but certain. Part of me wants to know where I came from. To meet the people who would have raised me. To understand my past. But another part, he touched his chest. Another part belongs here. With Charlie. With my family. The dream began to fade. Please don't stop searching, Harry said quickly. Please keep trying to reach me. But when you do, when you finally find a way, be prepared for what you'll find. I'm not just Harry Potter anymore. I'm the Hellborn Wizard, the Demon Prince of Magic. And I have choices to make. Harry. But the boy was gone, and Dumbledore woke in his chair, tears streaming down his face. The next morning, Dumbledore called another meeting. He told them everything, the dream, the conversation, Harry's words about having a family in hell. The room was silent as he spoke, each person processing the impossible information in their own way. A demon raised him, McGonagall said finally. Her voice was carefully controlled. A demon is his mother. Yes, and he doesn't want to leave her. He didn't say that, he said he doesn't know what he wants. Dumbledore's eyes were tired. He's a child, Minerva. A child torn between two worlds. We can't expect him to have answers we don't have ourselves. Moody's magical eye spun wildly. Can we trust him, if he's been raised by demons? He's still Harry Potter. Snape's voice cut through the room like a blade. Still Lily's son. Still James's child. Whatever he's become, wherever he's been raised, that doesn't change. Everyone stared at him. Snape met their gazes steadily, his expression revealing nothing. But those who knew him well could see the truth beneath the surface. He had loved Lily Potter. Had loved her since they were children. And if her son was alive, if there was any chance of bringing him home, Snape would move worlds to make it happen. The boy is in hell, he continued. He's alive, he's aware of us, and he's communicating. That's more than we've had in 7 years. We continue our research, we find a way through. And when we do, his eyes hardened. When we do, we bring him home, whatever it takes. The research intensified. They worked day and night, following every lead, testing every theory. Dumbledore contacted beings He had avoided for decades, creatures who existed on the boundaries between worlds, who might have knowledge of dimensional travel. McGonagall scoured the Hogwarts library for texts that had been ignored for centuries. Snape experimented with dark magic in ways that would have horrified his younger self. And slowly, impossibly, they began to make progress. The barrier is weakest at specific times, one unspeakable reported. During certain astronomical alignments, when the positioning of celestial bodies creates a temporary thinning. The next such alignment is, he checked his calculations. 3 months from now, can we use it? Dumbledore asked. We can try, but we'll need something else, something connected to Harry, something that can guide us through the chaos between worlds. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I have something, a remnant of his magic, preserved from the night he was taken. It's been dormant for years, but, he touched his chest, where the small vial hung on a chain beneath his robes. But if anything can lead us to him, this can. 3 months, 90 days to prepare, 90 days to hope, 90 days to fear. In hell, Harry felt the approach of something momentous. The dreams grew more frequent, more detailed, more urgent. Dumbledore's face appeared regularly, along with others he didn't recognize, a stern woman with glasses, a dark man with empty eyes, a one-eyed warrior whose gaze made him shiver. They're coming, he told Charlie one night. The wizards. They've found a way. Charlie's face was pale, but her voice was steady. Do you want to go with them? I don't know. The words hurt to say. Part of me does. Part of me needs to know. But another part, he touched her cheek. Another part can't imagine leaving you. Charlie pulled him close. Then we'll face it together. Whatever happens, whatever you decide, we'll face it together. In the wizarding world, preparations continued. The Order gathered resources, planned contingencies, prepared for every possibility. Some members argued against the attempt, too dangerous, too unknown, too likely to fail. But most agreed, Harry Potter deserved a chance to choose his own fate. And in his chambers at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore sat alone, staring at the small vial that held a remnant of Harry's magic. Soon, he whispered, soon I'll find you, soon I'll bring you home. The vial pulsed faintly, a green glow that seemed to respond to his words. In hell, Harry felt it. They were coming, and everything was about to change. Chapter 17. The Search for the Lost Boy. The night of the alignment arrived with a stillness that felt wrong. Albus Dumbledore stood at the center of an ancient circle, carved into the floor of a chamber that had been hidden beneath Hogwarts for millennia. The stones beneath, his feet hummed with power, power that had been waiting for this moment, for this purpose, for this desperate attempt to reach across worlds. Around him, the Order gathered. Minerva McGonagall, her wand ready, her face pale but determined. Kingsley Shacklebolt, tall and steady, his presence a comfort to everyone. Mad-Eye Moody, his magical eye fixed on dimensions no one else could see. Severus Snape, his black robe still, his expression unreadable but his tension visible to those who knew him. And in the center of the circle, resting on a pedestal of pure crystal, the small vial that held a remnant of Harry Potter's magic. Everyone knows their positions, Dumbledore said. His voice was calm, but those closest could hear the tremor beneath it. When the alignment reaches its peak, we will channel our power through this focus. If all goes well, it will guide us to Harry, show us where he is, how to reach him, what stands in our way. And if it doesn't go well? Moody asked. Dumbledore met his gaze. Then we try again, and again, until we succeed. The alignment began. Astronomers in the wizarding world had calculated the exact moment when celestial bodies would position themselves to thin the barriers between worlds. Magical theorists had mapped the intersections of ley lines and dimensional fault lines. Historians had identified the precise rituals used by ancient mages to traverse the boundaries of reality. Everything was ready. Dumbledore raised his wand. The others followed. Power flowed into the circle. Not attacking power, not defensive power, but something gentler. Seeking power, searching power, the power of a question asked across dimensions. Where are you? The vial began to glow. In hell, Harry felt it immediately. He was in his room at the hotel, trying to sleep, when a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with his own fire. It started small, a tickle, a whisper, then grew until it filled him completely. Mom, he called. Mom, something's happening. Charlie was there in seconds, Vaggie behind her, both of them alert and ready. But when they saw Harry, saw the glow emanating from his scar, from his pendant, from his very skin, they stopped. What is it? Charlie whispered. They're searching for me. The wizards. They're using my magic, something they kept from when I was a baby, to find me. Harry's eyes were distant, focused on something none of them could see. It's working. They're getting closer. Charlie moved to his side, taking his hand. Can you stop them? I don't know if I want to. The words hung in the air between them. The ritual reached its peak. Dumbledore felt the power building, felt the barriers between worlds thinning, felt the presence of something vast and ancient pressing against the edges of his consciousness. Hell, it was real. It was there, and somewhere in its depths, a boy was waiting. Focus, he commanded. Channel everything into the vial. They did. The combined magic of the Order's most powerful members poured into the small crystal container. It blazed with light, green light, Harry's light, the light of a child who had been lost for 7 years. And then, impossibly, it showed them something. Images flickered in the air above the circle. A city of fire and shadow, where buildings stretched toward a smoke-choked sky and demons moved through streets paved with bones. A hotel, standing defiant among the chaos, its walls scarred by battles fought and won. A room, simple but warm, where a boy sat on a bed with a woman whose golden aura shone like a beacon. The boy turned, looked directly at them, and for one heart-stopping moment, Albus Dumbledore looked into the eyes of Harry Potter. They were green, Lily's green, James's green, the green of the Potters who had given their lives for this child. But there was something else in them now. Something that had grown in 7 years of hell. Something ancient and powerful and utterly, completely Harry. Professor Dumbledore, the boy said. His voice came through the connection like an echo, faint but clear. You found me, Harry. Dumbledore's voice cracked. Harry, we're coming for you. We're going to bring you home. The boy's expression flickered, gratitude and sadness and something else, something that made Dumbledore's heart clench. I know, Harry said. But you need to understand, this is my home too. I have a family here. A mother who raised me. People who love me. The woman beside him, the demon with golden aura, placed her hand on Harry's shoulder. Her eyes met Dumbledore's through the dimensional rift, and in them, he saw something he hadn't expected. Love. Real, genuine, maternal love. I'm Charlie, she said. I found Harry when he was a baby. I've raised him, protected him, loved him as my own. I know, you want to take him back to your world. But please, when you come, remember that he has a choice. That his feelings matter. That I'm not his enemy. The connection flickered. The images began to fade. Wait, Dumbledore called. Harry, wait. But the boy was already gone, and the light faded, and the chamber was dark again. The silence that followed was absolute. No one moved. No one spoke. Nay could find words for what they had just witnessed. Finally, Snape's voice cut through the darkness. He's alive. He's in hell. And a demon is his mother. He paused. That's more than we knew an hour ago. McGonagall found her voice. Did you see her? The demon. She looked at him like. She stopped, unable to finish. Like a mother looks at her child, Dumbledore said quietly. Yes, Minerva, I saw it. Moody's magical eye spun wildly. Can we trust it? Demons are masters of deception. That could have been an elaborate trick. It wasn't. Snape's voice was flat. I know deception. I've practiced it my entire adult life. What we saw, what that demon felt, was real. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Severus is right. The connection was genuine. The emotions were genuine. However Harry ended up in hell, however he survived. He has found love there. We cannot ignore that. Then what do we do? Kingsley asked. We've confirmed he's alive. We've seen where he is. Do we still try to bring him back? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. We give him a choice, he said finally. We find a way to reach him, to actually cross into hell and speak with him face to face. And when we do, we offer him the truth about his past. The love of his birth parents' world, and the freedom to decide where he belongs. And if he chooses to stay in hell, then we respect that choice. Dumbledore's eyes were sad but firm. We cannot force a child to leave the only home he's known, no matter how much we want him with us. Love isn't possession, it's wanting what's best for the beloved, even when it hurts. In hell, Harry sat in silence. Charlie's arms around him. They saw us, he said. They know where I am. What I've become. They saw a boy who is loved, Charlie corrected gently. A boy who has a family. A boy who has choices. Will they try to take me anyway? Even after seeing you? Charlie was quiet for a moment. I don't know, Harry. Some of them might. Some of them might see me as a monster who stole you. No matter what they witnessed. But the old man, Dumbledore, I think he understood. He did. I felt it through the connection. He's sad, but he's not angry. He wants what's best for me. And what's best for you. Harry leaned against her. I don't know yet, but I'm glad I have time to figure it out. The wizarding world erupted with the news. Somehow, no one knew how, information about the ritual leaked. The Daily Prophet ran headlines that screamed across every front page, Harry Potter alive in hell. Boy WHO lived raised by demons. Dumbledore's shocking discovery. The ministry called emergency sessions. The public demanded answers, and in hidden corners, dark forces began to move. Voldemort received the news with an expression that none of his Death Eaters could read. The boy is in hell, he murmured. How appropriate, my lord. Bellatrix leaned forward, her eyes bright with fanatic devotion. What are your orders? Voldemort was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. Prepare the ritual, the one we discussed, the one that requires specific components. He turned to face his followers. If the boy can survive in hell, then hell can be conquered. And if hell can be conquered, his smile widened. Imagine the power. Imagine the army. Imagine what we could become. The Death Eaters exchanged glances. Even they, devoted as they were, felt a chill at their master's words. But no one objected. No one dared. Back at the hotel, life continued. Harry went through his days, meals with the residents, training with Husk and Vaggie, jokes with Angel, quiet evenings with Charlie. But beneath the surface, everything had changed. The wizards knew where he was. They would come, and when they did, he would have to choose. Some nights, he dreamed of the world above, of green hills and castle towers and people who had been searching for him for 7 years. He dreamed of his first mother, her red hair and green eyes, her voice calling his name across impossible distances. Other nights, he dreamed of hell, of the hotel and its residents, of the family he'd built, of Charlie's golden aura wrapping around him like a blanket. Between the dreams, he lay awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering who he was supposed to be. Carmilla visited a week after the ritual. You've attracted attention, she said without preamble. More than before. The entire wizarding world knows you exist now. Harry nodded. I know. Your people will come for you. Sooner or later, they'll find a way through. She studied him carefully. What will you do when they arrive? I don't know. That's honest, at least. Carmilla moved closer, her ancient eyes soft. I've been in hell longer than most, Harry. I've seen beings torn between worlds before. The on-s who survive, who thrive, are the ones who remember that they belong to themselves first. Not to one world or another. Not to one family or another. To themselves. Harry considered this. How do I belong to myself? You choose, not based on fear or guilt or obligation. Based on what feels right in your heart. She touched his chest gently. This heart, the one that beats for Charlie, for your hotel family. For the mother who watches from another world, it knows what it wants. You just have to listen. That night, Harry dreamed of both his mothers again. They stood on either side of him, Charlie's golden aura warm and steady. Lily's green eyes bright with love. Between them, Harry felt pulled in two directions, stretched thin by forces he couldn't control. You don't have to choose, Lily said. Not yet, not until you're ready. And when you are ready, Charlie added, we'll support you. No matter what, but what if I choose wrong? What if I hurt someone? Love doesn't work that way, Harry. Lily's voice was gentle. Love isn't about avoiding pain. It's about being honest, being true to yourself. The people who truly love you will understand, even if it hurts. She's right. Charlie squeezed his hand. We'll always love you, Harry. Always. No matter where you are or what you choose. Harry looked at them, his mothers, his family, his reasons for everything. I love you both, he whispered. So much. They smiled, and the dream held him safe until morning. In the wizarding world, preparations continued. Dumbledore and the Order worked tirelessly, refining the ritual, strengthening their approach. They would not force Harry to return. They would not demand anything from him. They would simply, finally, meet the boy who had been lost for 7 years. And they would let him choose. It was the only way. The only right way. In hell, Harry woke to another day. Charlie was there, as always, her hand on his blanket, her smile warm. Vaggie was making breakfast. Husk was setting up the bar. Angel was telling inappropriate jokes to anyone who would listen. His family, his home, but somewhere beyond the dimensional walls, another family waited. Another home called. And one day, soon, Harry would have to decide. He touched his pendant, felt the warmth of Carmilla's gift. Remembered her words. You belong to yourself first. I belong to myself, he whispered. And I choose. He stopped, because he didn't know yet. But he would, soon. Chapter 18. Hell rejects intruders. The night of the second alignment arrived with a tension that pressed against the walls of reality itself. Albus Dumbledore stood in the same ancient chamber beneath Hogwarts, but everything else had changed. The circle was larger now, reinforced with runes that pulsed with protective magic. The participants were few, only those willing to risk everything on a journey into hell. And the ritual itself was different, not a seeking spell, but an opening. A door. We don't know what we'll find on the other side, Dumbledore said. Addressing the small group before him, Minerva McGonagall, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Mad-Eye Moody, and Severus Snape. 4 of the Order's most powerful members, prepared to follow him into the unknown. Hell is not a place for the living. Its energy will be hostile to us. Its inhabitants will be hostile to us. And if we cannot find Harry quickly, if we become lost or trapped. We understand the risks, Albus. McGonagall's voice was steady, but her hands trembled slightly. We've understood them from the beginning. Then let us begin. The ritual was more complex than the first. Dumbledore had spent weeks researching, consulting with experts in dimensional magic, studying texts that most wizards refused to acknowledge existed. The result was a spell that would tear a temporary hole in the barrier between worlds, just large enough for 5 people to pass through, just stable enough to last for 1 hour. 1 hour to find Harry Potter. 1 hour to bring him home. Or 1 hour to die trying. The power built slowly at first, then faster. The runes around the circle blazed with light. The air thickened, pressed against them like a living thing. And in the center of it all, the space above the pedestal began to twist, to warp, to open. A wound in reality. A door to hell. Now, Dumbledore commanded. Move now. They stepped through together. The transition was agony. For one eternal moment, McGonagall felt herself pulled apart, her magic screaming, her body stretching, her consciousness fragmenting into pieces that scattered across dimensions. She heard Kingsley cry out, felt Moody's hand grip her arm with desperate strength, sensed Snape's occlumency shields crumbling against an assault they were never designed to withstand. And then, stillness. They stood in hell. He first thing they noticed was the heat. It wasn't physical heat, not entirely. It was spiritual heat, soul heat, the heat of a billion damned souls burning for eternity. It pressed against them from all sides, seeking entry, seeking purchase, seeking to claim them as it had claimed so many before. The second thing they noticed was the sky. Red, endless red, churning with smoke and fire and shapes that moved with terrible purpose. No sun, no moon, no stars, just the eternal glow of damnation. The third thing they noticed was the city. Pentagram City spread before them in all its chaotic glory, towers of bone, rivers of lava. Streets paved with suffering. Demons moved through it like blood through veins, countless and uncaring, their eyes fixed on purposes that no living soul could comprehend. "We need to find Harry," Dumbledore said. His voice was steady, but the others could see the strain in his face. The energy of hell was already affecting him, affecting all of them. Quickly. Before what? Before they were consumed. Before they were claimed. Before they became part of hell forever. The search began. They moved through the streets as best they could, using disillusionment, charms and notice-me-nots to avoid detection. But hell resisted them. Every step was a battle. Every breath was a struggle. The very air seemed to fight their presence, pressing against them like a living thing determined to expel invaders. "The energy here," Snape gasped. It's attacking us. Draining us." Dumbledore nodded grimly. "Hell rejects the living. We're not supposed to be here. Our magic is fighting just to keep us intact. How long can we last?" McGonagall asked. "Not long. Minutes, perhaps. An hour at most." He pushed forward, his eyes scanning the impossible architecture. "We need to find the hotel." The vision showed a hotel. "If we can reach it." A demon appeared before them. Not a random encounter. This one had been waiting. Its form was fluid, shifting between shapes too quickly to track. Its eyes burned with ancient hunger, and its smile was made of too many teeth. "Living souls," it breathed. "Here, in hell. How delicious." Moody's wand was up instantly. "Back off, demon. We're not here for you." "Then why are you here?" The demon circled them, moving in ways that defied physics. "Living souls don't come to hell by accident. They're brought, or they're sent. Which is it? We're looking for someone." Dumbledore's voice was calm, but his wand was ready. "A child. A human child who came here years ago." The demon's eyes widened. "The Hellborn Wizard. You seek the Hellborn Wizard. You know him. Everyone knows him." The demon's smile shifted, became something almost respectful. "The child of fire and magic. The demon prince. The one who stands between worlds." It studied them with new interest. "You're from his world. His first world." "Yes. We've come to take him home." The demon laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Take him home? You think he'll go with you? You think he'll leave the family who raised him, the power he's accumulated, the destiny that waits for him here? We think he deserves a choice." Something flickered in the demon's eyes. "Surprise, perhaps, or respect. Choices," it murmured. "He speaks of choices often. The princess taught him that." It stepped aside, gesturing down a street that seemed to lead deeper into the city. "The hotel is that way. But hurry, the Ancient Ones have felt your arrival. They're waking, and when they wake, they feed." They ran. The streets of Pentagram City blurred past them, demons turning to stare. Buildings looming like nightmares given form, the heat pressing harder with every step. McGonagall felt her strength failing, felt her magic flickering, felt the edges of her consciousness beginning to fray. "I can't," she gasped. "Albus, I can't. Hold on, Minerva, we're close. I can feel it." The hotel appeared before them like a miracle. It wasn't beautiful, nothing in hell was beautiful. But it was solid, real, and marked with a sign that made Dumbledore's heart clench, the Hazbin Hotel. A place of redemption in a world of damnation. They staggered toward the entrance. And then the ground opened beneath them. The Ancient Ones had been waiting. They surged up from below, not demons, not beings, but something older. Something that had existed before hell was hell, before worlds were worlds. Before anything was anything. They were hunger made manifest, and they were very, very hungry. "Living souls," they whispered, their voices a chorus of ancient hungers. "Living souls in our domain. How long since we've tasted living souls?" Dumbledore raised his wand, but the magic that answered was weak, so weak. Hell was draining him, consuming him, pulling him apart from the inside. "Albus!" McGonagall screamed. The Ancient Ones reached for them. And then, fire. Not demon fire, Not hellfire, but something else. Something green and gold and impossibly bright. It erupted from the hotel's entrance, blasting toward the Ancient Ones with the force of a collapsing star. They recoiled, screamed, withdrew into the depths from which they'd come. And through the flames, a figure walked. Small, young, with black hair that stuck up at odd angles and green eyes that burned with power. Harry Potter, get inside, he said. His voice was calm, but the effort of holding back the Ancient Ones was visible in every line of his body. Now, before they come back, the wizards didn't need to be told twice. They stumbled through the hotel's entrance, collapsing on the other side as the doors slammed shut behind them. Harry stood facing the closed doors for a long moment, his flames flickering, his scar pulsing with light. Then he turned, looked at them, and for the first time in 7 years, Albus Dumbledore looked into the eyes of Harry Potter and saw not a memory, not a hope, not a dream, but reality. Charlie appeared at Harry's side, her golden aura bright with protective fury. "Who are you?" she demanded. "How did you get here? What do you want?" Dumbledore struggled to his feet, leaning on his wand. "We're friends. We've come from the wizarding world, Harry's birth world. We've been searching for him for 7 years." Charlie's eyes narrowed. "You're the ones from the ritual. The ones who reached across dimensions." "Yes, we saw you. We saw Harry. We came to—" He hesitated, looking at the boy who stood before him. "We came to offer him a choice." Harry's expression didn't change. "I know. I felt you coming. I felt your intentions." He moved closer, studying each of them in turn. "You're in danger here. Hell isn't meant for the living. Every moment you stay, it drains you more." "We noticed," Snape said dryly. His face was ashen, his dark eyes sunken. "The question is, can you send us back? Or are we trapped here?" Harry looked at Charlie. Something passed between them, a conversation without words, a connection that Dumbledore recognized with a pang. The bond between mother and child. It was real. It was strong. It was undeniable. "I can send you back," Harry said finally. "But not yet. Not until we talk. Not until I understand." "Understand what? Why you came? What you want? Who you are?" His green eyes met Dumbledore's. "I've dreamed about you. All of you. You're important in my first world. You were supposed to protect me." Dumbledore's heart clenched. "We failed you. I failed you. The night you were taken, I should have been there. I should have prevented it. I carry that guilt every day." Harry studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Come inside. Rest. We'll talk when you're stronger." He turned to Charlie. "Mom, can you help them? The hotel's energy, it might slow the draining." Charlie nodded, her expression softening slightly. "We have rooms, food, protection." She looked at the wizards with something that might have been sympathy. "You're not our enemies. I can see that now. But you need to understand, Harry is my son. I've raised him since he was a baby. I love him more than anything in any world." "We understand," McGonagall said quietly. "We saw it in the vision. We're not here to take him from you against his will." "Then why are you here?" Dumbledore met her gaze steadily. "To offer him the truth about his past. To let him know that he has family in another world, people who love him, who've searched for him, who want nothing more than to know him, and to give him the freedom to choose where he belongs." Charlie was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. "Then come inside, rest, and when you're ready, talk to him. Really talk. No demands, no expectations, no hidden agendas." She put her arm around Harry's shoulders. "He deserves that much." They spent the night in the hotel. The rooms were strange. Nothing like the wizarding world, nothing like anywhere any of them had ever been. But they were safe, protected. The draining effect of hell lessened within the hotel's walls, hell at bay by something they couldn't identify. In the morning, they gathered in the common room. Harry sat in his usual spot, surrounded by the hotel's residents, demons who watched the wizards with wary eyes, ready to protect their own. Charlie sat beside him, her hand on his shoulder. Vaggie stood nearby, spear in hand. Husk tended the bar, his yellow eyes tracking every movement. Angel Dust lounged in a corner, his usual flippancy replaced by something harder. "You wanted to talk," Harry said. "So talk." Dumbledore stepped forward. He looked older than he had the night before. The strain of hell had taken its toll. But his eyes were clear, his voice steady. "Your name is Harry James Potter," he began. "You were born on July 31st, 7 years ago, to Lily and James Potter. They were two of the bravest people I've ever known. They loved you more than anything in the world." Harry listened without expression. The night you were taken, Dumbledore's voice caught. The night you were taken. Voldemort had already tried to kill you once. He came to your home, murdered your parents, and cast a killing curse at your face. But the curse rebounded. It destroyed his body and left you with that scar. Harry touched his forehead. This scar, yes, it's a mark of what you survived. Of the love that protected you. Dumbledore met his eyes. Your mother's love, Harry. She died to save you. Our sacrifice created a protection that Voldemort couldn't overcome. For the first time, emotion flickered across Harry's face. Pain, loss, a grief he'd carried without knowing its source. I dreamed of her, he whispered. My first mother. She comes to me sometimes, in the space between worlds. She says she loves me. She says she's proud of me. She is, Harry. She absolutely is. The conversation continued for hours. Dumbledore told Harry about his parents, about James's mischief and Lily's kindness, about their friendship with Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, about the war they'd fought and the lives they'd touched. He told him about the Wizarding World, about Hogwarts and Diagon Alley, about Quidditch and Butterbeer, about the ordinary magic of growing up in a world of wonder. Harry listened to all of it. He asked questions, small ones at first, then larger. What was his father's favorite food? Treacle tart. What subject had his mother excelled in? Charms, though she was brilliant at everything. Did he have other family? An aunt, Petunia, who wanted nothing to do with magic. Through it all, Charlie sat beside him, her presence steady and warm. When the story finally ended, Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then he looked at Dumbledore and asked the question that mattered most. Why did they take me? The ones who sent me here. What were they afraid of? Dumbledore hesitated. This was the part he dreaded, the truth about the prophecy within the prophecy, the ancient fear that had led to Harry's abandonment. There is a prophecy, he said slowly. A true prophecy, hidden within the one you've heard of. It speaks of the one who conquers death becoming death's heir. Of the one who destroys the monster becoming the vessel for all monsters that follow. Harry frowned. They thought I'd become a monster. They thought the power inside you, the power from Voldemort's attack, would corrupt you. Turn you into something terrible. They acted from fear, not malice. But that doesn't excuse what they did. And was it true? Would I have become a monster? Dumbledore met his gaze steadily. I don't know, Harry. Prophecies are tricky things. They show possibilities, not certainties. The choices you make matter more than the words spoken before you were born. Harry considered this. Then, slowly, he smiled. I think I understand. The power, the fire, the magic, the connection to hell, it's not good or bad. It's just power. What matters is what I do with it. Yes, exactly. And what I've done with it. He looked around the room, at the demons who had become his family. I've protected people. I've shown mercy when I could have destroyed. I've chosen love over fear. You have. Dumbledore's eyes were bright. You've done more than anyone could have expected. More than anyone could have hoped. Harry turned to Charlie. Mom, what do you think? Charlie cupped his face in her hands. I think you're amazing, Harry. I think whatever you decide, I'll support you. And I think, her voice cracked slightly, I think you have a lot to think about. That night, the wizards prepared to leave. Harry had offered to send them back, to use his connection to hell to open a door to their world. It would cost him, he admitted. Would drain him for days. But he could do it. Before they went, Dumbledore asked for one more moment alone with Harry. They stood in the hotel's lobby. The fire casting long shadows across the floor. I want you to know, Dumbledore said quietly, that no matter what you decide, you will always have a place in our world. A home, people who love you. I know. Harry's voice was soft. And I want you to know, I'm not angry. At you, at the Wizarding World, at anyone. I have a good life here. A family who loves me. I'm not the victim of a tragedy. I'm just a boy with two worlds and a choice to make. Will you make it soon? Harry shook his head. Not yet. I need time. Time to think, to feel, to understand what I really want. He looked up at Dumbledore. But when I'm ready, when I've decided, I'll let you know. I promise. Dumbledore nodded slowly. That's all we can ask. He turned to go, then paused. Harry, your mother, Lily, shush. He used to say that love was the most powerful magic of all. I didn't fully understand what she meant until I saw you with Charlie. The love between you, it's real. It's powerful. It's the kind of love that changes worlds. Harry smiled. I know. That's why I'm not afraid. The door opened. Hell's energy pressed against it, hungry and waiting. But Harry raised his hand, and the energy parted, opened. Became a path leading back to the wizarding world. Go, he said, quickly. I can't hold it long. The wizards moved, one by one. McGonagall, with a last look of wonder at the boy who had become something impossible. Kingsley, his expression thoughtful. Moody, his magical eye spinning as if trying to memorize everything. Snape, his dark eyes lingering on Harry's face, Lily's face, before he turned away. Dumbledore was last. Thank you, he said, for listening, for being willing to understand, for giving us hope. Harry nodded. Thank you for coming, for not trying to force me, for treating me like a person with choices. Dumbledore smiled, a real smile, warm and sad and hopeful all at once. Goodbye, Harry, for now. Goodbye, Professor Dumbledore, for now. The door closed behind him. Rai stood alone in the lobby for a long moment. Then Charlie was there, her arms around him, her warmth surrounding him. Are you okay? She asked. He leaned into her. I don't know. I have so much to think about. So much to process. But I'm not alone. That's what matters. You'll never be alone, Harry. Never. They stood together in the firelight, mother and son, holding each other against the darkness. Outside, Pentagram City burned eternal. Inside, a boy with two worlds in his heart began the long process of deciding where he truly belonged. Chapter 19. Confrontation Across Worlds. 3 years passed. 3 years of dreams and decisions, of growth and grief, of becoming someone neither world could have predicted. Harry was 10 now, or rather, 10 by Hell's reckoning, which was the only reckoning that mattered. His body had stretched and filled, losing the last traces of baby softness. His face had sharpened, gaining angles that spoke of a childhood spent in a place where survival required constant awareness. But his eyes remained the same. Green, bright, full of the awareness that had marked him since infancy. And on his forehead, the lightning-shaped scar pulsed with a light that never fully faded. The hotel had changed too. 3 years of Harry's presence, 3 years of his power flowing through its walls, had transformed it. The Hazbin Hotel was no longer just a building. It was a fortress, a sanctuary, a place where even the most hardened demons felt something they couldn't name when they crossed its threshold. Hope. Charlie had never stopped believing in redemption. But now, with Harry at her side, that belief had become something more. Something tangible, something that drew souls from across Pentagram City, seeking the impossible. We've had 47 successful rehabilitations this year, Vaggie reported one evening, her voice proud. 47 souls who've earned a chance at something better. Harry smiled. That's amazing. You're part of that, you know. Vaggie's single eye was warm. Your presence here, your power, your example, it changes things. Makes people believe that maybe they can change too. I just do what feels right. That's exactly why it works. But beneath the surface, Harry was changing in ways even he didn't fully understand. The dreams had grown more intense. Not just of his first mother anymore, but of the wizarding world itself. He saw Hogwarts in vivid detail, its halls, its towers, its secrets. He saw people he didn't know but somehow recognized. A fat pink woman who made his skin crawl, a man with a wolfish smile who made his heart ache. A boy with messy black hair and green eyes who looked exactly like him. He saw Voldemort. The Dark Lord's face haunted his nightmares, not as a monster, but as a presence. A hunger, a reaching across dimensions that grew stronger with each passing month. He's preparing something, Harry told Charlie one night. Voldemort, he's found a way to reach hell. Not physically, not why, but his magic is probing the barriers. Looking for weaknesses. Charlie's expression tightened. Can you stop him? I don't know. His magic is different from anything here. Darker, more determined. Harry touched his pendant. Carmilla says the Ancient Ones are watching too. They sense him. They're curious. That's not good. No, it's not. In the wizarding world, Dumbledore felt the same shifts. 3 years since the failed attempt to reach Harry. 3 years of watching, waiting, hoping. The boy had kept his promise. He sent pulses of magic at regular intervals, letting them know he was alive, that he hadn't forgotten. That he was still thinking. But he hadn't decided. And now, something new was happening. The dimensional barriers were thinning. Not naturally, deliberately. Somio, Nay was pushing against them from the other side, trying to force an opening. At first, Dumbledore thought it was Harry. But the signature was wrong. Too dark, too hungry, too familiar. Voldemort. The Dark Lord is attempting to breach Hell. Dumbledore told the Order. He believes he can conquer it, use its power, its demons, its souls to fuel his rise. That's insane, Moody growled. Even for him, perhaps. But insanity doesn't make him less dangerous. If he succeeds, if he finds a way to enter Hell and claim its power, Dumbledore shook his head. The consequences would be catastrophic. For both worlds. What do? We stop him, whatever it takes. The confrontation happened in a place between worlds. Harry felt it building for days, a pressure in his skull, a heat in his scar, a voice that whispered Ta Da Ming Zi in tones of pure hatred. He prepared as best he could, drawing on every lesson Husk had taught him, every skill Vagi had drilled into him, every ounce of power that slept in his blood. When the barrier finally tore, he was ready. The rift opened above Pentagram City, a wound in reality that bled darkness and shadow. Through it, figures began to emerge. Death Eaters, their masks gleaming, their wands raised. And behind them, larger than life, more terrible than memory. Voldemort. He stepped into Hell as if he owned it. Finally, he breathed. Finally, I have found you. Harry stood alone in the street below, facing the Dark Lord for the first time. You're Voldemort, he said. His voice was calm, calmer than he felt. The one who killed my parents. Your parents. Voldemort's smile was terrible. Yes, I remember them. James Potter, who died trying to protect his family. Lily Potter, who begged for your life before I took it. His red eyes gleamed. I remember her screams, boy. I remember the look on her face when she realized she couldn't save you. Harry's scar blazed with pain. But he didn't flinch. You remember wrong, he said quietly. My mother didn't scream. She stood between you and me and died with love in her heart. That love is why I'm here. Why I survived. Why you're standing in Hell while I'm still alive. Voldemort's smile faltered. And you, Harry continued, stepping forward. You're not as scary as I imagined. You're just a man. A broken, desperate man who's so afraid of death that he's torn himself apart trying to avoid it. The Death Eaters stirred. Voldemort's expression darkened. You dare. I dare because I'm not afraid of you. Harry's eyes began to glow, green and red together, the colors of his power. I've faced ancient T1s who've existed since before your world was created. I've fought demons who would eat you for breakfast. I've survived Hell itself. And you, he smiled. You're just a wizard, with a bad-nose job. The battle that followed was unlike anything either world had seen. Voldemort threw killing curses that should have ended Harry instantly. They hit his shields and dissolved, not blocked, not deflected, but consumed. Harry's hellfire absorbed them like water absorbed salt, leaving nothing behind but echoes. Harry struck back with fire that burned through Death Eaters like paper. They screamed and fell and died, their souls joining the endless chorus of Hell's damned. But Voldemort was powerful, more powerful than Harry had anticipated. His magic twisted and writhed, seeking weaknesses, finding none, creating new attacks when old ones failed. You cannot defeat me, boy, he hissed. I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. No, Harry's voice was steady despite the effort of holding Voldemort at bay. You've avoided death. There's a difference. Death isn't something to conquer, it's something to accept. Something to understand. He thought of the ancient presence in his dreams. Death itself, watching him grow, guiding him, preparing him for this moment. Death, he called, if you're listening, I need you now. The sky above them split open. Not like the rift Voldemort had created, something deeper. Something older. Something that had been waiting for this moment since before either of them existed. And through that opening, a figure descended. She was beautiful, terrible, ancient beyond comprehension. Her eyes held the light of dying stars, and her smile held the peace of final rest. You called, little spark. Voldemort stared at her with an expression Harry had never seen on his face before. Fear. Real, absolute, soul-deep fear. You, Voldemort whispered. You can't be. I am what you've spent your entire existence fleeing. Death's voice was gentle, almost kind. I am the end of all things. The final breath. The silence after the storm. And I have watched you, Tom Riddle, for a very long time. No, Voldemort raised his wand, but his hand was shaking. No, I won't, I refuse. Refusal is irrelevant. Death moved closer, her form shifting between shapes, a woman, a shadow, a void. You have cheated me 7 times. 7 pieces of your soul, scattered like seeds across the world. But seeds can be gathered, harvested, returned to the earth from which they came. She raised her hand. Voldemort screamed. His body convulsed, twisted, tore apart from the inside. His Horcruxes, scattered across the wizarding world, blazed with light and then crumbled to dust. His soul, fragmented and broken, was pulled toward death like iron to a magnet. No, no, I won't. You will. Death's voice was final. You will, because all things do. In the end, Tom Riddle, even you must rest. The last piece of Voldemort's soul dissolved into light. And he was gone. Silence fell over Pentagram City. The Death Eaters who remained stared in horror at the space where their master had stood. Then, as one, they fled, scrambling back through the rift, desperate to escape. The being who had just destroyed the most powerful dark wizard in history. Harry stood alone in the street, breathing hard, his fire fading. Death turned to him. You did well, little spark. I didn't do anything. You did it all. No. Death's smile was gentle. You called me. You accepted me. You understood what Voldemort never could, that I am not an enemy to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. That made all the difference. Harry looked at the space where Voldemort had been. Is he gone? Really gone? His soul has been gathered. His essence has been returned to the source from which it came. He will not trouble anyone again. Death touched his cheek, her fingers cool, almost cold, but not unpleasant. You are free of him, Harry Potter. Free in ways you haven't been since before you were born. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. My parents, can I see them? Someday, someday. When it's your time, not before. Death's form began to fade. But know this, they are proud of you. So proud. The choices you've made, the person you've become, it's everything they hoped for. She was gone. Harry stood alone in the street for a long moment. Then Charlie was there, her arms around him, her tears wetting his hair. Harry, Harry, are you okay? What happened? That being, I'm okay. His voice was hoarse. I'm okay, Mom. Voldemort's gone. Really gone. Death took him. Charlie pulled back to look at his face. Death, as in, the end of all things. She's been watching me since I was a baby. Guiding me, sometimes. Preparing me for this. He touched his chest. I think this was what I was meant to do. Not fight Voldemort myself, but understand him. Understand what he was running from. And help Death catch him when he finally couldn't run anymore. Charlie cupped his face in her hands. My beautiful boy. My amazing, impossible boy. They held each other as the rift above them slowly closed, sealing hell off from the wizarding world once more. In the days that followed, word spread. The Dark Lord was dead. Truly dead, this time, not just vanquished, but ended. His Horcruxes had crumbled simultaneously, his followers had scattered, his reign of terror was over. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the hellborn wizard, the demon prince of magic, had been there. Had faced him, had called upon death itself to end him. The wizarding world celebrated, hell watched with new eyes. And in the Hazbin Hotel, a 10-year-old boy sat with his mother and tried to process what had just happened. Dumbledore returned a month later. This time, he came alone, through a small rift that Harry opened for him. Controlled and safe, he found Harry in the hotel's common room, surrounded by demons who had become family, looking older than his years but somehow at peace. Harry, Dumbledore's voice was warm. I came to thank you. And to talk. Harry nodded. I thought you might. They sat together, away from the others, in a quiet corner of the room. The wizarding world owes you a debt we can never repay. Dumbledore began. Voldemort is gone. His followers are scattered. The war is over. I didn't do it alone. Death helped. Death helped because you understood her. Because you accepted her. Because you weren't afraid. Dumbledore's eyes were bright. That's more than any wizard has ever done, Harry. That's something truly remarkable. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, I've been thinking about what you said before. About giving me a choice. And I think I've made it. Dumbledore waited. Harry took a deep breath. I'm not going back to the wizarding world. Not to live, anyway. He gestured at the hotel, at Charlie watching from across the room, at the demons who had become his family. This is my home. These are my people. I belong here. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I understand, but I don't want to cut myself off from your world either. My first mother is there. My parents' friends. People who've been searching for me for years. He met Dumbledore's eyes. I want to visit. Sometimes. When it's safe. When I can. I want to know that world. Learn about it. Understand it. Maybe even help it somehow. But I can't live there. I wouldn't survive there. You've become too much a part of hell. I've become myself here, the person I was meant to be. Harry touched his chest. Charlie raised me. She taught me love and compassion and hope. She gave me a home when I had nothing. I can't leave her. I won't. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. You remind me of your mother, Harry. Not Lily, Charlie. You have her heart, her determination, her refusal to give up on the people she loves. He reached out and touched Harry's shoulder. That's a gift, a rare and precious gift. And if your choice is to stay here, to protect this place and these people, then I support you completely. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. You're not angry. I'm not angry. I'm proud. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. So proud of the person you've become. Your parents, both sets of them, would be proud too. They talked for hours after that. Harry asked about the wizarding world, about Hogwarts and Quidditch, about magic and ministry, about the ordinary life he might have lived. Dumbledore answered everything, painting pictures with words, bringing that world to life for a boy who would never call it home. When it was time to leave, Harry opened another rift, small and controlled, leading directly to Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. Thank you, Dumbledore said, for everything. Thank you for coming, for understanding, for not trying to force me. Dumbledore smiled. I'll visit again, if you'll have me, always. The door closed behind him. Harry stood alone for a moment, processing everything that had happened. Then Charlie was there, her arms around him, her warmth surrounding him. Are you okay? She asked. He leaned into her. I am, really, truly okay. Good. She kissed the top of his head. Because I love you, Harry. More than anything in any world. I love you too, Mom. Always. Outside, Pentagram City burned eternal. Inside, a boy who belonged to two worlds sat with the mother who had raised him and felt, for the first time in his life, completely at peace. He had faced the darkness and won. He had chosen his path and walked it. He was Harry Potter, the Hellborn Wizard, the Demon Prince of Magic. And he was exactly where he belonged. Chapter 20. No longer your savior. The news of Harry's choice spread through both worlds like wildfire. In the wizarding world, reactions ranged from disbelief to outrage to a strange, aching sorrow. The boy who lived, the child of prophecy, the symbol of hope, the one who had defeated Voldemort, was refusing to come home. He was choosing to stay in hell. With demons. With the creatures that every witch and wizard had been taught to fear since birth. The Daily Prophet ran headline after headline. Potter rejects wizarding world. Boy WHO lived chooses hell over home. Dumbledore defends Potter's choice, but is it really? Letters poured into Hogwarts. Some praised Harry's courage. Some condemned his decision. Some demanded that the ministry find a way to force him back, for his own good. Of course, for the good of the wizarding world, for the sake of prophecy and destiny and everything he was supposed to be. Dumbledore read each one, and then, carefully, deliberately, he set them aside. In hell, Harry felt the weight of the wizarding world's expectations pressing against him like a physical thing. Not through the dimensional barriers, those held firm, protecting him from direct contact, but through his dreams, through his visions, through the ancient connection that linked him to the world of his birth. He heard the whispers, felt the judgment, knew that millions of people were debating his worth, his choices, his very existence. Some nights, he woke in tears. Not from sadness, from pressure. From the crushing weight of being wanted by people who didn't know him. Who couldn't understand him, who saw him as a symbol rather than a person. Charlie was always there. Let them think what they want, she told him, her voice gentle but firm. You don't owe them anything, Harry. You didn't ask to be their savior. You didn't choose to be their symbol. All you have to do is be true to yourself. But they're hurting. They've been hurting for years. They thought I was dead. And now they know I'm alive, and I'm choosing not to come back. They're hurting because they built their hope around a child they never met. That's not your fault, Harry. That's theirs. Charlie cupped his face in her hands. You can't save everyone by sacrificing yourself. You can't fix the wizarding world by becoming what they want you to be. The only person you need to save is yourself, and you've already done that. Harry leaned into her touch. How do you always know what to say? Because I'm your mother. That's what we do. The first visitor from the wizarding world came a week later. Not Dumbledore, someone else. Someone who had refused to accept Harry's decision, who had demanded to see for himself, who had pushed through every barrier and objection until finally, reluctantly, Dumbledore had arranged a meeting. Sirius Black. Harry knew about him from Dumbledore's stories, his father's best friend, his godfather, a man who had spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. A man who had escaped, who had searched for Harry, who had believed with all his heart that one day they would be together. Now he stood in the lobby of the Hazbin Hotel, his grey eyes wild. His hands shaking, his entire body vibrating with barely contained emotion. "Harry," he breathed. "Harry, it's really you." Harry stood 10 feet away, Charlie at his side, the hotel's residents watching from the shadows. He'd known this meeting would be hard. He hadn't known how hard. Serious. His voice was calm, but his heart was racing. "I've heard a lot about you. I've dreamed about you, every night for 7 years. About finding you, holding you, bringing you home." Sirius took a step forward, then stopped, as if sensing that movement might be wrong. "You look so much like James. The same hair, the same eyes. No, wait, your eyes are lilies. Green like hers. I'd know them anywhere." Harry felt a lump form in his throat. "I've seen her. In dreams. She visits me sometimes." Sirius's face crumbled. "She does. She says she loves me. She says she's proud of me." Harry hesitated. "She says you're a good man. That my father trusted you more than anyone." Sirius made a sound, half laugh, half sob. "I tried to find you. I never stopped trying. Even in Azkaban, even when the Dementors made me relive the worst moments of my life, I held on to the hope that you were alive. That I'd find you. That we'd be a family." "I know." Harry's voice was soft. "Dumbledore told me about your escape, your search, everything you sacrificed. Then you understand why I'm here. Why I had to come." Sirius's eyes were desperate. "Harry, please, please come home. I know this place." He gestured at the hotel, at the demons watching, at hell itself. "I know it's been your home. And I'm grateful to the people who protected you. Truly grateful. But you belong with us. With your real family." Charlie's hand tightened on Harry's shoulder. Harry felt the weight of the moment pressing down on him. Sirius's hope, Charlie's love, the expectations of two worlds, colliding in this single instant. "Sirius," he said carefully, "I need you to understand something. This is my real family." Sirius flinched as if struck. "Charlie found me when I was a baby. She raised me, protected me, loved me when I had nothing and no one. She taught me what it means to be good, to be kind, to choose love over fear. She's my mother in every way that matters. But she's a demon. Yes, she's a demon. And she's also the best person I've ever known." Harry's voice didn't waver. "The woe, RLD you come from, the wizarding world, it taught you that demons are evil. That hell is only for the damned. But that's not the whole truth. There's good here, Sirius. Real good. Just like there's evil in your world." Voldemort proved that. Sirius stared at him, his expression a battlefield of emotions. "I'm not coming back," Harry continued. "Not to live. This is my home. These are my people. But that doesn't mean I want to cut you out of my life. You're my godfather. My father's best friend. Someone who loves me enough to cross worlds to find me. That means something." "What does it mean?" Sirius's voice was raw. "It means you're welcome here. Anytime. To visit, to talk, to be part of my life. Dumbledore comes sometimes. Others will too, I hope. But I can't leave Charlie. I can't leave the family who raised me." He met Sirius's eyes. "I hope you can understand that. I hope you can accept it." The silence that followed was the longest of Harry's life. Sirius stood frozen, his gray eyes locked on Harry's face. The residents of the hotel held their breath. Charlie's grip on Harry's shoulder never wavered. Then, slowly, Sirius moved. He crossed the distance between them in 3 long strides, and pulled Harry into an embrace so tight it stole his breath. "I don't understand," Sirius whispered into his hair. "I don't understand any of this. But you're alive. You're here. You're real." His voice broke. "That's enough. That has to be enough." Harry hugged him back, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I can't be what you wanted. You're exactly what you should be. James and Lily would be so proud." Sirius pulled back, his own face wet. "And if this is your home, if these are your people, then I'll learn to accept that. I'll visit. I'll be part of your life however you'll let me." Harry smiled through his tears. "I'd like that." Charlie stepped forward, her golden aura warm. "Sirius, I'm Charlie, Harry's mother." Sirius looked at her, really looked, past the demon exterior to the being beneath. What he saw made his expression shift from wariness to something like wonder. "You love him," he said. "Really love him, with everything I am." Then thank you. Sirius's voice was rough. Thank you for protecting him. For raising him. For making him the person he is. He held out his hand. I don't understand your world. I don't know if I ever will. But I'm grateful you're in his. Charlie took his hand. Welcome to the family, Sirius. It's a strange one, but it's ours. They talked for hours after that. Sirius asked about Harry's life, his childhood, his powers, his friends. Harry answered everything, painting pictures of a life that Sirius could barely comprehend but desperately wanted to understand. Charlie added details, shared stories, helped bridge the gap between worlds. By the time Sirius had to leave, something had shifted between them. Not quite family, not yet, but the beginning of something. A connection that could grow, given time and care and willingness from both sides. I'll be back, Sirius promised at the rift. As often as you'll have me. You're always welcome. Harry hugged him one last time. Tell the others, the ones who care, the ones who want to understand, that they're welcome too. But tell them to come with open minds. I won't apologize for who I've become. Sirius nodded. They'll learn. We'll all learn. He stepped toward the rift, then paused. Harry, your parents, both sets, they'd be so proud. Never doubt that. He was gone. Harry stood with Charlie, watching the rift close. Are you okay? She asked. He leaned against her. I am. Really. Truly okay. Good. She kissed his forehead. Because I love you, Harry. Always. I love you too, Mom. Forever. In the weeks that followed, more visitors came. Some came with open hearts. Remus Lupin, gentle and sad, who cried when he saw Harry's face. Andromeda Tonks, who had lost everyone but still had love to give. A handful of others who had known James and Lily, who had never stopped hoping. Some came with closed minds, ministry officials who demanded Harry return, for his own good, journalists who wanted interviews, curiosity seekers who saw him as a spectacle. Harry turned them all away. This was his home. He didn't have to let anyone in who didn't respect it. And some came with darkness in their hearts. Death Eaters, mostly. Believers who could, accept that their master was truly gone, who thought that capturing Harry Potter might somehow bring Voldemort back. They tried to sneak through rifts, to attack the hotel, to take Harry by force. They failed. Every time. Harry's power had grown beyond anything they could comprehend. And the demons of hell, his family, his protectors, his friends, were more than happy to teach intruders what happened when you threatened one of their own. 6 months after Voldemort's defeat, Dumbledore returned. He found Harry in the hotel's common room, surrounded by residents who had become as familiar as family. Charlie sat beside him, her golden aura bright. Vaggie stood guard nearby. Husk tended the bar. Angel told jokes that made everyone groan. You've built something remarkable here, Dumbledore said, settling into a chair that someone had magically enlarged for him. A true community. It's home. Harry smiled. The only home I've ever known. I understand that now, better than I did before. Dumbledore's eyes were thoughtful. The wizarding world is still struggling with your choice. Some will never accept it. But others, more than I expected, are beginning to understand. To see that you're not rejecting them. Just choosing a different path. I'm glad. There's something else. Dumbledore hesitated. The ministry has been discussing how to handle your situation. Officially, you're still a British citizen. Still a wizard. Still subject to magical law. Harry's expression tightened. They want to control me. They want to understand you. To protect you. To ensure that your power isn't used against them. Dumbledore held up a hand. I'm not defending them, I'm explaining them. The difference matters. And what do you want? Dumbledore met his eyes. I want what you want. For you to be safe, happy, and free to make your own choices. If that means staying here, in hell, with your family, then I support that completely. Harry studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I believe you. That night, Harry dreamed of his first mother. She stood in the green hills he'd seen so many times, her red hair bright against the sky, her green eyes warm with love. You've done well, she said. So well, Harry. I'm so proud of you. I miss you. The words came out before he could stop them. I know I never really knew you, but I miss you anyway. Lily's eyes glistened. I miss you too, every moment of every day. But knowing you're happy, knowing you're loved, that makes it bearable. Charlie loves me, like you would have. Yes, she does. And I'm grateful to her, Harry. More grateful than I can say. Lily moved closer, close enough that Harry could almost feel her warmth. You have two mothers now. Two who love you beyond measure. That's rare. That's precious. What do I do? About the wizarding world, about the people who want me to be their savior, about. You be yourself. Lily's voice was firm. You be the person Charlie raised you to be. Kind, brave, true. That's all anyone can ask. That's all anyone should want. Harry nodded slowly. I think I can do that. I know you can. Lily smiled. That beautiful, heartbreaking smile that Harry saw in his memories and his dreams. I love you, Harry. Always. I love you too, Mom. Always. He woke to morning light streaming through his window. Charlie was there, as always, her hand on his blanket, her smile warm. Another dream, she asked. A good one. My first mother. She said she's proud of me. Harry sat up, reaching for her. She said I should be myself. The person you raised me to be. Charlie pulled him into a hug. She's right. That's all you ever need to be. They sat together, mother and son, watching the hellish sunrise paint the sky in shades of red and gold. Outside, Pentagram City stirred to life. Demons went about their business. Suffering continued. Chaos reigned. But in this room, in this moment, there was peace. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the hellborn wizard, the demon prince of magic, had made his choice. He was no one's savior. He was just Harry, Charlie's son, and that was enough. Chapter 21. The Dark Lord's Fear. The night was cold in the abandoned Riddle house. Lord Voldemort stood at a window that looked out over nothing, overgrown grounds, crumbling walls, the graveyard where his father's bones lay rotting. His reflection stared back at him from the glass, red eyes, serpentine features. The face of a monster who had once been a man. He had felt it again tonight. That pulse, that presence, that impossible, infuriating something that had been haunting him for months. The first time had been years ago. A tremor in the dark magic that surrounded him. A flicker in the connections between his scattered soul. For one brief moment, he had felt someone, reach across dimensions and touch the edges of his consciousness. He had dismissed it then as a trick of his fractured mind. A side effect of the rituals that had brought him back. Nothing to concern himself with. But the pulses continued, growing stronger, more frequent, more aware, and with each one, Voldemort felt something he had not experienced since he was a child in an orphanage. Alone and afraid and desperate for power. Fear, you're troubled, my lord. Bellatrix's voice came from the shadows behind him. She approached slowly, her devotion evident in every movement, her eyes bright with the madness that made her his most loyal follower. Voldemort didn't turn. The boy, Potter, you know what they're saying. That he's alive, that he's in hell, that she hesitated. Something flickering in her fanatical gaze. That he defeated you. He did not defeat me. He was not even there. It was the creature, the being of death, that destroyed my physical form. Voldemort's voice was flat, controlled. But Bellatrix knew him well enough to hear the fury beneath. The boy merely watched. But the rumors mean nothing. What matters is what I felt. He finally turned, his red eyes fixed on her face. When that being came for me, when death itself reached across dimensions, I felt the boy's presence. His power, his connection to that creature. As if they knew each other. As if they were allies. Bellatrix's eyes widened. Allies with death. It should not be possible. Death is not a being to be befriended. It is an end, a finality, a force that consumes all things. Voldemort's hands clenched at his sides. But that boy, that infant who should have died at my hand, has done the impossible. Again, the memory of that moment haunted him. Not the pain of dissolution. He had experienced that before, when the killing curse rebounded on the night he tried to kill baby Potter. Not the horror of being unmade. He had prepared for that possibility, had created his Horcruxes specifically to prevent it. No, what haunted him was what he had seen in the instant before death took him. The boy's face, calm, confident, unafraid. Those green eyes, Lily Potter's EYs, looking at him not with hatred or fear, but with something worse. Pity, as if Voldemort was not a dark lord to be feared, but a pitiful creature to be understood. As if the boy saw through all his power, all his terror, all his carefully constructed mythology, to the frightened child beneath. It was unbearable. The boy must be dealt with, Voldemort said, turning back to the window. Not killed, that is clearly insufficient. But controlled, contained, used. Used how, my lord? He was silent for a long moment, considering. The pulses from hell continued. Regular as a heartbeat, almost like a message, as if the boy was sending out signals, calling to someone, or something. What if that someone was him? What if the boy was reaching out, not in fear, but in invitation? The thought was absurd. The boy had faced him without flinching, had watched him be unmade without lifting a finger to help. There was no invitation there. But perhaps there was an opportunity. The barrier between worlds is thin, Voldemort said slowly. Thinner than it has been in millennia. The boy's presence in hell, his power, his connection to that place, it weakens the dimensional walls. Bellatrix leaned forward. You can use that, my lord. I can exploit it. The question is how. He moved away from the window, his robes whispering against the floor. If I could reach hell, truly reach it, not just send probes through temporary rifts, I could claim its power for myself. Its demons, its souls, its ancient ones, and the boy would be mine. Finally, completely. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. He carries something, Bellatrix. Something I sensed in that moment before death took me. A power that doesn't belong to him, that was never meant to be his. If I could take it for myself. He trailed off, lost in possibilities. The research began immediately. Voldemort threw himself into studying dimensional magic with an intensity that surprised even his followers. He read texts that had been forbidden for centuries, consulted beings that most wizards refused to acknowledge existed, performed rituals that would have driven lesser mages mad. And slowly, painfully, he began to understand. Hell was not just a place of punishment. It was a realm of power, raw, ancient, untamed. The demons who lived there were not mindless monsters but beings of immense capability. The ancient ones beneath He City were not dormant forces but patient hunters, waiting for the right moment to strike. And the boy, Harry Potter, had somehow become central to all of it. The Hellborn Wizard, they called him. The Demon Prince of Magic. A being who belonged to two worlds and was mastering both. It was intolerable. The boy is a threat, Voldemort told his inner circle one night. Not because of his power, though that is considerable. Not because of his allies, though they are formidable. But because of what he represents. And what is that, my lord? Lucius Malfoy asked carefully. A new order. A different path. A way of being powerful that doesn't rely on fear and domination. Voldemort's lip curled. He has chosen to stay in hell, to live among demons, not because he was forced, but because he found love there. Because he found family. Do you understand what that means? The Death Eaters exchanged glances. It means he has something we don't. Something that makes him stronger than us, no matter how much power we accumulate. Voldemort's voice dripped with contempt. He has people who would die for him. Not out of fear, not out of obligation, but out of love. And you want to take that from him? No. Voldemort smiled, a terrible expression on his serpentine face. I want to show him that it's an illusion. That love is weakness. That family is a chain. That in the end, every being stands alone. The ritual took months to prepare. Voldemort poured all his knowledge, all his power, all his hatred into it. He drew on the dark magic that had sustained him for decades, on the Horcruxes that anchored his soul to the world. On the fear that he inspired in everyone who knew his name. When the night of the alignment came, the same alignment that Dumbledore had used years ago, Voldemort was ready. This will tear a hole in reality, he told his followers. A permanent hole, a gateway between worlds. Through it, I will lead you into hell itself. But my lord, Snape said carefully, he was there, always watching. Always reporting to Dumbledore. Hell is not empty. Its inhabitants will not welcome us. Let them come. Voldemort's eyes blazed. Let them all come. We will show them what true darkness looks like. The ritual began. Power surged. Reality screamed. And the barrier between worlds, already thin, already weakened, began to tear. But on the other side, someone was waiting. Rai had felt the ritual building for weeks. The pressure in his scar, the heat in his blood, the whispers in his dreams. He knew Voldemort was coming, knew the Dark Lord couldn't accept his defeat, cool. Dient let go of his obsession with the boy who had escaped him twice. Let him come, Harry told Charlie. I'll be ready. You shouldn't have to face him alone. I won't be alone. He touched his pendant, felt Carmilla's protection warm against his chest. I have you. I have the hotel. I have all of hell, if it comes to that. Charlie pulled him close. I love you, Harry. Whatever happens, nothing's going to happen. Not this time. His eyes were calm, certain. Voldemort is afraid. That's why he's doing this. He felt something when death took him, something that terrified him more than anything in his existence. He's not coming to conquer hell. He's coming to prove he's not afraid. And as Harry smiled, he should be. The rift tore open above Pentagram City. Through it, Voldemort descended, not in physical form, but as a projection of his power, a manifestation of his will, carried across dimensions by the force of his hatred. Below him, the city sprawled in all its chaotic glory. Demons looked up and saw something they had never seen before, a being of pure darkness, radiating magic that felt wrong even by hell's standards. And in the center of a street, standing alone, a boy with green eyes and a lightning-shaped scar looked back at him. Voldemort. Harry's voice carried on the wind. I was wondering when you'd try this. Potter. The Dark Lord's projection smiled. I've come to offer you a choice. Join me, and I will spare your precious hotel. Refuse, and I will tear it down around you. Harry laughed. Actually laughed. You still don't get it, do you? He shook his head slowly. You think this is about power. About control. About forcing people to choose between submission and destruction. He spread his arms wide. Look around you, Voldemort. This is hell. Every demon here has been through worse than anything you could imagine. They've been tortured, consumed, damned for eternity. And you know what? They're still standing, still fighting, still hoping. Voldemort's projection flickered. That's what you don't understand, Harry continued. Hope is stronger than fear. Love is stronger than hate. Connection is stronger than isolation. You've spent your entire existence running from those truths, and now you're standing in a place that proves them every single day. Enough. Voldemort's voice crackled with fury. I did not come here to be lectured by a child. Then why did you come? Harry's eyes met his. Because you're afraid. Because when death took you, you felt something you couldn't control. Because for the first time in your existence, you realized that power isn't enough. That there are things stronger than fear. The projection surged toward him. Harry didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't even raise his hands. And when Voldemort's dark magic reached him, it simply stopped, dissolved, became nothing. You can't hurt me here, Harry said quietly. This is my home. These are my people. And hell itself. He touched the ground beneath his feet. Hell itself recognizes me as part of it. Your magic doesn't work here. Your fear doesn't work here. All you have is your hatred, and that's not enough. Voldemort screamed, a sound of pure, absolute fury. The projection began to destabilize. The rift above him started to close. His connection to this world, already tenuous, was being severed by forces he couldn't control. No, he hissed. No, I will not. I cannot. You can. Harry's voice was almost gentle. You can accept that you've lost. You can let go of this obsession. You can find peace, if you're brave enough to look for it. I don't want peace. I want power. I know. That's why you'll never have either. The rift closed. Voldemort's projection dissolved into nothing. And Harry stood alone in the street, breathing hard. His scar pulsing with residual energy. Charlie reached him seconds later, her arms wrapping around him, her warmth surrounding him. Are you okay? She demanded. Did he hurt you? No. Harry leaned into her. He can't hurt me here. I think he finally understands that. What did you do? I didn't do anything. I just talked to him. Showed him what he's been running from. Harry pulled back to look at her face. He's afraid, Mom. More afraid than I've ever seen anyone. That's why he keeps trying to prove he's powerful. Because inside, he's still that orphan boy who was terrified of being alone. Charlie's eyes were soft. You felt sorry for him. A little. Not enough to let him win, but enough to understand. He touched his chest. The power inside me, the thing the ancient ones want, it lets me see people. Really see them. Their fears, their hopes, their wounds. Voldemort's wounds are so deep he doesn't even know they exist. That's not your burden to carry. I know. I'm not going to try to save him. He has to want that himself. Harry smiled tiredly. But I'm glad I understand. It makes him less scary. In the wizarding world, Voldemort's followers felt their master's rage like a physical force. The ritual had failed. The projection had been destroyed. And for the first time since his return, Voldemort had been thoroughly, completely defeated, not by power, but by understanding. He retreated to his chambers and did not emerge for 3 days. When he finally did, something had changed. He was calmer, quieter, more controlled, but those who knew him best, Bellatrix, Snape, Lucius, saw something in his eyes that had never been there before. Fear, not of Harry Potter, not of Dumbledore or the Order or any force in the wizarding world. Fear of himself, of the wounds he'd been hiding for decades, of the possibility that everything he'd built, everything he'd become, was just a desperate attempt to avoid facing the truth. The Dark Lord was afraid, and in hell, Harry felt it like a distant echo. He won't try again, he told Charlie that night. Not for a while. He needs time to process what happened, to figure out who he is without his fear driving him. Do you think he'll change? Harry considered the question carefully. I don't know. Some people can't change, no matter how much they need to. But I think for the first time, he sees that there's a choice. Whether he takes it or not is up to him. Charlie pulled him close. You're amazing, you know that. I learned from the best. That night, Harry dreamed of his first mother. She stood in the green hills. Her red hair bright, her green eyes warm. You did well, she said. With Voldemort, with everything. I just told him the truth. Sometimes that's the most powerful thing you can do. Lily moved closer, close enough that Harry could almost feel her presence. He's been running from himself for so long he forgot he was running. You reminded him. Will it help? Will he change? I don't know. But that's not your responsibility, Harry. Your responsibility is to yourself, to be true to who you are, to protect the people you love, to make choices that honor your heart. She smiled. You're doing that, better than anyone could have hoped. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. I miss you too, every moment. She reached out and touched his cheek, a ghost of a touch, almost real. But knowing you're happy, knowing you're loved, that makes it bearable. That makes everything worth it. The dream began to fade. I love you, Harry. Always. I love you too, Mom. Always. He woke to morning light and Charlie's hand on his shoulder. Another dream, she asked softly. A good one. My first mother. She said she's proud of me. Charlie smiled. She should be. We all are. They sat together, mother and son, watching the hellish sunrise paint the sky in shades of red and gold. Outside, Pentagram City stirred to life. Demons went about their business. Suffering continued. Chaos reigned. But in this room, in this moment, there was peace. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the hellborn wizard, the demon prince of magic, had faced the darkness and won. Not by fighting, by understanding, and that, he was learning, was the most powerful magic of all. Chapter 22, Hell Meets Dark Magic. The chamber stank of blood and desperation. Deep beneath an abandoned manor in the Albanian mountains, Lord Voldemort stood at the center of a circle carved from centuries-old stone. The symbols etched into the floor predated wizarding civilization, ancient markings left by those who had first discovered that other worlds existed beyond their own. He had found them in a text so forbidden that even mentioning its name could earn a life sentence in Azkaban. The Book H had been hidden in the deepest vault of Gringotts, protected by spells that should have killed anyone who touched it without authorization. Voldemort had simply killed the goblins who stood in his way and taken what he wanted. Now, surrounded by the remains of 12 sacrifices, 12 souls ripped from their bodies to fuel his ambition, he prepared to do what no wizard had ever attempted. Open a permanent door to hell. The months since his projection had been destroyed had changed Voldemort in ways even his followers didn't fully understand. He was quieter now, more controlled. The rages that had punctuated his existence for decades had subsided, replaced by something colder. Something more focused. But beneath that control, the fear remained. Not fear of Harry Potter, though the boy was certainly a concern. Not fear of Dumbledore or the Order or any force in the wizarding world. Fear of what Harry had shown him. Fear of the truth he'd been running from his entire existence. Fear of himself. And fear, Voldemort had discovered, was an excellent motivator. If he could not escape the truth, he would destroy it. If he could not destroy it, he would consume it. And if he could not consume it, he would remake reality until the truth no longer existed. Hell was the key. Hell, with its ancient ones and demonic power and the boy who had somehow become its prince. If Voldemort could control hell, he could control everything. He could rewrite the rules of existence itself. He could become something beyond fear, beyond truth, beyond the wounded child who still haunted his dreams. The ritual began. In hell, Harry felt it immediately. He was in his room at the hotel, trying to sleep, when a wave of wrongness washed over him. It wasn't like Voldemort's previous attempts. Those had been probes, tests. The equivalent of someone knocking at a door. This was different. This was someone taking an axe to the door itself. Mom. His voice was sharp. Mom, something's happening. Charlie was there in seconds, Vaggie behind her. They'd learned to respond to Harry's alerts without question. What is it? Voldemort. He's trying to force his way in. Not like before, this is bigger. Stronger. He's using. Harry's face went pale. He's using sacrifices. Human sacrifices. 12 of them. Charlie's expression hardened. Can you stop him? I don't know. The barrier between worlds is already thin from all the recent activity. If he hits it hard enough, with enough power. Harry touched his scar, which was pulsing with pain. He might actually break through. Then we need to be ready. Charlie turned to Vaggie. Wake everyone. Full alert. I want every resident armed and positioned at every entrance. Vaggie nodded and ran. Charlie knelt beside Harry, taking his hands in hers. Whatever comes through that door, we face it together. Okay. Harry nodded, but his eyes were distant, focused on something none of them could see. He's not just trying to enter hell, he whispered. He's trying to claim it, to control it, the ritual. It's designed to bind the Ancient Ones to his will. Charlie's blood ran cold. Can he do that? I don't know. The Ancient Ones are older than anything. Older than hell itself. But Voldemort's magic, it's designed to twist things. Corrupt them. Make them serve him. Harry met her eyes. If he succeeds, Mom, it won't just be us in danger. It'll be everything. Every soul in hell. Every demon. Every. The ground shook. In the Albanian mountains, Voldemort's ritual reached its peak. The sacrifices had served their purpose. 12 lives, 12 souls. 12 screams of agony that had powered the ancient markings until they blazed with light. The air in the chamber had grown thick, heavy, wrong. Reality itself was beginning to buckle beneath the force of his will. And through the growing crack in the dimensional barrier, Voldemort could feel it. Hell, not as he had imagined it, a place of simple torment and suffering. Something deeper, something vast, something that had been waiting, perhaps, for someone exactly like him to come and claim it. The Ancient Ones stirred in the depths beneath Pentagram City. They felt his magic, his hunger, his desperate need to control what could not be controlled, and for the first time in millennia, they felt something they had almost forgotten. Interest, a being from the living world, powerful enough to reach them. Ambitious enough to try to claim them. Broken enough to be useful. They began to move upward. Harry felt them coming. The Ancient Ones had been dormant since his confrontation years ago, watching, waiting. Patient as only eternal beings could be. But now they were rising, drawn by Voldemort's ritual like sharks drawn to blood. They're coming, he told Charlie. All of them, the things beneath the city. They feel Voldemort's magic, and they want it. Want it how? I don't know. To consume it, to use it, to... He stopped, his eyes widening. To merge with it. Charlie stared at him. Merge. The Ancient Ones are old, Mom. Older than anything, but they're also incomplete. They've been waiting for something to complete them. Something with enough power, enough hunger, enough, he swallowed hard. Enough darkness. And Voldemort has that. Yes. The first demon to reach the rift was not ancient. It was a lesser creature, drawn by the same instinct that pulled all of hell toward sources of power. It saw the tear in reality, felt the magic pouring through, and lunged toward it with desperate hunger. The moment it touched Voldemort's magic, it screamed. Not in pain, in transformation. The dark energy that had fueled the ritual poured into the demon, twisting it, changing it, making it something new. Its form shifted, grew, became something that had never existed before. A fusion of demonic nature and wizarding darkness. A hybrid. The new creature turned toward Pentagram City and began to hunt. More demons followed. Each one that touched the rift was transformed, corrupted. Turned into a weapon that Voldemort could control. They spread through the city like plague, attacking everything in their path, driven by a hunger that had no limit and no purpose except destruction. The Hazbin Hotel became a fortress. Residents armed themselves at every entrance, ready to defend their home. Charlie moved through the building, checking positions, offering encouragement, preparing for battle. Vaggie stood at the main door, spear in hand, her single eye fixed on the chaos outside. And Harry. Harry sat in his room, eyes closed, reaching out with his power to understand what was happening. The Ancient Ones were still rising. They hadn't reached the surface yet, their movement was slow, measured, patient. But they would arrive soon. And when they did, they would meet Voldemort's magic. If that happened, if they merged with his darkness, Harry didn't know what would emerge. But he knew it would be terrible. The attack on the hotel began at midnight. Hybrid, demons, creatures that had once been ordinary inhabitants of hell, threw themselves at the walls with suicidal fury. They didn't feel pain, didn't feel fear, didn't feel anything except the compulsion to destroy. The residents fought back. Husk transformed into something larger and more bestial, his claws tearing through hybrid flesh. Angel Dust used every weapon he had, his extra limbs moving in coordinated patterns that spoke of centuries of combat experience. Vagi was a blur of motion, her spear finding weak points with surgical precision. Charlie fought beside them all, her golden aura blazing with protective power. She wasn't a warrior by nature. Her strength had always been in hope, not combat, but when her family was threatened, she became something else. Something fierce, something unstoppable, and through it all, Harry watched from his room, his power reaching across the city, tracking the Ancient One's progress, waiting for the moment when he would need to act. The rift grew larger. Voldemort stood at its center. His physical body still in the Albanian mountains but his consciousness reaching through the dimensional tear like a hand reaching into a glove. He could feel hell now, its power, its hunger, its endless potential. It was intoxicating. The demons he'd transformed were his eyes and ears, reporting back through the connection that bound them. He saw Pentagram City through their eyes. Saw the hotel where Harry lived. Saw the boy's power radiating like a beacon. And he saw the Ancient Ones rising. They were magnificent, vast beyond comprehension, ancient beyond measurement, hungry beyond imagination. If he could claim them, if he could bind them to his will as he'd bound the lesser demons, he would become a god. The thought consumed him. Harry. Charlie's voice came through the door. Harry, we need you. The hybrids are everywhere. We're holding them off, but I know. He opened his eyes. The Ancient Ones are almost here. 5 minutes, maybe less. Charlie's face paled. Can you stop them? I can try. He stood, moving toward the door. But Mom, if this goes wrong, if I can't control them, you will. She took his hands. You're the Hellborn Wizard, the Demon Prince of Magic. You've faced Ancient Ones before. You've faced Voldemort before. You've faced worse than this and come through stronger. Harry nodded slowly. I love you, Mom. I love you too, Harry. Always. They walked out together to face what was coming. The Ancient Ones rose from the depths like mountains surfacing from the sea. They had no fixed form. They were masses of eyes and mouths in reaching darkness, shifting and flowing as they moved. Their hunger preceded them like a wave, pressing against everything in its path, seeking souls to consume. The hybrids felt it and fled. Even Voldemort's control couldn't override the instinct to escape something so vast, so ancient, so utterly beyond comprehension. But Harry didn't flee. He stood in the street before the hotel, Charlie at his side. His eyes fixed on the approaching darkness. His scar blazed with light. His pendant warmed against his chest. And deep inside him, the power that had been growing since infancy rose to meet the challenge. Ancient Ones, he called. His voice carried on a wind that shouldn't exist. I know you feel him. The wizard from the other world. His magic calls to you. The darkness paused. It does. A voice answered, a chorus of hunger speaking as one. It calls. It promises. It offers what we have sought for eternity. Completion. Harry nodded. I know, but his promises are lies. He doesn't want to complete you, he wants to control you. To use you, to make you slaves to his fear. Fear. The word rippled through the darkness. We know fear. We are fear. We have consumed fear since before this world existed. Then you know what he's running from. You can taste it in his magic. Harry stepped forward, closer to the darkness than anyone had ever dared. He's terrified. Of himself, of his past, of the truth he's been hiding from since he was a child. That's what drives him. That's what his power is built on. And you, what drives you, little spark? Harry looked back at Charlie. At the hotel. At the family he'd built in the most unlikely place imaginable. Love, he said simply. That's what drives me. Love for my mother, my family, my home. Love for the people who believed in me when I had nothing. Love for a world that took me in and made me theirs. The darkness was silent. Love, it repeated. We have not tasted love in longer than we can remember. It faded from us when we became what we are. Then let me show you. Harry raised his hands, and his power flowed outward, not attacking, not defending, but sharing. He opened himself completely, letting the Ancient Ones see everything. His memories, his feelings, his connections. Charlie's golden aura wrapped around him. The hotel's residents stood ready to fight for him. His first mother's love reached across dimensions to touch his heart. The Ancient Ones saw, and for the first time in eternity, they understood. The rift above Pentagram City began to close. Voldemort felt it happening and screamed with fury. His connection to hell was weakening. The door he'd forced open slamming shut against his will. The hybrids he'd created were cut off from his control, reverting to their original forms or dissolving entirely. No, he poured more power into the ritual, more sacrifices, more darkness. I will not be denied. But the Ancient Ones had made their choice. They had tasted Harry's love, real love, pure love. Love that asked nothing and gave everything. And compared to that, Voldemort's fear-based power was ash in their mouths. They turned away from the rift. They turned away from him. And the door to hell closed forever. In the Albanian mountains, Voldemort's body convulsed. The ritual had failed. The power he'd poured into it was gone, dissipated into dimensions he could no longer reach. His followers watched in horror as their master collapsed, his form flickering, his connection to the world seeming to waver. When he finally rose, something in him had broken. Not his power, that remained. Not his ambition, that would never die. But his certainty, his absolute conviction that he could control everything, conquer everything, become everything. He had been shown, in the most fundamental way possible, that there were forces beyond his reach, beings beyond his control, truths beyond his understanding, and the boy, Harry Potter, had been the one to show him. Again, in hell, the Ancient Ones retreated to their depths. But before they went, they spoke to Harry one last time. You have shown us something we had forgotten, little spark. Something we thought was lost forever. Love, real love, freely given, unconditionally offered. Their voices were softer now, almost gentle. We thank you for this gift. I didn't give you anything. I just showed you what was already there. Perhaps, but sometimes showing is the greatest gift of all. The darkness began to fade. We will not trouble you again, Hellborn Wizard. You have earned your peace. Guard it well. They were gone. Harry stood in the street, surrounded by the aftermath of battle, his family gathering around him. Charlie reached him first, her arms wrapping around him, her tears wetting his hair. You did it, she whispered. You saved us all. We saved us all. He hugged her back. I couldn't have done it without you. Without any of you. The hotel's residents crowded around, their faces a mix of exhaustion and wonder. They had faced darkness and won. They had protected their home. They had proven, once again, that the Hazbin Hotel was more than just a building, it was a family. And at the center of that family stood a boy with green eyes and a lightning-shaped scar, who had just done the impossible. Again, that night, Harry dreamed of his first mother. She stood in the green hills, her red hair bright, her green eyes warm with pride. You showed them love, she said. The Ancient Ones. You showed them what they'd been missing for eternity. I just let them see. See what I feel every day. That's exactly what they needed. Lily moved closer, close enough that Harry could almost feel her presence. Fear had consumed them for so long they forgot anything else existed. You reminded them. You gave them a gift more precious than power. Harry leaned toward her. Will they be okay now? The Ancient Ones. I don't know, but they have a choice now. That's more than they've had in millennia. Lily smiled. You gave them that, Harry. You gave them hope. Charlie taught me that. Hope, love, all of it. I know, and I'm grateful to her, more than I can say. Lily reached out and touched his cheek. You have two mothers who love you, Harry. Two who would do anything for you. That's rare. That's precious. Never forget it. The dream began to fade. I love you, Mom. Always. I love you too, Harry. Forever. He woke to morning light and Charlie's hand on his shoulder. Another dream, she asked softly. A good one. My first mother. She said she's proud of me. Harry sat up, reaching for her. She said you gave me hope. That she's grateful. Charlie's eyes glistened. I'm the grateful one. You've given me more than you'll ever know. They sat together, mother and son, watching the hellish sunrise paint the sky in shades of red and gold. Outside, Pentagram City began to rebuild. Demons went about their business. Life continued, but something had changed. The Ancient Ones were quiet now. Voldemort's threat was ended, and the Hazbin Hotel stood stronger than ever, a beacon of hope in a world that had almost forgotten what hope looked like. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Hellborn Wizard, the Demon Prince of Magic, had faced the darkness and won. Again, and he knew, with absolute certainty, that whatever came next, he would face it the same way. With love, with family, With hope, because that was who he was. That was who Charlie had raised him to be. And that was enough. Chapter 23. The Infernal War begins. The first sign that something had changed came at dawn. Not that dawn in Pentagar. City looked any different. The sky remained its eternal red, the smoke its perpetual gray. But the feel of the city shifted. A tension that had been building for weeks finally reached its breaking point. Harry felt it in his bones. He was in the hotel's common room, helping Husk organize the morning deliveries, when a wave of wrongness washed over him. It was like Voldemort's ritual, but multiplied, dozens of points of pressure. All pressing against the dimensional barriers at once. Husk. His voice was sharp. Something's happening. Husk's yellow eyes narrowed. What kind of something? Portals. Multiple portals. Opening across the city. Harry's scar was pulsing with pain. They're coming through. All of them. The first portal tore open over the cannibal colony. Through it poured figures in black robes. Their wands raised, their faces hidden behind silver masks. Death Eaters, dozens of them, descending on Pentagram City like locusts. Behind them came darker things, creatures that had been twisted by dark magic. Hybrids of human and demon that Voldemort had been creating in secret for months. Rosie met them at the head of her army. She had ruled the cannibal colony for centuries. And she had not done so by being weak. Her smile was wide and terrible as she watched the invaders descend. Well, she murmured. Visitors. And they didn't even bring a gift. Her demons surged forward to meet the attack. The second portal opened over the entertainment district. The V's were ready. Vox's screens flickered with battle plans. Valentino's army of contracts moved into position. Velvet's social media network became an early warning system, tracking every invader's movement in real time. This is content, Vox announced, his smile sharp. This is ratings. Let's give them a show they'll never forget. The battle for the entertainment district began. The third portal opened closest to the hotel. Harry felt it before he saw it, a tear in reality less than a mile away. Disgorging dark wizards into the streets of Pentagram City. These weren't just Death Eaters, they were soldiers. An army, organized and equipped for war. They're targeting us, Charlie said, appearing at his side. The hotel. They want to take you out first. Harry nodded slowly. Then we don't let them. The hotel's defenders mobilized with practiced efficiency. Years of preparation, of training, of drills run under Vagi's exacting eye, all of it came together in moments. Residents took their positions at every entrance. Weapons were distributed. Defensive wards flared to life. Husk stood at the main door, his form shifting between demon and beast. Angel Dust flanked him, his extra limbs armed with weapons that would have been illegal in any world. Vagi moved through the building, checking positions, offering encouragement, preparing for the worst. And Charlie stood with Harry at the center of it all. You don't have to fight, she told him quietly. You could go to the safe room. Let us handle this. Harry shook his head. This is my home. These are my people. I'm not hiding while they die for me. Charlie's eyes glistened. You're so brave. So much braver than you know. I learned from the best. They stood together, mother and son, as the first wave of dark wizards reached the hotel's doors. The battle was unlike anything Pentagram City had ever seen. Dark magic met demonic fury in the streets. Killing curses flashed green, only to be absorbed by shields of hellfire. Demons tore through Death Eaters with claws and teeth, their savage strength more than a match for wizarding magic. But the dark wizards kept coming. Portal after portal opened across the city, disgorging wave after wave of invaders. Voldemort had been preparing for this for months, perhaps years. He had gathered every follower, every ally, every creature that owed him allegiance. He had turned his defeat into motivation, his fear into fuel. And now he was unleashing it all on hell. Harry fought like he had been born for it. His fire blazed through the invaders, consuming dark magic like fuel. His shields protected the hotel's defenders from curses that would have killed them instantly. His presence on the battlefield seemed to shift the very fabric of hell, making the ground itself rise up against the intruders. But even he couldn't be everywhere at once. Reports came in from across the city, overlords holding their own. But barely. The cannibal colony was under siege. The entertainment district was a war zone. The residential areas were burning. This is bigger than us, Charlie said, her face pale. This is an invasion. A full-scale invasion. Harry nodded grimly. Voldemort's not just trying to kill me anymore. He's trying to conquer hell. Can he do that? No. Harry's voice was certain. Hell's been here longer than his world has existed. It's survived worse than him. But that doesn't mean it won't cost us. That doesn't mean people won't die. The first major loss came at midday. The cannibal colony fell. Rosie's forces had fought bravely, more bravely than anyone could have asked. But the dark wizards had numbers on their side, and magic that the demons had never encountered before. One by one, Rosie's defenders fell. Rosie herself was last. She stood in the ruins of her palace, surrounded by the bodies of her people, facing down a circle of Death Eaters. Her smile never wavered. "You think this changes anything?" she called to them. "You think conquering one district means you've won? Hell doesn't work that way, darlings. Hell eats conquerors for breakfast." The killing curse hit her before she could say more. Rosie fell, and the cannibal colony burned. Harry felt her death like a wound. He hadn't known Rosie well, their interactions had been limited, her visits to the hotel brief. But she had been part of Hell, part of the fabric of this place he called home. And now she was gone, consumed by a war that should never have reached her shores. "Harry," Charlie's voice pulled him back. "Harry, we need you. The next wave is coming." He looked at her, at the fear in her eyes, the determination beneath it, at the hotel behind her, filled with people who trusted him to protect them. "Then let them come," he said quietly. "We'll be ready." The second wave hit harder than the first. Voldemort had learned from the initial attacks. His forces were better organized now, better coordinated. They targeted weak points, exploited gaps, used tactics that the demons had never encountered. The hotel's outer defenses crumbled. Dark wizards poured through the breach, their wands raised, their eyes fixed on the building that housed the Hellborn wizard. They didn't care about the other residents. Didn't care about the souls trying to redeem themselves. They wanted Harry, and they would kill anyone who stood in their way. Husk met them at the inner door. He had fought in wars before, centuries of them, in Hell and beyond. He knew what it meant to stand against impossible odds. He knew that this stand might be his last. But he stood anyway. "Come on, then," he growled, his claws extending. "Let's see how many of you I can take with me." Husk fell, saving Angel dust. The killing curse was meant for Angel. He was exposed, distracted, fighting 3 Death Eaters at once. Husk saw it coming and moved without thinking. His body absorbed the green light, his form convulsing as the magic tore through him. "No," Angel screamed. "No, Husk, no." Husk looked at him with dying eyes. "Pay me back later," he rasped. "Drinks are on you." He was gone. Angel's scream echoed through the hotel. Harry heard it and felt something inside him break. Not his power, that remained steady, focused. Not his determination, that only grew stronger. But his innocence, his belief that somehow, some way, everyone would make it through. Husk was dead. Rosie was dead. How many others had fallen while Harry fought elsewhere, unable to be everywhere at once? "Mom." His voice was raw. "Mom, I can't save everyone." Charlie pulled him close, her golden aura blazing despite her exhaustion. "You don't have to save everyone, Harry. You just have to save who you can. That's all anyone can do." But Husk knew what he was fighting for. He chose to stand. He chose to protect. Charlie's voice cracked. "That doesn't make it hurt less. But it means his death meant something. It means he died for the people he loved." Harry nodded slowly. The tears on his face were hot, hotter than they should have been, mixed with the fire that lived in his blood. "Then I'll make sure it means something. I'll make sure none of them died in vain." The tide of battle began to turn. Not because of numbers, the dark wizards still had those. Not because of strategy, volume. Demort's forces were still better organized. But because of something else. Something that the invaders hadn't accounted for. Hell was fighting back, not just its inhabitants, the city itself. The stray ETS shifted beneath the dark wizard's feet, throwing them off balance. The buildings spat fire at them, walls coming alive with ancient fury. The very air seemed to thicken, pressing against them, slowing their movements. Making every spell an effort. Harry felt it happening and understood. Hell had chosen a side. It had chosen him. The dark wizards began to fall. One by one, then in groups, then in waves. The demons pressed their advantage, driving the invaders back toward the portals that had brought them. The cannibal colony was retaken. The entertainment district secured. The residential areas freed. At the hotel, the last of the Death Eaters made their final stand. They had cornered themselves in the common room, surrounded by demons on all sides. Their wands were raised, their faces pale with fear. They had come to conquer Hell, and instead, Hell was consuming them. Harry walked through the crowd toward them. The demons parted before him, recognizing that this moment belonged to him. He approached the circle of dark wizards with measured steps, his eyes fixed on their leader, a tall man with a silver mask and hands that trembled despite his attempts to control them. "You came to my home," Harry said quietly. "You killed my family. You tried to destroy everything I love." The Death Eater's mask couldn't hide his fear. "The Dark Lord will. The Dark Lord is nothing." Harry's voice was flat. "He's a frightened man who's spent his entire existence running from himself. He sent you here to die for him, and that's exactly what you're going to do." He raised his hand. The fire that erupted from him was gentle, almost kind. It wrapped around the Death Eaters like an embrace, lifted them off their feet, carried them toward the nearest portal. They struggled, screamed, fought, but the fire held them fast. "Go back to your master," Harry said. "Tell him what you saw here. Tell him that hell doesn't belong to him. Tell him that if he comes again, I won't be so merciful." The fire threw them through the portal. It closed behind them with a sound like a sigh. Silence fell over the hotel. The battle was over. The invaders were gone. But the cost. Harry looked around at the faces of his family. At Charlie, exhausted but alive. At Vaggie, wounded but standing. At Angel, broken with grief. At all the others, survivors of a war they had never asked for. Husk was gone. Rosie was gone. How many others? "I'm sorry," Harry whispered. "I'm so sorry I couldn't." Charlie pulled him into her arms. "No, don't you dare apologize. You saved us. You saved all of us. I couldn't save everyone. No one can. That's not your fault." She held him tighter. "That's never your fault." They held a funeral that night. Not just for Husk and Rosie, for everyone who had fallen in the battle. The hotel's residents gathered in the common room, sharing stories, shedding tears, honoring the dead in the only way they knew how. Angel spoke longest about Husk. "He was a grumpy old bastard," he said, his voice rough. "Never had a kind word for anyone. But when it mattered, when it really mattered, he was there. He stood between me and death without a second thought." He paused, wiping his eyes. "I owed him drinks. I owed him so many drinks." Charlie spoke about hope. "Rosie believed in hell," she said. "Not the way most demons do, as a place to survive, to dominate, to consume. She believed in hell as a home. As a place where even the worst of us could find something worth living for." She looked around the room. "That's what we're fighting for. That's what they died for. And we won't let their sacrifice be forgotten." Harry spoke last. He stood before his family, the weight of everything pressing down on him. But beneath that weight, something else grew, something that felt like purpose. "I came here as a baby," he said. "I didn't choose to be in hell. I didn't choose to be abandoned. But I chose to stay. I chose to make this my home. I chose to love the people who loved me." He looked at each face in turn. "Today, we lost some of those people. It hurts. It will keep hurting. But we're still here. We're still together. And as long as that's true, they're not really gone." He touched his chest, where his heart beat steady and strong. "They're in us. In our memories, our love, our determination to keep fighting. And we will keep fighting. For them, for each other, for this home we've built together." The room was silent. Then, slowly, someone began to clap. Others joined. Soon the entire hotel was applauding, not for Harry, but for themselves. For surviving, for choosing to keep going, for proving that even in hell, hope could endure. That night, Harry dreamed of his first mother. She stood in the green hills, but there were others with her now. Husk, his yell, our eyes soft in a way they never had been in life. Rosie, her smile warm and genuine. Countless others, demons who had fallen in the battle, their faces peaceful. "You see," Lily said gently, "they're not gone. They're here, in a place where pain can't reach them. Waiting for the day when you'll join them." "Not yet." Harry's voice was firm. "I have work to do. People to protect. I know. That's why we're proud of you." Lily smiled. "Keep fighting, Harry. Keep loving. Keep being exactly who you are." The dream began to fade. "I love you, Mom. Always. We love you too, Harry. Forever." He walked. Eat a morning light and Charlie's hand on his shoulder. "Another dream?" she asked softly. "A good one. I saw them. Husk, Rosie, all of them. They're okay." Charlie's eyes glistened. "That's good. That's really good." They sat together, mother and son, watching the hellish sunrise paint the sky in shades of red and gold. Outside, Pentagram City began to rebuild. Demons went about their business. Life continued, but something had changed. The war wasn't over, Everyone knew that. Voldemort would try again. The Dark Wizards would return. But hell had proven something important. It had proven that it could fight. That it could win. That it would not be conquered. And at the center of it all stood a boy with green eyes and a lightning-shaped scar, who had just led his people through the worst battle in the city's history. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the hellborn wizard, the demon prince of magic. The protector of the Hazbin Hotel. The hope of hell. And he was just getting started. Chapter 24. Hellfire vs. Avada Kedavra. The war did not end with the first battle. In the weeks that followed, Pentagram City became a war zone. Portals opened and closed at random, disgorging dark wizards into unexpected locations. Death Eaters learned to adapt to Hell's hostile environment, developing countermeasures against demonic attacks. The invaders no longer sought to conquer quickly, they sought to wear Hell down. To exhaust its defenders, to prove that even the damned could be broken. Harry felt every death like a wound. Not literally, though his scar pulsed with pain whenever dark magic was used nearby. But emotionally, spiritually, in the part of him that had come to love this place and its people. Each demon who fell was someone's friend, someone's family, someone's reason to keep fighting. And the deaths kept coming. The hotel became a command center. Charlie coordinated defenses across the city, her natural leadership drawing demons from every district to fight under a common banner. Vaggie trained anyone willing to learn, turning civilians into soldiers with ruthless efficiency. Angel Dust ran supplies and messages, his network of contacts proving invaluable. And Harry became a weapon. He moved through the city like fire itself, appearing wherever the fighting was thickest, turning the tide with power that seemed to grow with every battle. Death Eaters learned to fear the green glow of his eyes, the red blaze of his flames, the impossible presence of a child who should not exist. But even he couldn't be everywhere. Even he couldn't save everyone. The attack came at twilight. Not a full-scale invasion this time, something more targeted. A strike force of Voldemort's elite, led by Bellatrix Lestrange herself. Their objective, the Hazbin Hotel. Their mission, capture the Hellborn Wizard, or kill him trying. Harry sensed them coming minutes before they arrived. He was in his room, resting between battles, when a wave of dark magic washed over him. It was familiar, the twisted, gleeful cruelty of Bellatrix Lestrange, mixed with the cold efficiency of trained killers. Mom, he was already moving. They're coming. Bellatrix. A strike force. Charlie's face paled. How many? 20, maybe 30. All elite. He touched his pendant, feeling Carmilla's protection warm against his chest. They're not here to conquer. They're here to end this. Then we end them first. The hotel's defenders mobilized faster than ever before. They had learned from previous battles, learned to trust each other, to fight together, to become something greater than the sum of their parts. Vaggie took the main entrance with a squad of trained fighters. Angel covered the upper floors, his extra limbs armed with weapons designed specifically for killing wizards. Charlie moved through the building, her golden aura blazing with protective power, ready to reinforce wherever she was needed. Harry stood at the center. He could feel the Death Eaters approaching, their positions, their intentions, their magic. They were spreading out, surrounding the hotel, preparing to attack from all sides simultaneously. It was a good strategy. A professional strategy. It wouldn't be enough. The first killing curse came through a window on the third floor. Angel dodged it by inches, his reflexes saving him from instant death. He returned fire with enchanted bullets that shredded the wizard's shields and tore through his robes. The Death Eater fell screaming, his body dissolving into demonic energy as hell claimed him. More curses followed. Green light filled the hotel's corridors, each one carrying the promise of instant death. The defenders fought back with everything they had, demon magic, enchanted weapons, desperate courage. But the Death Eaters kept coming, their numb seeming to grow with every fallen comrade. Harry moved through the chaos like a ghost. He didn't fight directly, not yet. Instead, he tracked the battle, identified threats, directed defenders to where they were most needed. His power spread through the building like a second nervous system, feeding him information, allowing him to coordinate responses with impossible speed. But even he couldn't be everywhere. And Bellatrix knew it. She found him in the common room. Harry had sent everyone else to reinforce other sections, trusting that the center of the hotel would remain safe. He was wrong. You. Bellatrix's voice was a delighted scream. The little Potter brat, all grown up in hell. How perfect. How absolutely perfect. Harry didn't move, didn't flinch, just watched her with calm green eyes. Bellatrix Lestrange, I've heard about you. You killed my cousin. You tortured my parents' friends. You're the reason Sirius spent 12 years in Azkaban. Sirius. Bellatrix spat the name. That traitor. That blood traitor. He should have died in Azkaban, not escaped to. She stopped, her eyes narrowing. You've seen him. The filth has been here. He's my godfather. He's welcome anytime. Bellatrix screamed with rage. Her wand rose. Her lips formed the words. And the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, blazed toward Harry with the force of her absolute hatred. Harry didn't move, didn't dodge, didn't even raise a shield. The green light hit him. And dissolved. Not deflected, not blocked, dissolved. Like water hitting hot stone, the killing curse simply ceased to exist when it touched Harry's skin. Bellatrix stared. What? What? Impossible. Harry looked down at his chest, where the curse had struck. A faint warmth lingered, nothing more. His hellfire had risen instinctively, consuming the dark magic before it could touch him. It's not impossible, he said quietly. It's just different. Your magic is based on fear, fear of death, fear of loss, fear of everything you can't control. My magic is based on something else. Quote. He raised his hand. Hellfire blazed to life in his palm, red and gold and green, swirling together in patterns that hurt to look at. It wasn't aggressive. It wasn't threatening. It simply was. This is what your master fears, Harry continued. Not me. This. Power that comes from love instead of hate. Power that protects instead of destroys. Power that your darkness can't touch. Bellatrix screamed again. Another killing curse. Another. Another. Each one hit Harry's hellfire and vanished. Each one brought Bellatrix closer to madness. The other Death Eaters heard their leader's screams and came running. They found a scene from Nightmare. Bellatrix stood in the center of the common room, her wand raised, her face contorted with fury and fear. Around her, the bodies of her followers lay scattered, not dead, but unconscious, wrapped in gentle flames that held them without burning. And facing her, calm as still water, stood Harry Potter. The killing curse doesn't work on him. One Death Eater whispered. It's not possible. Nothing about this place is possible, another responded. We need to retreat. We need to. No. Bellatrix's voice cut through their panic. We do not retreat. We do not run from a child. We kill him, however we have to. She raised her wand again. But this time, instead of the killing curse, she cast something else. Something darker. Something that ripped through the air like a wound, seeking not Harry's body but his mind. Crucio. The torture curse. Harry felt it coming and understood. Bellatrix wasn't trying to kill him anymore, she was trying to break him. To make him suffer. To prove that even the hellborn wizard could feel pain. And she was right. The curse hit him like a wave of fire. Not the friendly fire of his own power, but something else. Something that wanted to tear him apart from the inside. He gasped, staggered, felt his concentration shatter. But he didn't fall, didn't scream, didn't give her what she wanted. Is that all? His voice was strained but steady. I've felt worse from minor demons. Hell teaches you to endure pain, Bellatrix. It's part of living here. Bellatrix's eyes widened. She poured more power into the curse, all her hatred, all her madness, all her devotion to a master who saw her as nothing more than a tool. The pain intensified beyond anything Harry had ever experienced. And still he stood. You can't break me, he said through gritted teeth. Not because I'm strong. Because I'm loved. Charlie loves me. My first mother loves me. My family, all of them, love me. And that love is stronger than anything you can throw at me. The curse broke, not because Bellatrix stopped casting, because something stopped her. Charlie stood in the doorway, her golden aura blazing like a sun. Her eyes were fixed on Bellatrix, and in them was something no one had ever seen before. Not the gentle hope of the princess of hell. Not the determined optimism of a dreamer. Something older. Something fiercer. Something that looked like a mother protecting her child. Get away from my son. Bellatrix laughed. A mad, desperate sound. Your son. He's not your son, demon. He's a wizard. He belongs to us. To the pure blood. To the Dark Lord. He belongs to himself. Charlie's voice was ice. And anyone who tries to hurt him answers to me. She moved. Not fast. There was no need for speed. The golden aura that surrounded her expanded, pushing outward like a tide. Where it touched the Death Eaters, they collapsed, not dead, not unconscious, but simply stopped. As if the very concept of violence had been drained from them. Bellatrix tried to run. The golden light caught her. She screamed, a sound of pure, absolute terror, as something touched her that she had never experienced. Not pain, not fear, something worse, love, unconditional, absolute, mother's love. It poured into her, filling every dark corner of her soul, showing her everything she had chosen to become, everything she had thrown away. Everything she could have been if she had made different choices. When the light finally released her, Bellatrix was broken. Not physically, she was unharmed. But her eyes were empty. Her mind shattered by an emotion she had no capacity to process. Charlie stood over her, breathing hard. "No one hurts my son," she whispered. "No one." Harry moved to her side, his own pain forgotten. Mom, are you okay?" Charlie looked at him, really looked, her golden aura slowly fading, and pulled him into her arms. "I'm okay. We're okay." She held him tight. "You were so brave, so incredibly brave. She couldn't hurt me, not really. The curses, they just dissolved. Because of your power, because of you." He pulled back to look at her face. "Because of your love, it protects me, even when I don't realize it." Charlie's eyes filled with tears. "Oh, Harry." They held each other as the hotel's defenders gathered around, their faces a mix of exhaustion and wonder. The battle was over. The Death Eaters were defeated. Bellatrix Lestrange, the most feared of Voldemort's followers, lay broken on the floor. But more importantly, they were alive. Together. Family. In the days that followed, the tide of war began to shift. Word spread through Pentagram City. The Hellborn wizard had faced the killing curse and laughed. The Princess of Hell had broken Voldemort's most loyal follower with nothing but love. The Hazbin Hotel stood stronger than ever. Demons who had been on the fence about joining the fight flocked to Charlie's banner. Overlords who had been waiting to see which way the wind blew offered their support. Even the ancient ones, still quiet in their depths, sent subtle signals of approval. The war wasn't over, everyone knew that. Voldemort would try again, would send more forces, would find new ways to attack. But something had changed. Hell believed it could win. And at the center of that belief stood a boy with green eyes and a lightning-shaped scar, W. Ho had just proven that the most powerful magic in any world wasn't the killing curse or dark rituals or ancient power. It was love. That night, Harry dreamed of his first mother. She stood in the Green Hills. But there were others with her now, Husk, Rosie, countless demons who had fallen in the war. All of them watching him with pride. "You did it," Lily said. "You faced the darkest magic in the wizarding world and proved it powerless against you. It wasn't me, it was love, Charlie's love, yours, everyone's." "Exactly," Lily smiled. "That's what we've been trying to tell you, Harry. Love isn't weakness, it's the strongest force in existence. Stronger than any curse, stronger than any dark lord, stronger than death itself." Harry looked at the gathered souls. "Is that why you're all still here? Because love keeps you connected?" "Partly. And partly because you keep us in your heart." Lily touched her chest. "As long as you remember us, as long as you carry our love with you, we're never really gone." The dream began to fade. "Keep fighting, Harry. Keep loving. Keep being exactly who you are." "I will, Mom. I promise." He woke to morning light and Charlie's hand on his shoulder. "Another dream?" she asked softly. "The best one, Mom. My first mother." She said love is the strongest magic. "Stronger than any curse." Charlie smiled. "She's right. I've known that since the day I found you in that alley." They sat together, mother and son, watching the hellish sunrise paint the sky in shades of red and gold. Outside, Pentagram City prepared for the next battle. Demons trained and armed themselves. Defenses were strengthened, alliances were forged, but in this room, in this moment, there was peace. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Hellborn wizard, the demon prince of magic, had faced the darkest magic in existence and found it wanting. Because he had something Voldemort would never understand. He had love, and that was enough. Chapter 25, Charlie's Faith. The war had changed everything. In the months since Bellatrix's defeat, Pentagram City had transformed. What was once a chaotic collection of warring districts had become something resembling a unified front. Demons, who had spent centuries fighting each other, now fought side by side against the common enemy. Overlords who had never spoken unless to threaten now coordinated defenses and shared intelligence. The impossible had happened. Hell was united. And at the center of it all stood Charlie Morningstar. She had always believed in redemption. Had always hoped that even the worst demons could change. But she had never imagined that belief would manifest like this, not as individual souls finding peace, but as an entire society finding purpose. I never wanted to be a war leader, she told Harry one evening. They sat in their usual spot, watching the hellish sunset paint the sky. I wanted to be a healer. A guide, someone who helped people find their way. You are that. Harry leaned against her. You, just also the person who gives them something worth fighting for. Charlie smiled tiredly. When did you get so wise? I learned from the best. The next attack came at midnight. Not from Voldemort this time, from something older. The Ancient Ones had been quiet since Harry's confrontation, but quiet didn't mean gone. They had been watching the war with interest, waiting to see which side would prevail. Now they had made their choice. They're rising, Harry said, his eyes distant. All of them, the ones beneath the city. They've decided Voldemort's darkness is compatible with their hunger. Charlie's blood ran cold. They're joining him, not joining, merging. His magic, their power, together, they become something new. Something that's never existed before. Harry's scar pulsed with pain. If they succeed, Mom, it won't just be a war anymore. It'll be an extinction event. Then we stop them. How? They're ancient. They're everywhere. There. Harry. Charlie cupped his face in her hands. Look at me. He did. I have spent my entire existence believing in impossible things. Believing that demons could change, that sinners could be redeemed, that hope could exist in a place designed to destroy it. I have been laughed at, dismissed, attacked, and betrayed. And I am still here. Still believing. Still hoping. Her golden aura blazed around her. Do you know why? Harry shook his head slowly. Because of you. Because I found a baby in an alley and decided to love him. Because that love grew into something that changed everything. Because you, Harry Potter, are proof that even in hell, miracles can happen. Tears streamed down Harry's face. Now I need you to believe in me. In us. In the family we've built and the hope we share. Because if we face what's coming with anything less than absolute faith in each other, we've already lost. Harry nodded slowly. I believe in you, Mom. Always. Then let's go save hell. They gathered the hotel's residents in the common room. Charlie stood before them, her golden aura bright, her voice steady despite the weight of what she was about to say. The Ancient Ones are rising. They've chosen to join Voldemort. If they succeed, everything we've built, everything we've fought for, will be destroyed. The room was silent. I'm not going to tell you this will be easy. It won't be. I'm not going to tell you we'll all survive. We probably won't. But I am going to tell you this. We have something they don't. Something they can never have. She looked at each face in turn. Each other. The bonds we've built. The love we share. That's our weapon. That's our shield. That's what will carry us through. Angel Dust stepped forward. I'm in. For Husk. For all of them. Vaggie moved to Charlie's side. Always. Others joined. One by one, every resident of the Hazbin Hotel pledged themselves to the fight. Charlie's eyes glistened. Thank you. All of you. Now let's go show the Ancient Ones what hope looks like. The battle began at the edge of the city. The Ancient Ones rose from their depths like mountains surfacing from the sea, vast forms of shadow and hunger, their countless eyes fixed on the demons who dared to oppose them. Behind them, portals disgorged wave after wave of dark wizards, their masks gleaming in the hellish light. Voldemort had arrived. He floated above the battlefield, his form barely human, high. Power amplified by the Ancient One's presence. When he spoke, his voice echoed across dimensions. Harry Potter, I have come for you at last. Harry stepped forward, Charlie at his side. You've come to die, he said quietly. Again, the Dark Lord's laughter was terrible. Die, I cannot die, boy. I have conquered death itself. No, Harry's voice was calm. You've run from it. There's a difference. Death isn't something to conquer, it's something to accept. Something to understand. He looked at Charlie. She nodded. Together, they raised their hands. The light that erupted from them was unlike anything hell had ever seen. Charlie's golden aura, the manifestation of her hope, her love, her absolute faith in redemption, merged with Harry's hellfire. Golden red and green swirled together, becoming something new. Something that had never existed before. Something that felt like a mother's love and a son's gratitude combined. The light spread across the battlefield, touching everything in its path. Where it touched dark wizards, they stopped fighting, not dead, not unconscious, but simply, still. As if they were seeing something they had never seen before. Where it touched demons, they felt their wounds heal. Their strength return, their hope renewed. And where it touched the Ancient Ones, they screamed, not in pain, In recognition. Love, they whispered. Real love. Freely given. Unconditionally offered. We had forgotten. We had forgotten. The light poured into them, filling the empty spaces where hope used to live. For the first time in eternity, the Ancient Ones felt something other than hunger. They felt peace. Voldemort watched his army dissolve and screamed with fury. No, no, I will not be defeated by love. Love is weakness. Love is failure. Love is everything you've never understood. Harry's voice carried across the battlefield. You've spent your entire existence running from it. From the mother who died, from the father who abandoned you, from the orphan who just wanted to be loved. And now you're facing it, and you can't comprehend what you're seeing. The Dark Lord's form flickered. His connection to the Ancient Ones was breaking. They were pulling away from him, drawn by something stronger than his darkness. His power, amplified by their presence, was collapsing. I won't. I can't. You can. Charlie's voice was gentle. You can let go. You can accept that you've been wrong. You can choose to be something other than fear. Voldemort stared at her. For one moment, one brief, impossible moment, something flickered in his red eyes. Something that looked like doubt. Like longing. Like the ghost of the boy he had been before darkness consumed him. Then it was gone. I am Lord Voldemort, he hissed. I will never bow. Never yield. Never. The light took him. Not destroyed. Not killed. Something else. The light wrapped around Voldemort like an embrace, holding him suspended above the battlefield. His form writhed, fought, tried to escape. But the light held firm. And in that moment, Harry saw something. The boy Tom Riddle, alone in an orphanage, frightened and angry and desperate for someone to love him. The young man at Hogwarts, brilliant and charismatic, hiding his wounds behind charm. The Dark Lord, twisted by choices that had seemed necessary at the time. All of them, still there. Still him. Choose, Harry said quietly. You can keep running, keep fighting, keep being what you've always been. Or you can let go. Accept the love that's being offered. Become something new. Voldemort's eyes met his. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then, slowly, the Dark Lord's form began to change. Not dissolving, transforming. The serpentine features softened. The red eyes faded to something almost human. The darkness that had consumed him for decades began to lift. What is happening to me? His voice was different, younger, more human. Redemption, Charlie said softly. It's real. It's always been real. You just had to be willing to accept it. Tom Riddle, for he was Tom Riddle now, not Voldemort, looked at his hands. At the light that surrounded them. At the demons and wizards and souls watching him from below. I don't understand, he whispered. I've done so much wrong. Killed so many people. How can? That's the thing about redemption. Charlie smiled. It doesn't depend on what you've done. It depends on what you choose to do now. Tom looked at her, at Harry, at the impossible love that surrounded him. Then, slowly, he nodded. Okay, he said, okay, I choose to try. The light enveloped him completely. When it faded, he was gone. The battlefield was silent. Dark wizards, freed from Voldemort's control, looked around in confusion. Demons, exhausted but alive, tended their wounds. The Ancient Ones had retreated to their depths, peaceful for the first time in eternity. And in the center of it all, Harry and Charlie stood together, their light slowly fading. Is it over? Harry whispered. Charlie pulled him close. I think so. I think it's finally over. They held each other as the hellish sunrise painted the sky in shades of red and gold. In the days that followed, hell began to heal. The dark wizards who had survived were given a choice: return to their world and face justice, or stay in hell and work toward redemption. Most chose to return. Some chose to stay. Tom Riddle was never seen again. Some said he had been consumed by the light. Others said he had been reborn somewhere else, given a chance to start over. Harry didn't know which was true. But he felt, somehow, that the boy from the orphanage had finally found peace. The hotel continued its work. Souls arrived, seeking redemption. Charlie welcomed them all, her hope undimmed by war. Vagi trained them, her spear ready to protect. Angel made them laugh, his humor a balm for wounded souls. And Harry grew. He was 12 now, old enough to understand the magnitude of what had happened. OLD enough to carry the weight of his choices. Old enough to know that the war had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. You're brooding, Charlie observed one evening. That's my job. Harry smiled. I'm not brooding. I'm thinking. About what? About everything. The war, Voldemort, The Ancient Ones. What comes next? He leaned against her. It feels like we should be doing something. Celebrating. Rebuilding. Something. We are rebuilding. Every day. Every soul we help. Every demon we save. That's rebuilding. Charlie kissed the top of his head. And we are celebrating. Quietly. In our own way. Is that enough? Quote. It's more than enough. It's everything. That night, Harry dreamed of his first mother. She stood in the green hills, but the hills were different now, brighter, more alive. And she wasn't alone. Beside her stood a figure he barely recognized. Tom Riddle, young, human, at peace. Harry. Lily's voice was warm. I wanted you to see. To know that your choice mattered. Tom stepped forward. I don't remember everything. The darkness, it's like a fog, fading more each day. But I remember you. What you offered me. What I almost refused. Did you find peace? I'm learning to. Tom smiled. A genuine smile. Nothing like the expressions of the monster he had been. It's hard. The things I did, they don't just disappear. But I'm learning to carry them. To let them shape me without defining me. Quote. Lily put a hand on his shoulder. That's all any of us can do. Harry looked at them, his first mother and the man who had killed her. Standing together. At peace. How? He whispered. How can you? Forgiveness isn't about forgetting, Harry. Lily's voice was gentle. It's about choosing not to let the past control the future. Tom made terrible choices. He did terrible things. But the person standing before you now isn't the same person who did those things. He's someone new. Someone trying to be better. Tom nodded. I don't expect forgiveness from everyone. I don't deserve it, but I'm grateful for the chance to try. The dream began to fade. I love you, Harry, Lily said. Always. I love you too, Mom. Forever. He woke to morning light and Charlie's hand on his shoulder. Another dream, she asked softly. The best one. I saw my first mother. And Tom Riddle. They're together. At peace. Charlie's eyes widened. Tom Riddle. As in. The same. He's changed. Really changed. He's trying to be better. Charlie was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled. That's what I've always believed, Harry. That anyone can change. Anyone can be redeemed. She pulled him close. Thank you for showing me it's true. They sat together, mother and son, watching the hellish sunrise paint the sky in shades of red and gold. Outside, Pentagram City hummed with life. Demons went about their business. Souls sought redemption. Hope flourished in the most unlikely place imaginable. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the hellborn wizard, the Prince of Magic, sat with the mother who had raised him and felt, for the first time in his life, completely at peace. The war was over. The healing had begun. And love, real, unconditional, impossible love, had won. Chapter 26. The True Hybrid. The months after the war were the strangest of Harry's life. Not because of fighting, there was none. Not because of loss, though that still ached. But because of peace. Real, genuine, unfamiliar peace. For the first time since he could remember, Harry woke each morning without the weight of impending battle pressing on his chest. It should have felt freeing. Instead, it felt like waiting. The dreams had changed. No more visions of battle, no more whispers from ancient ones, no more reaching across dimensions. His nights were quiet now, filled with ages of green hills and red-haired women and faces he barely remembered but somehow knew. But beneath the quiet, something stirred. Harry felt it in his bones. In his blood. In the magic that had grown with him since infancy. His power was changing, not growing, exactly, but deepening. Becoming something that had never existed before. The war changed you, Carmilla said during one of her visits. She came less often now. But her interest in Harry hadn't faded. All that power, all that emotion, all that love and loss and hope, it's reshaping what you are. Into what? That's what we're about to find out. The first sign came at dawn. Harry woke with fire in his veins, not the familiar warmth of his power, but something else. Something that burned from the inside out, demanding release, demanding transformation. He gasped, clutched his chest, felt his scar blaze with light. Charlie was there instantly. Harry, what's happening? I can't. His voice broke. The fire was everywhere now, consuming him, remaking him. He could feel his body shifting, changing, becoming something new. Charlie's golden aura blazed around him, trying to protect, to stabilize. But this wasn't an attack. This wasn't something to fight. This was evolution. Let it happen, she whispered, though fear choked her voice. Whatever this is, let it happen. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Har. Y looked at her through eyes that burned with every color of flame. Then he let go. The transformation was agony and ecstasy combined. His magic, the green power that had been with him since before he could remember, surged through every cell of his body. His hellfire, the red energy that had grown in him since infancy, rose to meet it. Together, they swirled, fought, merged, became something neither had been alone. Harry felt himself expanding, not physically, though his body shifted and grew, but spiritually. His awareness spread through the hotel, through Pentagram City, through hell itself. He felt every demon, every soul, every flicker of hope in a place designed to extinguish it. And beyond hell, he felt something else. The wizarding world, thin now, the barrier between dimensions. Almost transparent, he could sense the magic there, the people, the places that should have been his home. He could feel Dumbledore's watchful presence, Sirius's aching hope, the echo of his first mother's love. And deeper still, he felt death. Waiting, watching, proud. You're becoming, her voice whispered. Becoming what you were always meant to be. Not just a wizard, not just a demon, something new. So, nothing that belongs to both worlds and neither. What am I? Harry asked. His voice echoed across dimensions. The true hybrid, the bridge between magic and hellfire. The being who will decide the fate of both worlds. The transformation completed. When Harry opened his eyes, everything was different. He stood in the center of his room, but he wasn't the same height anymore. His body had grown, matured, become something closer to 15 than 12. His limbs were longer, his shoulders broader, his face sharper. He looked in the mirror and saw a stranger. But the eyes were the same. Green, bright, full of the awareness that had marked him since infancy. And on his forehead, the lightning-shaped scar pulsed with light that shifted between green and red, both colors, always, never one without the other. Harry, Charlie's voice was barely a whisper. He turned to look at her. She stood in the doorway, her face a battlefield of emotions, fear and wonder and love and hope, all fighting for dominance. Behind her, Vaggie and Angel crowded, their expressions equally stunned. Mom. His voice was deeper now, but the warmth was the same. It's still me. I'm still me. Charlie crossed the room, in 3 steps and pulled him into her arms. He was taller than her now. Had to bend to rest his chin on her shoulder. But the embrace felt exactly the same, warm, safe, full of love. What happened? She whispered. What did you become? I became what I was always meant to be. He pulled back to look at her face. A hybrid, not just wizard and demon, something more. Something that connects both worlds. Charlie touched his face, his older face, his changed face, with trembling fingers. You're beautiful, she said. You're absolutely beautiful. Harry laughed, a sound that was the same as it had always been. I'm still me, Mom. Just more. The hotel's residents gathered to see the new Harry. They circled him with wonder, their eyes taking in every change. His height, his build, the way Poe W seemed to radiate from him like heat from a fire. But beneath the changes, they saw what Charlie had seen. The same boy, the same heart, the same family. So, Angel said finally, breaking the silence. You're like a teenager now. Overnight. That's not fair. I had to go through actual puberty. It was terrible. Harry laughed again. I don't think I'm done changing. The transformation, it's not just physical. It's still happening. I can feel it. What do you feel? Vaggie asked. Harry closed his eyes, reaching inward. Connections. To hell, to the wizarding world, to everyone I love. They're stronger now, clearer. I can feel Dumbledore thinking about me from across dimensions. I can feel Sirius hoping I'll visit soon. I can feel, he paused, his eyes opening. I can feel my first mother. Not just in dreams anymore. She's here, watching, proud. Charlie's eyes glistened. She should be. We all are. The days that followed were strange. Harry had to relearn his body, its new height, its new reach, its new capabilities. His power responded differently now, flowing more freely, answering more quickly. He could do things he'd never imagined. Open portals without effort, sense threats before they formed. Heal wounds with a touch. But the strangest part was the connection. He could feel both worlds now, really feel them. The wizarding world pulsed with magic that felt like home, even though he'd never lived there. Hell hummed with energy that felt like family, even though it had tried to kill him 1,000 times. Both were part of him. Both claimed him. Both loved him in their own way. It's confusing, he admitted to Charlie one night. Knowing I belong to two places. Feeling pulled in two directions. That's not confusion, Harry. That's growth. Charlie sat beside him, her golden aura warm. You're not supposed to choose one world over the other. You're supposed to find a way to honor both. How? By being yourself. By loving the people who love you. By using your power to protect, not to dominate. She touched his cheek. That's all anyone can do. The first test of his new power came without warning. A rift opened in the middle of Pentagram City, not a portal, not an invasion, but a tear. Through it stepped a figure Harry had never seen before but somehow recognized. An unspeakable from the Department of Mysteries. She was small, unassuming, with eyes that held the weight of secrets. When she saw Harry, she stopped breathing. You're real, she whispered. The readings, they said you were real, but I didn't, I couldn't. Who are you? Harry's voice was calm, but his power was ready. My name is Alara. I study dimensional boundaries. When the barrier thinned, when you transformed, I felt it. Everyone felt it. She took a shaky step forward. You're Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and you're something else now. I'm the Hellborn Wizard, the demon prince of magic. And yes, he smiled slightly. I'm something else now. Alara stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she knelt. I don't know what you are, she said, but I know what you represent. A connection between worlds, a bridge. For centuries, we've studied dimensional theory without ever finding proof that other worlds truly exist. You're that proof. Harry moved closer, helping her rise. I'm not a specimen to be studied. No, of course not. I didn't mean. She took a breath, composing herself. The ministry sent me to assess the situation, to determine whether you pose a threat to the wizarding world. And do I? Alara met his eyes. I don't know, but I can. One thing, you're not what they expected. You're not what anyone expected. What did they expect? A weapon, a tool, something to be controlled or destroyed. She shook her head slowly. Instead, I find a boy. A powerful boy, yes. A changed boy, absolutely. But still a boy, still human, or human enough. Harry smiled. That's the best compliment I've received all day. Alara stayed for 3 days. She studied, not Harry, but the connections between worlds. She took readings, asked questions, documented everything with the detached precision of a scientist. But beneath the professionalism, Harry sensed something else. Wonder. She was witnessing something no one from her world had ever seen. A functioning dimensional bridge, maintained not by magic or ritual, but by a living being. A boy, who had become a connection between realities. When it was time to leave, she thanked him with genuine warmth. I'll report what I've seen, she said. I can't promise the ministry will understand. They rarely do, but I'll make sure they know the truth, that you're not a threat. That you're a bridge, that you might be the most important being in either world. Harry nodded. Tell them I'm not interested in being important. I'm interested in being myself. In protecting my family. In living my life. I'll tell them. Alara stepped toward the rift, then paused. Harry, your mother, Lily, she would be proud. So proud. I know. She tells me every night. Alara smiled and stepped through the rift. It closed behind her. That night, Harry dreamed of both his mothers. They stood together in the green hills, Charlie and Lily, side by side. Their auras blending into something beautiful. Behind them, others gathered. Husk, Rosie, Tom Riddle, countless souls who had found peace. You did it, Lily said. You became what you were meant to be. I became what love made me. Harry looked at Charlie. She taught me that. She showed me that love is stronger than anything. Charlie's eyes glistened. You taught yourself, Harry. I just gave you the space to grow. Both of you gave me everything. He stepped forward, embracing them both. In the dream, he could hold them, really hold them, and feel their love like a physical thing. When will I see you again? He asked. Whenever you need us, Lily said. Whenever you dream, whenever you remember, we'll be here, always, Charlie added. Forever. The dream began to fade. I love you both, Harry whispered. Always and forever. We love you too, Harry. More than you'll ever know. He woke to morning light streaming through his window. His room was the same. His body was the same, 15, changed, hybrid. But something felt different, lighter, more complete. He looked in the mirror and saw himself. Not the stranger from before. Not the child from before. Just Harry, Charlie's son, Lily's son, the Hellborn Wizard, the demon prince of magic. The true hybrid. And for the first time, That felt like enough. Charlie found him at the window, watching the hellish sunrise. "You're up early," she said softly. "Couldn't sleep. Too much to think about." He turned to look at her. "I saw you. In my dream. You and Lily, together. You said you'd always be there. We will. Both of us." She moved to stand beside him. "How do you feel?" "Different. Complete. Like I've been waiting my whole life to become this, and now I finally have." Charlie slipped her arm around his waist. He was taller than her now, but the gesture was the same, mother and son, connected by love. "What happens now?" she asked. Harry looked out at Pentagram City, at the demons going about their business. At the souls seeking redemption, at the home he had chosen and that had chosen him. "Now we live," he said. "We protect what we've built. We help who we can. We love each other." He smiled. "That's enough. That's always been enough." Charlie leaned her head against his shoulder. They stood together, mother and son, watching the sun rise over hell. And for the first time in his existence, Harry Potter felt completely, absolutely, perfectly at peace. Chapter 27, Throne of Two Worlds. The invitation went out across dimensions. Harry sat in his room at the hotel, quill in hand, writing words that would be carried by magic to every corner of both worlds. His handwriting was steady, his intent clear, his purpose absolute. To the leaders of the wizarding world and the rulers of hell. "I have spent my life belonging to two worlds without fully belonging to either. I was born in one, raised in the other. I carry the magic of wizards and the fire of demons in my blood. I have fought wars in both realms and lost people I love in each. The time has come to decide what comes next. I invite you to the Hazbin Hotel, to neutral ground, to the place that has been my home since I was an infant. Come with open minds and peaceful intentions. Come to witness what I have become. Come to help shape the future of the relationship between our worlds. The choice is yours. The invitation stands. Harry Potter, the Hellborn Wizard, the Demon Prince of Magic." Charlie read the letter over his shoulder. "Are you sure about this?" she asked quietly. "Bringing them all here at once. Wizards and demons together. I'm sure." Harry set down the quill. "The war showed me something, Mom. We're not as different as we think. Wizards fear death. Demons embrace it. Wizards use magic. Demons are magic. But underneath all of that, we're just beings trying to survive. Trying to find meaning. Trying to love and be loved." Charlie touched his cheek. "You've grown so much. I had a good teacher." The responses came quickly. From the wizarding world, Dumbledore would attend, along with representatives from the Ministry, the Order, and even a few former Death Eaters who had chosen redemption. Sirius insisted on coming, his letter warm with pride. McGonagall wrote that she would be honored to witness history. From hell, every overlord who still ruled accepted. Carmilla sent a personal note of gratitude. The V's saw it as a ratings opportunity. Even the Ancient Ones, quiet in their depths, sent word that they would observe from afar. The hotel prepared for guests it had never imagined hosting. The day of the gathering dawned bright and clear as anything got in Pentagram City. Harry stood at the entrance, Charlie at his side, watching the first portals open. Wizards stepped through with obvious wariness, their wands held loosely but ready. Demons watched from the shadows, their curiosity overcoming their aggression. Dumbledore arrived first. He looked older than Harry remembered. The years of war had taken their toll, but his eyes were bright with the same warmth that had always marked them. When he saw Harry, fully transformed, taller, older, his breath caught. "Harry, you've changed. A lot's happened since we last met." Harry smiled. "Welcome to my home, Professor." Dumbledore's eyes glistened. "Thank you, Harry. Thank you for this." More wizards arrived. Sirius came through the portal with barely contained excitement, pulling Harry into a hug that lifted him off the ground. "Look at you. You're huge. What happened?" "I grew, apparently." Sirius held him at arm's length, his gray eyes bright. "You look so much like James. And Lily. Both of them, somehow." Harry smiled. "I get that a lot." McGonagall followed, her expression fully controlled but her eyes betraying her wonder. Kingsley Shacklebolt, imposing and calm. A delegation from the Ministry, their faces a mix of fear and fascination. And then the demons began to arrive. Carmilla swept through the hotel's doors with her usual grace, her ancient eyes taking in everything. The V's followed, their entourage more suited to a red carpet than a diplomatic gathering. Lesser overlords came, their curiosity overcoming their caution. The hotel's common room filled with beings who had never expected to share space. Harry stood at the center, watching them all. He could feel their emotions, fear, hope, suspicion, wonder, pressing against his expanded awareness. Wizards who had been raised to fear demons. Demons who had been taught to despise wizards. Centuries of prejudice and hatred, all concentrated in this single room. And he had brought them here. Everyone. His voice carried without effort, cutting through the noise. Thank you for coming. I know this isn't easy for any of you. I know the history between our worlds is complicated. But that's exactly why we need to be here. The room quieted. I was born in the wizarding world. Abandoned as a baby. I fell into hell and was raised by demons. I've fought on both sides of the barriers between us. I've lost people I love in both worlds. He met eyes across the room. And I've learned something that I need you all to understand. He paused, letting the silence deepen. We're not enemies. We never were. The fear that keeps us apart, it's based on ignorance. On stories we've been told without ever questioning. On assumptions that have no basis in reality. A wizard from the ministry stepped forward. With respect, young man, demons have been trying to destroy the living world since. Since when? Harry's voice was calm. Name one instance. One documented case of demons invading the wizarding world without being summoned or provoked. The wizard opened his mouth, then closed it. That's what I thought. Harry looked at the demons. And you, how many times have wizards tried to breach hell? To conquer it, control it, use it for their own purposes. Carmilla's eyes narrowed. More than I can count. Exactly. The aggression has come from one side. Not because demons are innocent, far from it. But because fear drives action. Fear of the unknown. Fear of the other. Fear of what we don't understand. He spread his arms wide. I am both. Wizard and demon. Human and hybrid. I carry the magic of one world and the fire of the other. And I am telling you, with absolute certainty, that the only thing separating us is fear. The silence that followed was absolute. Then, slowly, Dumbledore began to clap. Others joined. Sirius first, then McGonagall, then Kingsley. On the demon side, Carmilla inclined her head in acknowledgement. The V's exchanged glances that might have been respect. Even the most skeptical attendees found themselves moved. Harry felt the shift in the room. Not trust, that would take time. Not friendship, that might never come. But something else. Something that felt like the beginning of understanding. Now, he continued, I want to show you something. Something I've never shown anyone. He raised his hands. The power that flowed from him was unlike anything anyone in the room had ever witnessed. It wasn't wizard magic, though that was part of it. It wasn't demon fire, though that was present too. It was something new, something that had never existed before. Green and red and gold swirled together, rising from Harry like a living thing. It filled the room, touched every person present, showed them, without words, without explanation, what Harry had become. They saw his memories, his childhood in hell, Charlie's love wrapping around him like a shield. His first confrontation with the Ancient Ones, his power rising to protect his home, his battles against Voldemort's forces, his fire-consuming dark magic, his transformation, his growth, his evolution into something that belonged to both worlds and neither. And through it all, they felt his heart, his love for Charlie, his gratitude to the hotel's residents, his connection to his first mother, reaching across dimensions even now. His hope that one day, somehow, the worlds he belonged to could find peace. When the light faded, there wasn't a dry eye in the room. I didn't show you that to manipulate you, Harry said quietly. I showed you so you'd understand. I'm not a weapon, I'm not a tool, I'm not a symbol, I'm a person who loves and hopes and fears just like you. He looked at the wizards. I could have returned to your world. Dumbledore offered. Sirius begged, but I chose to stay here. Because this is my home. These are my people. That doesn't mean I reject you, it means I have room in my heart for both. He looked at the demons. And you've accepted me as one of your own. Protected me, fought for me, died for me. I will never forget that. I will never stop being grateful. But gratitude doesn't mean blind loyalty. It means wanting what's best for everyone, not just my side. He faced the room again. I'm not asking you to be friends. I'm not asking you to forget the past. I'm asking you to consider the future. A future where wizards and demons can coexist. Not as enemies, not as allies, but as neighbors. Separate but connected, different but respectful. Dumbledore stepped forward. Harry speaks wisdom beyond his years. I've watched him grow from afar, and I've seen what love has made him. If anyone can bridge the gap between our worlds, it's him. Carmilla moved to Harry's other side. The demons of hell have learned to respect this boy. Some of us have even learned to love him. If he believes coexistence is possible, I'm willing to try. The room stirred with murmured conversations. Wizards spoke to demons for the first time without weapons raised. Demons responded without immediate hostility. Small steps, but steps nonetheless. Harry watched it happen and felt hope bloom in his chest. That night, after the guests had departed and the hotel had quieted, Harry sat with Charlie in their usual spot. "You did it," she said softly. "You brought them together. I didn't do anything. I just showed them the truth. Sometimes that's everything." She leaned against him. He was taller now, but the gesture was the same. "I'm so proud of you, Harry. So incredibly proud." He put his arm around her. "I couldn't have done any of it without you. You know that, right?" "I know, but you're the one who chose to become what you are. I just gave you the space to grow." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the hellish stars flicker overhead. "Mom," Harry's voice was quiet, "do you think it'll work? Coexistence between worlds?" Charlie considered the question carefully. "I don't know. It won't be easy. There will be setbacks, conflicts, people who refuse to try. But I hope, that moments like today will become more common. That the fear will slowly fade. That one day, our grandchildren will look back at this time and wonder why we ever thought we were enemies." Harry smiled. "Our grandchildren." Charlie laughed. "Someday, Harry, when you're ready, when you find someone who loves you as much as I do." "That's a high bar." "It is, but you're worth it." That night, Harry dreamed of a throne. It stood at the intersection of two worlds, one side in hell, one side in the wizarding realm. It was made of fire and magic, of love and hope, of everything he had become. On the throne sat a figure. Himself, older, wiser, at peace. Behind him stood two women, Charlie and Lily. Their hands on his shoulders, their love surrounding him. Before him knelt beings from both worlds, not in submission, but in respect. In gratitude, in hope. "This could be yours," a voice whispered. Death's voice, soft and proud. "Not a throne of power, a throne of connection. A place where worlds meet and understanding grows. I don't want to rule anyone." "Then don't. Rule isn't the point. Service is. Protection is. Love is." The dream shifted. The throne became a bridge, a span of light connecting hell and the wizarding world. Across it, beings traveled in both directions, their faces peaceful, their intentions kind. "This is what you're building, Harry. One choice at a time. One moment at a time. One heart at a time. Will I succeed? That depends on how you define success. If you mean, will everyone be happy and conflicts cease forever? No. That's not possible. But if you mean, will you make a difference, will you touch lives, will you leave the LDS better than you found them, then yes. Absolutely yes." The dream began to fade. "Keep going, little spark. You're almost there." He woke to morning light and Charlie's hand on his shoulder. "Another dream?" she asked softly. "The best one. I saw a bridge between worlds. I saw people crossing it in peace." He sat up, reaching for her. "I saw you and Lily together, watching over me." Charlie's eyes glistened. "That sounds beautiful." It was. He hugged her tightly. "Thank you, Mom, for everything." She held him just as tightly. "Thank you, Harry, for being exactly who you are." They sat together, mother and son, watching the hellish sunrise paint the sky in shades of red and gold. Outside, Pentagram City hummed with life. Demons went about their business. Souls sought redemption, and somewhere, across dimensional barriers, wizards began to consider a future that included beings they had once feared. The bridge was being built. One choice at a time, one moment at a time, one heart at a time, and at the center of it all stood a boy with green eyes and a lightning-shaped scar, who had become something no one could have predicted. The Hellborn Wizard, the Demon Prince of Magic, the bridge between worlds, and he was just getting started. Chapter 28, The Fall of the Dark Lord. The final confrontation began without warning. One moment, Pentagram City was quiet as hell ever got, anyway. The next, the sky split open above the Hazbin Hotel, and darkness poured through like blood from a wound. Harry felt it before he saw it. The Ancient Ones were rising again, not to join Voldemort this time, but to witness. They had felt something building for days, weeks, months. The culmination of a conflict that had been brewing since before Harry was born. The final chapter in a story that had begun with a prophecy and a killing curse. Voldemort descended through the rift like a god. He was not the same being who had fled before. The months since his last defeat had transformed him. He had shed the last vestiges of humanity, becoming something closer to the ancient ones themselves, a being of pure darkness, of absolute hunger, of endless, consuming fear. Harry Potter. His voice echoed across dimensions. I have shed everything that held me back. Every weakness, every doubt, every scrap of humanity. I am no longer Lord Voldemort. I am something new, something eternal. Harry stood in the street before the hotel. Charlie at his side, the hotel's defenders gathered behind them. You're still afraid, Harry said quietly. I can feel it, underneath all that darkness, underneath the power and the fury, you're still that orphan boy, terrified of being alone. Voldemort's form flickered. You know nothing. I know everything. I've seen you. In dreams, in visions, in the moments between worlds. I've seen the child who had no one. The boy who chose power over connection. The man who became a monster because he couldn't bear to be human. Harry's voice was sad, not angry. I don't hate you, Tom. I pity you. The name hit Voldemort like a physical blow. Do not call me that, he hissed. That name died long ago. Names don't die. People bury them, but they're always there, underneath. Waiting to be remembered. Harry stepped forward, away from Charlie, toward the darkness. I remember, Tom. I remember the boy who was afraid. And I'm sorry no one helped him. I'm sorry he had to face the world alone. The darkness around Voldemort wavered. Charlie moved to follow Harry, but he held up a hand. This is between us, Mom. It always has been. Harry, I know what I'm doing. He met her eyes. Trust me, quote. Charlie's golden aura blazed, but she nodded. Always. Harry turned back to Voldemort and walked into the darkness. The darkness swallowed him whole. For a moment, there was nothing, no light, no sound, no sense of anything except the crushing weight of Voldemort's fear. Harry felt it pressing against him from all sides, trying to find purchase, trying to break through. It failed, because Harry's light, the love Charlie had planted in him, the hope his first mother still sent across dimensions, the connection to everyone who had ever believed in him, burned brighter than any darkness. I'm not afraid of you, Harry said. His voice carried through the void. I never was. Do you know why? Voldemort's form coalesced before him. Tell me, because I know what you really are. Not a Dark Lord, not a monster, just a broken person who never learned to let anyone in. Harry met his eyes without flinching. I had Charlie. I had my first mother watching from beyond. I had Sirius, and Dumbledore, and everyone who ever loved me. You had no one, and that, his voice softened. That's the real tragedy. The darkness around them trembled. You think your love makes you stronger than me. Voldemort's voice cracked. You think your precious connections give you power I don't have. I don't think it. I know it. Harry raised his hand, and light bloomed from his palm, green and red and gold. The colors of everything he was. This is what love looks like, Tom. This is what happens when you let people in. When you let yourself be vulnerable. When you choose connection over isolation. The light spread, pushing back the darkness. Voldemort screamed, not in pain, but in something worse. Recognition, understanding, the dawning awareness that everything he had built, everything he had become, was built on a lie. I could have been different, he whispered. If someone had, if anyone had. It's not too late. Harry's voice was gentle. It's never too late. You can still choose. You can still let go. The darkness around Voldemort began to crack. In the hotel, Charlie watched the battle with her heart in her throat. The light and darkness swirled together, neither dominating. Both struggling for supremacy. She could feel Harry's presence, steady, strong, unwavering. And beneath that, she could feel something else. Voldemort's fear. Not the fear he projected. The fear he used to control others. The real fear. The deep, childhood terror of being alone, unloved, forgotten. It was pouring out of him now, exposed by Harry's light. He's breaking, Carmilla murmured from beside Charlie. The boy is breaking him. No, Charlie shook her head slowly. He's healing him, or trying to. Can a being like Voldemort be healed? Charlie was quiet for a long moment. I don't know, but Harry believes it's possible. That's what matters. In the darkness, Harry held out his hand. Come back, Tom. Come back to yourself. Let go of the fear and the hate and the hunger. Just let go. Voldemort stared at the offered hand. For one eternal moment, something flickered in his red eyes. Something that looked like longing. Like hope. Like the ghost of the boy he had been before darkness consumed him. His hand began to rise. And then, no, The darkness surged back, more powerful than before. Voldemort's form solidified, became something even more terrible. The moment of vulnerability passed, and in its place grew something colder. Something more determined. You almost had me, he hissed. Almost made me forget what I am. What I've always been. His eyes blazed. But I remember now. I remember why I chose this path. Because love is weakness. Connection is chains. And the only way to be truly free is to be truly alone. Harry's light flickered. That's not true. It's the only truth that matters. Voldemort raised his hands, and the darkness condensed into a spear of pure annihilation. Goodbye, Harry Potter. I'll make sure your precious hotel burns with you. He threw. The spear never reached Harry. Something intercepted it, something that blazed with golden light and moved with the speed of love itself. Charlie. She stood between Harry and the spear, her body a shield. Her aura burning brighter than it ever had. The spear struck her and dissolved, not because she was stronger than it, but because she refused to let it pass. No, she said quietly. You don't get to hurt my son. Voldemort stared at her. You would die for him. In a heartbeat. Charlie's voice was steady. That's what love does. That's what you've never understood. Behind her, Harry moved. He didn't attack, didn't defend. He simply walked past Charlie, toward Voldemort, his eyes filled with something that looked almost like sorrow. You're right, he said. Love is vulnerability. Love is risk. Love is the willingness to be hurt. But it's also the only thing that makes life worth living. He stopped inches from Voldemort, close enough to touch. I'm not going to fight you anymore, Tom. I'm not going to try to change you. I'm just going to offer you one last chance. He held out his hand again. Let go. Come with me. Let us help you find peace. Voldemort stared at the offered hand. For the second time, something flickered in his eyes. And then, he took it. The moment their hands touched, everything changed. Voldemort's darkness didn't dissolve, it transformed. The fear that had driven him for decades didn't disappear, it softened. The hunger that had consumed him didn't vanish, it found something else to consume. Love, real love, freely offered, unconditionally given. It poured into him through Harry's hand, through the connection they now shared. It filled the empty spaces where fear used to live. It warmed the cold places that had been frozen since childhood. It showed him, for the first time in his existence, what it felt like to be truly seen. Tom Riddle wept. Not Voldemort, Tom, the boy who had been alone in an orphanage, who had never known a mother's touch. Who had chosen darkness because he couldn't find light. He wept for everything he had lost, everything he had thrown away, everything he could have been. How, he whispered, how can you, after everything because that's what love does. Harry's voice was gentle. It doesn't keep score. It doesn't demand repayment. It just gives. Tom looked at him through tear-filled eyes. I don't deserve this. Quote, none of us do. That's the point. The darkness that had covered Pentagram City began to fade. Not because it was defeated, because it was no longer needed. Tom Riddle, the being who had been Voldemort, let it go piece by piece, watching it dissolve into the hellish sky like morning mist. When the last of it was gone, he stood before Harry as something new. Not human, he had gone too far for that. Not demon, that was never his path. Something in between, something that had been given a second chance. What happens now? He asked. Harry smiled. Now you live, really live. You find out who you are without the fear driving you. You let people in. You learn to love. Tom looked at his hands, still pale, still marked by decades of darkness, but somehow different. Lighter. I don't know how. None of us do at first. But you have time. And you have. Harry looked back at Charlie, at the hotel, at the demons and wizards who had gathered to witness. You have people who will help. If you let them. Tom followed his gaze. For a long moment, he was silent. Then, slowly, he nodded. The celebrations that followed were unlike anything Pentagram City had ever seen. Demons and wizards celebrated together, not because they were friends, but because they had witnessed something impossible. The Dark Lord, the most feared being in the wizarding world, had been redeemed. Not defeated, not destroyed, redeemed. Tom sat apart from the crowd, watching with wonder in his eyes. Charlie approached him carefully, Harry at her side. How are you feeling? She asked. Strange, empty, full. I don't have words for it. He looked up at her. You're the one who raised him. Harry, you taught him about love. I taught him what I knew. He did the rest. Tom shook his head slowly. I spent my entire existence running from what you represent. Love, connection, vulnerability. I thought they were weaknesses. I thought they would destroy me. He met her eyes. I was wrong. Charlie smiled. We all make mistakes. What matters is what we do next. Tom nodded. What do I do next? Whatever you want. Whatever feels right. You're free now, Tom. Really free. For the first time in your life. He looked at his hands again. At the hotel around him. At the being celebrating a victory that had nothing to do with conquest. Free, he whispered. I don't think I've ever been free. Then it's time to learn. That night, Harry dreamed of his first mother. She stood in the green hills, but the hills were fuller now, filled with souls who had found peace. Husk was there, his yellow eyes soft, rosy, her smile warm, countless others who had fallen in the wars. And beside Lily stood a figure Harry barely recognized. Tom Riddle, young, human, at peace. Thank you, Tom said, for seeing what no one else could. I saw what was always there. You just needed help finding it. Tom smiled, a genuine smile, nothing like the expressions of the monster he had been. All spend the rest of my existence trying to be worthy of that. You already are. Lily put her hand on his shoulder. That's the thing about redemption. It's not about deserving, it's about trying. The dream began to fade. I love you, Harry. Lily said, always. I love you too, Mom. Forever. He woke to morning light and Charlie's hand on his shoulder. Another dream, she asked softly. The best one. I saw Tom, the real Tom. At peace. With my first mother. He sat up, reaching for her. It's really over, Mom. Voldemort is gone. Not dead, redeemed. He's free. Charlie pulled him into a hug. You did that. You saved him. We saved him. All of us. The love we shared, the hope we never gave up on, that's what reached him. They sat together, mother and son, watching the hellish sunrise paint the sky in shades of red and gold. Outside, Pentagram City hummed with a new energy. Demons went about their business with lighter hearts. Souls sought redemption with renewed hope. And somewhere, in a quiet corner of the hotel, a being who had once been the darkest wizard in history began the long process of learning to be human. The Dark Lord had fallen. Not to power, not to destiny, to love. And that, Harry thought, was exactly how it should be. Chapter 29, A Choice of Destiny. The morning after Voldemort's redemption dawned quiet and strange. Harry stood at his window, watching Pentagram City stir to life below. Demons went about their business as if nothing had changed. Souls sought redemption as they always did. The eternal chaos of hell continued its endless churn. But everything had changed. He could feel it in the air, a lightness that hadn't existed before. A hope that had taken root in the most unlikely soil. The war was over. The Dark Lord was gone, not dead, but transformed. And Harry Potter, the boy who had been abandoned in an alley, had somehow become the center of it all. You're thinking too hard. Charlie's voice came from behind him. She stood in the doorway, her golden aura soft in the morning light. Just processing. He turned to face her. Everything that happened, everything that's going to happen. Charlie moved to stand beside him at the window. You know you have a choice, right? About what comes next. I know. He was quiet for a moment. That's what I'm processing. The first visitor arrived at noon. Dumbledore appeared through a small rift, his expression thoughtful, his eyes carrying the weight of decades. He found Harry in the hotel's common room, surrounded by residents who had become as familiar as family. Harry. He sat across from him, accepting a cup of tea that someone had magically prepared. I imagine you've been thinking about the future. Everyone keeps telling me I have a choice. And you do. A significant one. Dumbledore set down his tea. The wizarding world has changed since your existence became known. There are those who see you as a hero, a symbol, a savior. There are those who see you as a threat. And there are those, he smiled slightly. There are those who simply want to know you. To welcome you home. Home. Harry tested the word. I'm not sure what that means anymore. I understand. You've spent your entire life in hell. This place, Dumbledore gestured at the hotel, at the demons surrounding them, this place is home to you in ways the wizarding world can never be. Yes, but that doesn't Ian, you have no connection to the world of your birth. Your parents are buried there. Your godfather lives there. People who loved you before you were born still wait for you there. Harry nodded slowly. I know, I feel them. Every dream, every connection, every moment of quiet, I feel them reaching for me. And I don't know what to do with that. Sirius arrived an hour later, his entrance. Through the hotel's doors more dramatic than necessary. Harry, He crossed the room in 3 long strides, pulling Harry into an embrace. I heard what happened. Voldemort. Tom, whatever we're calling him now, you saved him. You actually saved him. He saved himself. I just helped him see it was possible. Sirius pulled back, his gray eyes bright. You're too modest. You're also, he looked Harry up and down. You're also huge now. When did that happen? A few months ago. The transformation, right, because nothing about you can be simple. Sirius laughed, but there was something beneath it. Something that looked like longing. I keep thinking about what it would have been like. Raising you in the wizarding world. Watching you grow up normal. Harry's expression softened. I'm sorry I couldn't be that for you. Don't apologize. You're exactly who you should be. Sirius's voice caught. James and Lily would be so proud. I just wish. He stopped, shaking his head. I just wish I'd had more time with you. That's all. Harry reached out and touched his shoulder. You have time now, as much as you want. This is your home too, if you want it. Sirius looked at him, really looked. Seeing past the changes to the boy beneath. Yeah, he said quietly. Yeah, I think I'd like that. The afternoon brought more visitors. Carmilla came, her ancient eyes missing nothing. She sat with Harry in a quiet corner, away from the bustle of the common room. You have a choice to make, she said without preamble. 2 worlds are calling to you. Each wants to claim you. Each believes it has the right. I know. What do you want? Harry considered the question carefully. I want to protect the people I love. I want to honor both worlds without betraying either. I want. He paused, searching for words. I want to be myself. Whoever that is. Carmilla nodded slowly. That's more than most beings ever figure out. Is it enough? It's everything. The question is wet. You can hold onto it when the pressures mount. She leaned forward. The demons of hell will want you to stay. You're one of us now, the hellborn wizard, the demon prince. Your power is part of this place. I know. The wizarding world will want you to return. You're their savior, their hope, their living legend. They've been waiting for you for 13 years. I know that too. So what will you choose? Harry met her eyes. I don't know yet, but I know one thing. Whatever I choose, it has to be my choice. Not because anyone expects it. Not because anyone demands it. Because it's right for me. Carmilla's ancient eyes softened. You've grown wise, Harry Potter. Wiser than beings 10 times your age. I had good teachers. That night, Harry dreamed of his first mother. She stood in the green hills. But the hills were different now, brighter, more alive. And she wasn't alone. Beside her stood James Potter, his smile warm, his eyes the same shade as Harry's own. Dad, Harry whispered. James stepped forward, his expression filled with wonder. Look at you. Look at what you've become. He reached out, and when his hand touched Harry's face, it was solid, warm, real. I've dreamed of you, Harry said. Both of you, but you've never been together before. We're always together, Lily said softly. Watching you, loving you, proud of you beyond measure. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. I don't know what to do. Which world to choose, who to be. James smiled. You don't have to choose, son. What? You don't have to pick one world over the other. That's a false choice, created by people who think in binaries. James put his hand on Harry's shoulder. You're a bridge. Bridges don't belong to one side, they connect them. Lily moved to Harry's other side. You can protect both worlds without living in either. You can visit us whenever you want. You can return to hell whenever you need. The choice isn't about location, it's about identity. What do you mean? Who are you, Harry? Not where you live, not what powers you have, not what anyone expects you to be. Who are you, in your heart, when everything else falls away? Harry closed his eyes, and for the first time, he saw the answer clearly. I'm Charlie's son, he said. I'm your son. I'm the hellborn wizard and the boy who lived. I'm the bridge between worlds. But underneath all of that, he opened his eyes. Underneath all of that, I'm just Harry, a boy who was loved. A boy who learned to love back. A boy who wants to protect the people who matter most. Lily smiled through tears. That's exactly who you are. James pulled him into an embrace. We're so proud of you, Harry. So incredibly proud. The dream began to fade. Remember, Lily called. You don't have to choose. You just have to be. Harry woke with the words echoing in his mind. You don't have to choose. You just have to be. He lay in bed for a long moment, staring at the ceiling, letting the truth settle into his bones. Then he rose, dressed, and went to find Charlie. She was in the common room, as always, surrounded by residents who had become family. When she saw him, she smiled, that warm, unconditional smile that had been his anchor since infancy. "You're up early." Quote, "I figured something out." He sat beside her, taking her hand. "About the choice, about what comes next." Charlie's expression softened. "Tell me, I'm not going to choose. Not really. I'm going to be what I've always been, a bridge. I'll visit the wizarding world when they need me. I'll stay here when you need me. I'll protect both worlds without belonging fully to either." He squeezed her hand. "But this," he gestured at the hotel, at the demons around them, at her. "This will always be my home. You will always be my mother. Nothing changes that." Charlie's eyes filled with tears. "Oh, Harry, is that okay? Is that enough?" "It's more than enough. It's everything." She pulled him into a hug. "You're everything." The news spread quickly. Harry Potter, the hellborn wizard, the demon prince of magic, would not be choosing one world over the other. He would be a bridge, a connection, a living symbol that two realities could coexist. Reactions were mixed. Some demons grumbled that he should commit to hell fully. Some wizards argued that he belonged in the wizarding world by right of birth. But most understood. Most saw the wisdom in his choice. Most recognized that forcing him to pick a side would destroy what made him special. Dumbledore was the first to voice his support. "A bridge," he said, standing before the gathered representatives of both worlds. "That's what Harry has become. Not a weapon, not a tool, a connection. And connections," he looked around the room. "Connections are what we've been missing. What we've needed. What can save us from ourselves." Carmilla rose beside him. "The demons of hell have learned to respect this boy. Some of us have learned to love him. If he chooses to be a bridge, we will honor that choice. We will protect him as he protects us." Sirius stepped forward next. "And the wizarding world will do the same. He's my godson. He's Lily and James's son. And he's also Charlie's son. He belongs to both of us. That's not a weakness, it's a strength." The room murmured with agreement. Harry watched from the back, Charlie's hand in his, and felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Peace. That night, the hotel held a celebration. Not for Harry's choice, though that was part of it. Not for the end of the war, though that was worth celebrating. For something simpler, something deeper. For family. Demons and wizards danced together, awkwardly at first, then with growing comfort. Angel told jokes that made everyone laugh, even the ones who didn't fully understand them. Vaggie stood guard as always. But her expression was softer than usual. Husk's absence was a wound, but his memory was honored with stories and toasts and the kind of love that transcends death. Charlie moved through the crowd, her golden aura bright, touching everyone she passed. She was the heart of this place, had always been, would always be. And Harry. Harry sat in his usual spot, watching it all, feeling the love that surrounded him like a blanket. "You did this, you know." Tom's voice came from beside him. He sat carefully, still learning how to be around others, but there was something peaceful in his eyes now. "We did this," Harry corrected. "All of us." Tom nodded slowly. "I never imagined." He stopped, searching for words. "I never imagined feeling this. Being part of something. Belonging. How does it feel?" "Terrifying. Wonderful. Like I'm standing on the edge of something I don't understand." Tom met his eyes. "Like I'm alive for the first time." Harry smiled. "That's how it should feel." They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the celebration unfold. Later, after the guests had departed and the hotel had quieted, Harry found Charlie alone on the roof. She stood at the edge, looking out at Pentagram City, her golden aura soft in the darkness. He moved to stand beside her, slipping his arm around her waist. "Thinking?" he asked. "Always." She leaned against him. "About you. About us. About everything we've been through. It's been a lot. It's been everything." She turned to look at him. "Do you remember the day I found you? In that alley. I was a baby. I don't remember. I remember. You were so small, so alone, crying in the garbage like no one in the world cared whether you lived or died." Her voice caught. "And when I picked you up, you grabbed my finger and wouldn't let go." Harry smiled. "I knew a good thing when I found it." Charlie laughed softly. "I was terrified. I didn't know anything about babies. Didn't know anything about humans. Didn't know if I could keep you alive for a day, let alone raise you. But you did. But I did." She cupped his face in her hands. "And look at you now. Look at what you've become." Harry leaned into her touch. "I became this because of you. Because you loved me when you had no reason to. Because you protected me when the whole world wanted to use me. Because you believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. Charlie's eyes glistened. That's what mothers do, Harry. That's what love does. They stood together in silence, watching the hellish stars flicker overhead. Mom, yes, Harry, I'm glad you found me in that alley. I'm glad you took me home. I'm glad you raised me. He squeezed her gently. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. Charlie pulled him close, holding him tight. You're the best thing that ever happened to me too, Harry. The very best thing. The next morning, Harry woke to a world that felt new. He dressed slowly, deliberately, savoring the ordinary moment. Then, he went downstairs to join his family for breakfast. Charlie was there, her golden aura warm. Vaggie, her single eye soft. Angel, making inappropriate jokes that made everyone groan. Tom, sitting quietly in a corner, learning what it meant to belong. And around them, the hotel hummed with life. Demons seeking redemption, souls finding hope, a family built in the most unlikely place imaginable. Rai sat in his usual spot and accepted the food that was placed before him. Big day, Charlie asked. Every day is a big day. He smiled at her. That's what makes it worth living. She reached across and squeezed his hand. They sat together, mother and son, surrounded by family, watching another day begin in hell. Outside, Pentagram City stretched out in all its chaotic glory. Demons went about their business. Souls sought redemption. The eternal fires burned on. But inside the Hazbin Hotel, something different existed. Love, hope, home, and at the center of it all sat a boy with green eyes and a lightning-shaped scar. Who had just made the most important choice of his life. Not to rule, not to return, not to choose one world over another, but to be exactly who he was. A bridge, a protector, a son, Harry. And that, he knew, was enough. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.